My head was splitting, and through the pain came a flood that wasn't mine. Another man's memories, forcing themselves in. I'd been walking down a road in my own world when a car came out of nowhere and killed me. A discharged soldier, no special forces man, but a few years of being knocked around in the army had left me with a hard body and a decent eye for a gun. And now I was here, in the body of a boy barely 18, with the same name as the wretch I'd landed in, Zhao. When my vision cleared, I understood where I was and what I'd nearly done. The body's owner, Zhao Zong, Zhao Xiaowu, to his family, little troublemaker to everyone else, had stumbled here drunk and laid hands on the girl in front of me. The modern man surfaced mid-act, and the moment I had control, I was off her and on my feet, sick at it, getting my disordered clothes straight and out the door before another second passed. I'll leave the rest of that scene where it lies. There was nothing in it I'd put my name to. Behind me, the girl, Wen Xiao, was left to her tears, and I carried the shame of it out into the road. From the inherited memory, I knew her, Zhang Wen Xiao, Xiao, about my age, the one good thing the original owner had ever done. He'd once driven off some layabout from the next village who'd been harassing her, and after that she was, besides his own family, the kindest soul in his life to him. Though even that good deed wasn't clean, he'd fancied her. That was the whole of it. The original Zhao Xiaowu was 18, lawless since childhood, climbing one family's roof and prying up another's tiles, dropping out of school early to run with every small-time loafer for 10 villages around. And his family wore the neighbors pointing fingers for it. His own sisters married badly because of his name. I made my stumbling way home on the body's memory. In the yard, a careworn middle-aged woman was building a fire at the stove, the original's mother, no question. Seeing me back, she started in. Xiaowu, where have you been, you dead boy? Out gaddying every day, never down in the fields earning a single work point to help feed this house. Aya, what's happened to your head? The scolding turned to worry the instant she saw the cut. I hurried inside, shut the door, and sat on the bed hollow. I really transmigrated. What year is this? Did I just die for nothing? Others land as emperors or princes, or at least some rich young master, and I get a collapse from the first move opening. Then I remembered the cut, went to find something to bind it, and found it already closed. Shallow, then, it hadn't gone deep. A knock. Xiaowu, dinner. What happened to your head? Is it bad? My mother, Sun Yueqin, through the broken door, long since used to the original's injuries, the boy forever scrapping with someone. I looked up to go and saw two things hung behind the door, a big handwritten almanac sheet and a forked stick slingshot. April 25th, 1976. So, I'd come back to 1976. As a boy, I'd heard my parents talk about those years, the work point years. My father said that in some places, come year's end, 10 work points wouldn't trade for a single mao. It had shocked me then. I'd always thought I'd have lived poorly in that age. Out in the little dirt yard sat a battered wooden table, for bowls of thin gruel and a small dish of pickled knots. Two more people now, a man and a woman. The man I knew from the memory, the original's blindly filial father, Zhao Dezhu. The woman, the original's fourth sister, Zhao Tao. In the memory, the father was a lifetime doormat, PUA'd his whole life by the grandparents and the third uncle's family, and hard on his own household besides, handing every cent to the grandmother for keeping, little as it was, while their own family was the least regarded of all. Zhao Tao was 2 years older than the original, just 19, and the loafer's reputation had kept any matchmaker from ever crossing the threshold, which gnawed at the mother, always scheming where to find her eldest girl a decent home. The girl's looks were passable enough, inherited from the mother, whose own good features still showed under the wrinkles and gray. Xiaowu, fighting again. You all right? Zhao Tao started to greet me, saw the blood, asked flatly. Then, if you're fine, go wash. All that gore's putting me off my food. Before any warmth could rise in me, I went to the wash basin in the corner. Half a basin, mud settled at the bottom, the water my father and sister had cleaned up in coming off work. I didn't mind, rinsed my hands, and shuffled over the way the memory said the boy walked. Passing the father, the old man gave a cold grunt. I let it go, sat, took up the bowl, and froze. The rice was barely more than the broth. Is the pot truly this empty? I stole a look at the others' bowls. Only mine and the father's had any grains to speak of. The mothers and sisters were near all broth. It was the lean season between crops. I understood that much. But still, where had the family's grain gone? I couldn't help it. Ma, no rice left? I can't fill up on this. Lazy toned, the way the boy would. At that, the mother and Zhao Tao both lifted their heads and looked at the father, still eating with his head down. Zhao Tao couldn't hold it. The grain's all gone to grandma's. This month's work point money with it. What? You gave it all to them, and we eat what? I near jumped, but kept my head. The father couldn't pretend deafness now. Your grandparents are old, can't work the fields, can't earn points. They have to eat too. If I don't give it, who will? Ashamed under it, blaming his own uselessness. That's not right, Pa, I said. Grandma and Grandpa don't have only you for a son. There's big uncle and third uncle. Why does no one else have to give? And it's always our family they come to. Nobody's got it easy this year. They just think we're the soft touch. Zhao Tao, draining her broth and hungrier for it, took it up too, until the father snapped, ugly. What does a girl know? Money losing goods. Her eyes reddened. She breathed it down. I cut in. I don't care about before. But from now on, if I don't eat my fill, I'll go make a scene at Grandma's. Why is it only ever our grain? And I tipped my own gruel into the mother's bowl and the sister's, and walked off to my room without looking back. 4 bare walls, near enough, a black mud brick room, cobwebs on the rafters, nothing on them but the slingshot and the almanac sheet. Wenjietai Commune, Lanhua Go Almanac. I read it, and the more I read, the more it tugged at me. Then it hit me, and I slapped my thigh, Lanhua Go. This is Lanhua Go. Same county as my old home, last life. The Western Mountain District of Wanqing County, Anding City, Jibei Province. At least I know where I am now. I even came near here to play, last life. Only the change is no small one. Knowing my place steadied me. I lay down and drifted off. Out in the yard after I'd gone, Zhao Tao drained her bowl in one go, ignored the father, and stalked off to her room. The mother, a meek, dutiful sort, finished her half bowl to the last, near licking it clean, then set the bowl down and finally spoke. Zhao Dizhu, I've followed you 20 years. You know how I've kept this house, filial above, the children below, never once wronged your family. And you? You've gone too far. The work point money, fine, give it to your parents. They're your parents, you owe them that. But now the grain itself, all of it, and what do we eat? Say something. I tell you, if this family can go on, it goes on. If it can't, we divorce, and I'll do better with the children than with you. The years of swallowed grievance came out at once, and then she broke and wept. Lao Zhao, I'm hungry. There's no grain left. None. Couldn't you keep back even a little? Think of little 4 and little 5. They're still children. The father sat stunned, stammering nothing. His wife had been gentle 20 years and never once like this, and could only begin, too late, to wonder whether he'd been right all along. But they're my own parents. When they come asking, can I refuse? I woke near 4, most of me restored, head clear, limbs loose, and ravenously hungry, having skipped the midday meal. This cursed transmigration, I want meat. Then my eye fell on the forked slingshot behind the door. Simple thing. I'd made the like as a boy, a fork of branch the right size, bark stripped and dried, fitted with thick rubber and a leather pouch. The polish on this one said the original had used it plenty. I took it down, turned it over. Well made, good spring in the rubber, the grip the right thickness, and grinned, an idea forming, and pocketed it, and went out. Lanhua Go sits deep in the western mountains of Anding, all forest country, the village edge giving onto unbroken hills. In this year the place was wild with resources, game past counting, trees and herbs without end. Lanhua Go, Orchid Gully, names its own shape. A long, thin ravine like an orchid leaf, a stream running its whole length and splitting the village in two. Knowing I was in Lanhua Go, I knew the stream's course and source too. It ends at a great reservoir northwest of Wanqing, Longmen Reservoir, where I'd fished last life. In the rainy season, a vast misted sheet of water, fish past counting. The big ones over a meter common. I remembered a heavy rain when the reservoir overflowed and fish rode the water into the farmer's corn, and men driving 3-wheelers out to gather them up. No mind for that far a trip now. I pocketed the slingshot and headed for the hills. Birds all along the way, but small. I passed them over. At the village edge, 2 turtle doves were cooing in a tree, about a pigeon's size. I'd take those. I crept under, fished a round river pebble from my pocket, gathered on the way, set it in the pouch, raised the fork in my left, drew slow and strong with my right, thwack. Where 2 doves had perched, none. Not that I'd doubled them. I'd hit the fatter cock, and the hen flushed away. I bared my teeth at her flight path, rueful. Pity, the other got off, and went to pick up the cock where it flapped weakly under the tree. I just bent for it when a strange electronic voice rang in my skull, and words I could read. Ding. Host has captured a quarry. Activating the Supreme Invincible Hunting System. Activation complete. Congratulations. Host has killed 1 turtle dove. Awarded 5 hunting points. Hunting points may contract animals as pets. Contracting a special class pet grants host a corresponding ability boost. The value set by the pet's specialness. Different quarry yields different points to and a simple panel. Hunting points. 5. Contract beast. None. I let out a breath. So this was my cheat. A. Hunting system. Others get systems and golden fingers and land as emperors. Mine's a supreme invincible hunting system. Well, a hunting system means hunting, and I'd no wish to go earn work points in the fields anyway. Let's see what it can do. Spirits up, I pushed on into the hills. The woods were thick with birds, all of them smaller than the doves and beneath my notice. 10 minutes deeper, I'd taken 2 more turtle doves and 1 maichiao, the local name, magpie, properly. The 2 doves gave me 10 points, the magpie 6, 21 all told. I'd thought a handful of points enough to contract a bird. It wasn't. My second dove I'd hit clean in the head, dead on the ground, so it only gave points, no contract option. The third I'd put through the wing on purpose, and sure enough, when I picked it up, ding. Captured 1 hen turtle dove, 5 points. Then contracting hen turtle dove requires 20 points. Contract, 20. A dove gives 5 and costs 20 to contract. I grumbled. I'd wanted a first pet to test the system, but at 15 then I couldn't afford even a dove, and carried the live hen with the 2 dead ones. Soon the wounded one bled out and died too. Not far on, a great nest of black twigs crowned a tall tree. A magpie's, only it builds so high and so conspicuous. Where there's a nest there's a magpie, and within minutes one flew in from the hills, big, black and white, long straight tail, near twice a dove's size, and fat. Maichiao is our word. The proper name's magpie, and this a black magpie, bigger, stronger, more bad-tempered and more vengeful. I'd seen and heard, both lives, of magpies going after people. No matter, filling my belly came first. I edged out from the trunk, eyes locked on it, raised the fork, drew, loosed, whoosh, and it dropped as if struck dead, then half fell and beat 1 wing, the other limp, gliding low. I ran to where it landed and found nothing. It got away, then caught a flick of black in the grass, crept up, and it burst out. I lunged and pinned it to my chest. It twisted its neck and bit the hand that held it, hard enough to cry out, but I didn't let go. Fat, heavier than 2 doves. Ding. Captured 1 black and white magpie, 6 points. Current, 21. Contracting requires 30 points. Contract, why is contracting a pet so hard? I carried it too, livelier than the doves, lunging to bite, foiled by a shake of my arm. Only its wing was broken, it wouldn't die soon. 3 doves and the big magpie. Near 4 catties, I judged, enough, I'd head home. And on the way back, luck, a hen pheasant in the grass, head down, hiding instead of flushing at my approach. Is she playing darkest under the lamp on me? At 3 meters, she grew uneasy, trembling small, but still wouldn't fly, strange, and I didn't dare step closer for fear of losing the meat. I drew the slingshot, aimed not at the body but the head. A body shot might not kill her, and if she ran I'd weep, and loosed. Pack, a short squawk, 2 beats of the wings still. I ran and lifted her from the grass nest, and saw why she hadn't flown. Under her were 7 pheasant eggs, 2 just hatching, the chicks down still wet. A sin. Had I known you had young I'd not have shot. Ding. Killed 1 hen pheasant, 10 points. Obtained 1 clutch of pheasant eggs, 7 points. Current, 38. Contract a pet? Magpie, 30. Chick, 10. I chose the magpie without hesitation. No sense contracting the chicks, who knew if they'd live and grown they'd be no use, leaving me 8 points after. Contract the magpie. Ding. Successfully contracted one black and white magpie. 30 points deducted, 8 remain. The instant the voice sounded, I felt a strange tie between us. I could sense roughly its swings of feeling, and it stopped struggling, lay tame in my hand, even glad. If I let go, would it flee? I opened my hand. It stayed, and I could feel its wing hurt easing, the drooping wings slowly folding back. Contracting healed it? Hard to believe, but the wings said so. I tucked it gently into my coat's big pocket. Sit tight. I'll see to your wing at home. It seemed to understand, sat still as a little servant awaiting orders. Recalling the bird's homely local name, I told it, "You're Xiao Xiao from now." It nodded, pleased, "Ga." A rasp so harsh it near knocked me flat. What a god-awful sound. I'd forgotten magpies sound like that, and consoled myself. No man's perfect, no bird's perfect either. I patted the pocket, gathered the 3 doves and the hen pheasant. Then remembered the 5 eggs and 2 wet chicks, hurried back, tucked the chicks into my other coat pocket and the 5 eggs careful into my trouser pocket, and walked home like a duck so as not to crush the eggs. At the village edge, I met Schwanzi. "Hey, shall we out shooting birds?" And a big pheasant. His smirk turned to envy at the pheasant. I didn't mind being seen. Shooting birds is ordinary, and the village has hunters enough who bring back hare and pheasant now and again. "Brother Schwanzi, just off work?" Warmly, which left him gaping. Has the little troublemaker turned over a new leaf? He never used to give a civil word. He couldn't know I wasn't the old Zhao Xiaowu. I went on home, my duck walk drawing notice. "Look how he's walking. Is he egg-bound?" said a woman of 40 without a blush, reddening the young wives nearby, and went straight to the kitchen. My mother was feeding the fire, a small cloth bag of sorghum on the board, just borrowed from the neighbor Zhang Xiofan, her face all worry over how they'd get by. Mid-worry, she caught me out of the corner of her eye and, not looking close, scolded. "You little wretch, where have you been?" "Gone the moment your sister and I got off work. A grown lad and never down in the fields for a work point. The rice is out. How are we to live?" Then she stopped, eyes fixed on the big pheasant in my hand. I didn't mind the rough words. I lifted the pheasant and doves and gave them a shake. "Here, look what this is." Her head bobbed with my hand, and before I could preen, she was up and across in 2 strides, snatching the pheasant and 3 doves from me quick as lightning, gripping the pheasant's neck, disbelieving. "You shot these?" I knew the original had been a wretch who'd never done a thing for this house, but I was here now, and this house would do better. I nodded, smug, and produced the slingshot. She understood at once, and her face turned like a page. Son? Tired? You've worked hard. Sit. Sit. Let ma see where you're hurt." Pressing me onto the stool, rough hands patting me over, easing when she found nothing. Then she ran the birds to the yard, calling, "Towsy, Towsy, come out." Zhao Tao came out dusty and unwilling. "Ma, what now?" "I just got back. I'm tired." And stopped dead, eyes on the pheasant just like the mother's. Where'd a pheasant come from?" Asking, but the hunger in her eyes hid nothing. The mother could have said stolen, and she'd have eaten it first and asked after. "Your brother shot it on the mountain," the mother said, proud, tipping her head toward me like an introduction. Zhao Tao couldn't believe it. The troublemaker's changed? He wouldn't even go to the fields. But if Ma said so, and she took the birds and went to pluck, the mother chasing after. "You dead girl. Boil water first, scald the feathers." I know. Watching them, my chest ached. What has this house come to? How long since they ate meat? But with the system just woken, I had hope. Then I remembered, and dug through my mother's room for a small, lidless wooden box, a 20-centimeter thing she kept needles and thread in, and dumped the contents onto the Kong without a thought for stray needles. "What's that for, Xiaowu?" she asked, puzzled, just as she spotted her wretch of a son fishing out her odds box. "Ma, look at these." I drew the 2 chicks from my pocket. Gigi, Ja, the moment the dark let go of them. "Ah, pheasant chicks, just hatched. Where'd you get them?" I only grinned, and went to set them in the box. She stopped me, "They'll foul it," and rummaged up a broken bottomless back basket. Ours are wider-mouthed and lower than the southern kind, a foot or so high. Set it down, and put the chicks in. Too small to jump yet. Give them a few days, and this won't hold them, she said, to herself or me. Then she turned and found me holding out both hands. 5 pheasant eggs. You found a pheasant's nest. I nodded. And these should hatch soon. She was overjoyed. Fowl are good things this year, and few keep them when men can barely eat. But pheasants are hardier than barnyard hens. Eat anything, a fistful of grass even. And she took the 5 eggs careful into the wooden box, bedding them in soft wheat straw. Ma, let's have the pheasant stewed tonight then. I was starving. The original's body is thin and gives out fast. Sun Yuechin lit up at the words. Good, good. Stewed pheasant tonight. I'll dig up some potatoes. Pheasant stewed with potatoes and steamed sorghum rice. Truly, Ma. Zhao Tao couldn't help asking. Sorghum rice isn't good. I'd never had it last life, and this was my first. The hard husk has to be ground off on a stone roller to leave the white round grains, and steamed it doesn't go sticky like later life white rice. It's loose, faintly bitter, and grits on the teeth, and I could tell without being told it was old grain. But the mother, the sister, and even Zhao Dezhu ate it gladly. It had been long since they'd had solid food instead of broth or wild greens paste. Not that every family that year was as bad off as ours. Ours just never had enough grain. The father handing his work points to the grandparents. The family living on what the 2 women earned and traded for, which was little. A whole enamel basin of pheasant and potato, the meat a touch scorched. Not the mother's fault, but the lack of oil. She'd rendered what fat the pheasant gave to make the dish at all. Tasty enough, and I ate plenty. The trip's pheasant was near gone, only scraps and potato left, and that only because the mother held them all back, or there'd have been nothing saved. The 3 doves Zhao Tao had already cleaned, gutted, plucked, and hung over the stove, the cooking smoke keeping them a few days. Little meat on them once dressed, but a fly's leg is still meat, and stir-fried with wild greens they'd smell good again. I got up and left without offering to help with the dishes. The mother and sister are used to the old Zhao Xiaowu's ways, and they were happy today anyhow. Back in my room, flat on the bed, I turned over how to make money. The house lives meal to meal. I'd seen the kitchen. Today's meal took half the last of the sorghum, the rest good for maybe 2 more pots of gruel. I racked my brain. Then the contracted magpie, Xiao Qiao, I'd settled in the room, cried out, Ga, loud enough to cut my thread. What is it? Its eyes were fixed on the wall, lunging as if to charge, a bee crawling there. I thought it was something. Hungry, want the bug. Spring, bees are nothing strange. Then I froze. Bees. I could find a hive, get honey. Honey's a high-grade thing in any age. I caught Xiao Qiao up and kissed it hard. You're my lucky star. It shook its head, seeming to mind the spit, and beat a wing, near-healed. But I don't know much about finding wild bees. Then I remembered a trick from a short video last life. Find a hornet or paper wasp first. Paper wasp nests sell as a medicinal, and the hornet itself is one, as I recalled it. The paper wasp nest, neutral in nature, bitter-salty and faintly sweet, prized for antibacterial, blood-staunching, heart-strengthening uses. The hornet warm in nature, sweet, tied to the liver and kidney channels, dispelling wind and damp, freeing the sinews, moving blood, reducing swelling and pain, and so on, used clinically for rheumatism, rheumatoid arthritis, cervical trouble. Pleased to have a way in, I patted Xiao Qiao's head. Rest up. Tomorrow you do me a big favor. Ga. It answered, and I dug at my ear, rueful at the racket, and slept. I've slept a lot these 2 days. The body strengthening, or the original's habit of late nights, I can't say. Next morning I was up early, and Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yuechin stared. If I could hear the father's thoughts, the little wretch, up at this hour, he never rose before the sun was high. Zhao Tao came out dressed, startled too, and pressed the back of her hand to my forehead. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Are you sick? I knocked her arm off, irritated. Nothing, sis. Then why up so early? You used to sleep till noon. A galling thing to hear, but the original's fault, not mine. With my parents watching, I laughed it off. Nothing on today. I'll go up the hills, see what I can take. The mother worried. Deep in there's too much wild game. Too dangerous. Don't go deep, just the foot of the hills. Touched, I promised. I'll only circle the wood's edge. Ma, won't go in. Reassured, she went off with Zhao Tao, And once all three had gone, I gathered my tools and left: slingshot, net bag, knife, fine thread, and a few of yesterday's dove feathers. Xiao Xiao rode my shoulder, tail swinging, head turning, and I soothed it along. The 70s wild country is something. At the foot of the hills, birds everywhere. I dropped a sparrow offhand. The moment it fell, Xiao Xiao flew to it and stood by, cawing as if pointing it out for me. I walked over unhurried, gave it a few sorghum grains from my pocket. It took one, ate, made a faintly disdainful face, and ate on. Then I picked the sparrow up. Ding! Killed one sparrow, 2 points. Points. 10. I'd not shot it to eat. Today I was after hornets and paper wasps. I gripped the dead sparrow by the feathers and tore. The skin peeled off, red flesh bared. Little meat on a skinned sparrow, not a mouthful. It'll do. Xiao Xiao cocked its head, watching, cawing now and then. I cut off the 2 legs and a meaty piece, minced the rest, and tossed it to Xiao Xiao, who pinned it with a claw and tore strips and gulped them. I'd known magpies eat meat. Proved now. I found a bit of high ground, broke off a half-meter branch, whittled one end, spitted a piece of sparrow on it, and planted it upright, the meat pointing skyward. I sat on a stone and waited, bored. Soon insects came as if to the smell. Ants first, up the stick to the top, picking at the mince. I let them be. A while later, a hum at my ear. I looked, careful. A great hornet, several times the size of a paper wasp, fierce-looking, plainly not to be trifled with. I went still, daren't make a sound, and pinched Xiao Xiao's beak shut so it wouldn't either. It bridled, trying to twist free of my demon claw. The hornet circled, judged it safe, and settled lazily on the meat, its mouthparts working, cutting and swallowing piece by piece. Now, I rose slow, took out the fine thread and a feather. It flew up. Loath to leave the meat, it dropped back to feed. I waited each time it lifted, then, while it ate, tied one end of the thread to the feather and made a running loop in the other, one that would cinch tight at a pull. Then I crept up and slipped the loop over its waist, drawing it in by degrees. It flew once, uneasy, settled again, and I had it noosed, and stepped back, breathing out. Done. I sat to let it eat its fill. At last it lifted, sated, and droned off toward the distant hills, trailing the thread and the feather. A gray dove feather I'd picked on purpose, dark and easy to see. I pocketed the sparrow meat and followed a stretch. Then, losing it, flung Xiao Xiao up. Go, follow it. Xiao Xiao took the feather's lead cleverly, me running behind, till I lost them both. But I could feel my tie to Xiao Xiao unbroken. I walked on the way they'd gone, and when I was at a loss, a GAGA came from ahead. I ran to it, Xiao Xiao on a tree fork 60 or 70 meters on. I beckoned. It lit on my hand. Where'd the hornet go? It hopped down and bounded to a stone, and under it, in the earth, was a thumb-thick hole. Here, then. I drew the net bag, opened it, and clapped the mouth over the hole, and at once a humming rose, and 3 big hornets flew out. Guards at the door. I counted myself lucky. Had they spotted me on arrival, I'd have been stung. The mountain folk call these killer hornets, and one sting can drop a man. But I had the bag over the hole now. Wary of strays escaping elsewhere, I gathered dry sticks, lit a small fire by the hole, then heaped green leaves on and capped it with a little earth. The flame died to thick smoke, and I fanned the smoke into the hole with a broad leaf, standing downwind myself to catch any that broke free, coughing for it, but stopping their escape. After 10 odd minutes, few were still flying out, and the bag held 200 or 300, butting the mesh hard. I cinched it shut. I didn't dig out the nest. The comb's a medicinal too, but it carries toxicity, no safe thing to mishandle, and survivors would be inside. I'd not wipe them out, leaving some to harvest later. Gathering up, I spotted my marked feather on the ground, and on its thread, still, the noosed hornet, now half dead, smoked senseless. Why it hadn't gone into the hole, I didn't know. I pinched its wing to look closer, and ding. Captured 1 nest of hornets, 10 points. Points, 20. Contracting 1 hornet requires 5 points. Contract. Insects 2? 4 5 points, I said freely. Contract. Successfully contracted. 15 points remained. The panel read Beast 1. Magpie, Xiao Xiao. Beast 2. Hornet, unnamed. System. Call the Hornet Hufoam. The name changed on the panel. I wrapped the hornet in a thick leaf and carried it, and took 5 more doves on the way home, walking in near midday. Zhao Tao was lighting the cook fire and lit up at the doves in the bag. Xiaowu, more birds. She reached for it all. I gave her the doves but kept the bag back. Not this. Hornets, you'll get stung. She flinched. Every country's soul knows hornets, but cheered at the dove's weight and ran off to dress them. In my room, I opened the leaf. The hornet had come round, sitting tame, and through the bond one could set it doing things, front and back, left and right, well satisfied. Idle. I looked at the panel. Beside the hornet's icon, a vision button had appeared. I tapped it, the panel vanished, and I was seeing through other eyes. Not wholly other, still this room. I can see myself. There I stood, looking about, and below me green leaf. The hornet's view. So this is a perfect spy. Delighted, I withdrew, and Zhao Tao called dinner. Out in the yard, 2 dishes, pickled knots, and wild greens stir-fried with dove, dry, all lean, little oil, but the sister was happy, calling the parents. Sun Yueqin came first, Zhao Dezhu after, the 2 not speaking, still at odds. I'd no patience for him, an unfit father. But I ached for the mother. I sat her down, handed her bowl and chopsticks. Sorghum gruel again, the father's and my bowls with grains, the mother's and sister's near all broth. This won't do. They work the fields, they can't hold up on broth. I'd go out again that afternoon and bring back more. I ate fast. The 3 went to work. I checked the bag. Hornets lively. Found a few more small net bags about the house. Took Xiao Qiao and Hu Feng and left. Clear of the village, I ordered Hu Feng to find other hives. It flew off toward the woods at the hill's foot. I followed at a walk, had it slow when I lagged, and soon it stopped on a trunk. On a trunk? I looked up, a paper wasp nest near 30 centimeters across. I told you hornets. Then I caught it. The hornet's wood is low. It can't tell hornet from paper wasp. But a paper wasp nest sells as medicine, so I let the grumble go. Best against paper wasps is fire and smoke, but I wanted the nest whole. It's the nest that sells, so I'd only smoke them off. 3+ meters up, under 4, I heaped dry wood beneath, readied leaves and earth to smother it. A mountain fire's no joke. I prepared well, and lit it. The flame grew. The wasps panicked, some diving at me, but driven down by the heat wave, frail against such a fire, dropping like rain off the comb. Fearing the heat would catch the nest, I capped the fire with earth and leaves. Thick smoke billowed up, and the wasps that meant to reach me reeled and fell. Stinging hurts, but for money the risk is worth it. Soon few were left. I shinned up the tree. I've climbed both lives, nimble enough, checked for stragglers, and took the wash basin-sized nest down clean. On the ground I found Hu Feng had been guarding me. It had 2 paper wasps engaged, holding its own 2 to 1. Wasps that came to punish the nest thief lost their lives to it. So I worked the wood's edge a whole afternoon, taking 4 more hornet nests and 8 big paper wasp nests. The 4 hornet nests, each bigger than my first, near 3,000 hornets together, one giant nest alone yielding over 1,500. Home. I borrowed a small scale next door and weighed the hornet bags, about 7 caddies. So many. Only the contracted hornet made it possible. The 9 paper wasp nests I bound and weighed. Near 10 caddies. Though the weight was off, the nest still full of pupae. Even in the short walk home, new wasps had been hatching out across the combs, some still wet, shaking out their wings in the sun. Good stuff. I fetched an enamel basin and my mother's awl, sat in the yard, and began picking pupae, the basin slowly filling, near done by the time the others came home. Where'd you get all these paper wasp nests? Zhao Tao gaped. The woods, where else? I said, finding it a foolish question. Sun Yueqin was glad of the basin of pupae, nutritious, tasty, and I said, teasing, make me some tonight, Ma. She turned awkward. Pupae are good fried, Xiaowu, but we're out of oil. Later, when I can. Pained, wanting to, and unable. I knew the house, likely no dinner even, and let it go. I gave the pupae to the sister and dragged the hornet bags inside. The family saw the seething mesh and near went witless. 1 or 2 such hornets in the fields, and they'd give them a wide berth. Here, a teeming bagful. My God, Xiaowu. Throw them out. Throw them out. If they get loose, we're all dead. A day's hard work, and you'd have me toss it. They're of use, ma. Leave it. I'll keep them shut in, don't worry. And I took them to my room. Then, thinking on her fear and a little afraid myself, I brought in a big iron drum, set the bags in it, and lit it. Going for the wasp nests, I found Zhao Tao about to carry 2 of them off to throw away. Sis, where are you going with those? To toss them? What use are they here? I ran and snatched them back. These are of use. Don't throw my things out, you spendthrift. She doubted her ears, the loafer brother calling her a spendthrift. I stowed all the nests in my room and turned my mind to tomorrow. I'd go ask young Botsy, who buys wild goods, the price of nests and hornets. Young Botsy's from the next village, short, a brutish face with a clear scar across it, hence the name Poxcar Yang. The nickname's so settled no one recalls his real name. Where he lives I didn't fret. A mouth's not only for eating, I can ask. Next morning, up early, the parents and sister only briefly surprised now. And once they'd gone to work, I walked to the next village. Taizi, 3 hamlets joined, bigger than ours. At the roadside, an old man grazed an ox. Brigade property, no doubt. Big livestock is collective, fed by an experienced old hand. Uncle grazing the ox? A question, ask away, lad. Hale, full-voiced under his straw hat. Where's young Botsy's place? Poxcar? My nephew. Come, I'll take you. Leaving the ox to do it. Your ox. It knows the road, won't stray. And true, who dare steal an ox these days? You'd likely be shot for it. He led me in, and in an alley hailed a middle-aged man. Poxcar, this lad's looking for you. Young Botsy turned, saw me, and laughed. Isn't this Zhao Xiaowu? What brings you? The old man, hearing his nephew knew me, headed off. I bowed my thanks, and he waved it away and went, humming opera, hands behind his back. From the original's memory, I placed young Botsy, a loafer in his youth, gone straight with age. Knowing the county town crowd from his loafing days, he'd taken up buying wild goods, said to know cadres and state restaurant chefs there who'd take what he collected, a kind of unofficial, self-appointed purchaser, his purchasing anything but steady. He knew me because the original often came to run with this village's loafers, and young Botsy had seen Zhao Xiaowu idling plenty. Clear on that. I stepped up. Brother Botsy, I caught a nest of hornets. You buying? Interested at once, he pulled me into the yard. Come, talk inside. And I understood. In this year, such dealing could be called speculation, though it's common enough in the villages and everyone knows it. No trouble unless someone informs. Inside, how many hornets, Brother Xiaowu, rubbing his hands, grinning. I'm not the old useless Zhao Xiaowu. That look told me hornets are worth money. Just stumbled on a nest. Hard to catch, easy to get stung. You know how fierce they are, a bad sting can kill. He thought higher of me at that. Not so dim as the talk says. Knows to drive the price up, but recalling someone in the county had just asked him for these, he eased, sure of a buyer. I'll not lie to you, Brother Xiaowu. Hornets are good, but they vary by kind. Yellow-waisted, yellow-legged, black-bellied. Those 3, a foot each at most. Native big hornets and black-tailed hornets, a foot 5 each. I didn't know what 76 money was worth against later times. I knew a strong laborer earns 10 work points a day and 10 work points at years and might not trade for a mao only in a good year. So 10 hornets equal a day of my father's back-breaking labor? What was there to refuse? Done, Brother Botsy. I'll bring them. He hadn't expected so quick a yes. I'll wait for you. Out of his alley I kept calm, then near leapt. Money now. My near 3,000 hornets would fetch close to 30 yuan. That alone like 2 months plus of a town worker's wage, and like a year's income for our house. My father earns 10 work points a day, 10 points a mao. A full year on rest, 36 yuan. My mother 7 points a day, my sister 5. And their points all go to grain, or we'd be, as we are now, unfed. The thought angered me. The old wretch Zhao Dezhu, abandoning his own wife and children. What spell the grandparents put on him to make him so blindly filial I'd yet to see firsthand, so I held it lightly for now. Home. I opened the drum. The hornets fine, none escaped, and lifted out the smallest bag, my first nest, 285, by my count. 2 yuan 85. I'd not bring all the hornets at once. Only a fool would. They're dear because they're dangerous and few, and because folk now are too plain-minded to think such things sell. I found an old sack, put in 2 big paper wasp nests and the hornet bag, and walked to Yangbatzi's. Villagers I passed kept their distance, none greeting me, which suited me. Making money quietly is my way. At his gate he was waiting, all eagerness. "You're here, brother Xiaowu. Let me see the hornets," and reached straight for the goods. I wasn't worried. Back home I'd looked the hornets over, and by Yangbatzi's reckoning mine were the dearest kind, native big hornets. Sure enough, seeing the bag, he was delighted. Top-grade goods. Hornets are hard to come by, few dare touch them, so the buy price stays high, and townsfolk love them. Hornet-steeped liquor being prized as a kidney and vigor tonic. Men all want that, and lately some factory head's son had been pressing Yangbatzi to find him some. He pulled me into the inner room. "You've done your brother a big favor, Xiaowu. All prime big hornets, a fun 5 each, as we said." Satisfied, I played it gracious. "Whatever you say, brother Yang. Don't I trust you?" That pleased him, and he counted through the bag by feel. 285. A fun 5 each. That's 427.5. Call it 430. The extra buys your net bag. I begrudged the bag a little, but a first deal's no time to look stingy. "It's yours." He counted out the cash, then eyed the sack. "Those big paper wasp nests for sale too?" "Of course. Name a price, and if it's fair, they're yours." Loafer though he'd been young, he's honest enough buying wild goods now. He drew the 2 big nests out and praised them freely. "Not flattering you. These are fine, big and whole. Where'd the pupae go, though?" I'd half thought the pupae were medicine too. "Picked them out to improve our meals." "Why? Are they medicinal?" "No, just good eating. Glad you know their food." I found myself reappraising the man. The old wretch had changed. "Name a price, brother Yang." "Ordinary broken nests, 2 mao a caddy. Big, fine ones like yours, a yuan a caddy." He shaved me a little there. Fine big nests fetched a yuan too then, but he meant to make his cut, and my hornet batch was small, thin profit for him. A yuan a caddy pleased me well enough. "Weigh them." 2 big nests, 2 caddies even. He showed me the mark on the scale, paid out 2 yuan, and said, "You've come on lately, Xiaowu." Made a man's month of wages in one go. 6 yuan 3 in hand. The first money I'd held since waking in this world. Before, the original hadn't a fun, nor likely his parents. I decided to keep the 2 yuan from the nests as my own pocket money and give the mother the 430. No help for it. The house was out of grain, and this had to buy some or we'd all go hungry. My parents and sister together earn maybe 2 mao a day in points. I was bringing back 4 plus. Back in Lanhua go near midday, starving. I searched the kitchen and found not a grain, so I went next door to buy some. "Auntie Shofen home?" A woman answered and came out. Her face soured at the sight of the neighbor Zhao Xiaowu, but she forced a smile. "Xiaowu, what brings you?" "Auntie, my mother borrowed a little sorghum the other day. I've come to pay it back." She relaxed at once. What pay? We're all neighbors, everyone has hard times." Her hand already out. I didn't believe a word of the courtesy and asked the price. "Just give 2 mao. It was about 2 caddies." Not knowing prices, I counted out 2 1 mao notes, and she took them gladly. "Out of grain again. Come to Annie. I've rice, millet, corn flour, white flour too. Only, don't tell anyone," secretively. That was just what I'd waited for. "Your corn flour and white flour. How do they sell?" "I've no grain coupons." Listen to the child. "Neighbors, would I ask you for coupons?" Then, in the same breath, "The price'll just be a touch higher than with coupons." I'd taken her measure by now, but too hungry to haggle. "How much, auntie?" "Flour outside runs about a mao 7 a caddy, but no coupons. Call it 2 mao 5. Rice is a mao 4 outside, 2 mao for you. I've millet, unhulled. The grain's 9 fin outside, a mao 5 for you. Corn flour the same as the millet." I bought 2 caddies each. Rice, millet, flour, corn flour. She brightened at the order, recalling the cash I'd flashed, and bagged it up. From the original's memory, I knew her husband's the production team head. He'd surely raked plenty home over the years. She brought out 4 cloth bags. "Use these, return them when you're done." Home, my parents and sister were washing up in the yard, and Zhao Tao called, "Xiaowu, where have you been? We've sweet potato for lunch. Big Uncle gave us a few caddies today." Big Uncle gave us sweet potato. I didn't know whether to be touched or galled. From the memory, his family does all right. If he truly meant to help, he could have given grain, not sweet potato. Though I was grateful, knowing my aunt's a miser, and these few caddies were likely smuggled past her. As for third uncle, the thought alone angered me. The grandparents dote on him outrageously, scraping things from the elder two sons' households to prop up the thirds. Big uncle's wife is shrewd and fierce and dares quarrel with the old woman, so they don't push that house too far. But my father, Zhao Daiju, is the very ceiling of blind filial piety. Every month points to the two old ones, who then slip it to third uncles, and now the family's last grain besides, never minding whether his own wife and children live or die. The thought heated me again, until Zhao Tao cut in. Xiaowu, is that grain in your hands? I lifted the bags to her. Bought it. Go cook. I'm starving. Sun Yueqin, watching her son, couldn't believe so much grain and snatched the bags, crouching to check. Rice, millet, flour, and corn grits. Then her face went white and she rose to twist my ear. The body's reflex dodged before I'd even decided to. That she'd dare made her angrier. She grabbed the broom stub from the corner and came after me. Ma, hear me out. Don't. I really didn't. But once she caught me, there was no escape. 2 hard swats on the backside. Where'd the money come from? Did you steal it? I pulled the cash from my pocket. The flour had cost 2 mao 5 a caddy, 2 caddies 5 mao. Rice 2 mao a caddy, for mao. Millet a mao 5, 3 mao. Corn flour a mao 5, 3 mao. A yuan 5 all told, 280 left. When I held out the 280, the yard went silent. The mother and sister together earned 12 points a day, a mao 2 in cash. 280 was 24 days of the two of them bent in the fields. She recovered fast, snatched it into her own pocket, and held me. Tell me properly, where's the money from? The father and Zhao Tao crowded round to hear. Cornered, I gave them the hornet catching, and Zhao Tao gaped. Hornets sell for that? We always ran from the things, but they're hard to find. How'd you catch so many? The question on every face. A lure trick from a short video last life. As if I'd tell you. And with a system and a contracted hornet, I can find as many as I like. Aloud, vaguely. Luck, I saved a hornet days ago and kept it secret, tamed it. It leads me to the nests. They half believed it. So I called the contracted hornet out, opened my door, called Hu Feng, and it flew down to my shoulder. The 3 were stunned. The father, a lifetime farmer, had never heard of a tamed hornet. The mother believed now, licked her finger and thumb, and counted the 280 over and over, giggling. Zhao Tao crouched at the bags. Where'd you buy grain? You've no coupons, how? The grown-up's head snapped round. Buying grain needs coupons too. I said I'd bought it at Annie Zhang's next door, and the mother eased, muttering low. Xiufin's husband's the team head. No wonder they've grain. Whether envy or scorn, I couldn't tell. Before I could answer, the mother pressed on. How much did the grain cost? I told her, and she flared. That conscienceless woman. I helped her family no end these years, and she overcharges you. The father, fearing the neighbor would hear, hushed her. Quiet. We've no coupons. It's normal they charge more. She didn't so much as look at him, but stopped, and the two carried the grain to the kitchen. Zhao Tao, head full of hornet money, didn't want the fields, hot, hard, and paying nothing, and meant to ask sometime if she could come catch hornets with me. Seeing no part left for me, I drifted back to my room. Door shut, I checked the drum. The hornets looked wilted, hungry, so I'd feed them, but Zhao Tao had smoked all my birds, so I took the slingshot out for 2 more, to mince for them. On the way I worried. Keeping them all in net bags wasn't tenable, they'd die. I asked the contracted hornet, can you make your kind obey me? It circled me, then tumbled up and down as if fighting something. I caught its meaning. You mean fight them, when the queen's place? It bobbed yes. I looked it over. Queens are all female. Are you male or female? It didn't answer, only flew on ahead. I'd learn later it was female. I dropped 2 sparrows easily, skinned and shredded them at home, and tucked the meat into the bags. Soon Zhao Tao called dinner. On the table, flat cakes, but not like any I'd seen. A basin-wide cake, all yellowish, only the rim a ring of white. The usual pickled knots, a plate of wild greens fried with bird meat, scorched, no oil, and steamed sweet potatoes, big uncles, no doubt. I broke off a corner. Corn flour, the white rim white flour. I didn't know it then. A common Jibei way, white flour being scarce. Farmers mix corn and sweet potato flour for the cake and wrap a white flour edge, since corn flour's too loose to cake on its own. Not good, but having any was good enough. I had a corner and a sweet potato. This is good, sweet, while the three ate happily. Pure solid grain, after all. After dinner, I went back to my room and found the trouble. The door opened on a humming black cloud. The whole hornet swarm loose. I near fled, then saw they'd all gathered, not scattering, and at the swarm's center 2 hornets fought, one mine. Seeing the swarm meant no harm, I mastered my fear and watched. The contracted hornet battling fiercely, tumbling, grappling, biting, till it beat the rival queen down. On the floor, 3 corpses already, for with this one, 4 dead queens. It wobbled to my shoulder, wing torn. I ached at it, and, forgetting the roomful of hornets, fed it bird meat, which it gulped, famished. I wanted it to rest, but the swarm, will they obey you? Send them back to the drum till I find them a new home this afternoon. It waved its antennae, understood, flew a circle through the swarm, and led them all back into the drum, packed tight. I capped it. How it had pried off the thin board to free them in the first place, I couldn't fathom, until I saw the magpie Xiao Qiao skulking in a corner with a guilty look. The little troublemaker. No telling how the 2 of them schemed it. After a good nap, near 3, I went up the hill behind the house. We're built at the foot, the slope at our back, and found, 3 minutes up, a small hand-dug cave, about 1.5 meters high, 2+ deep, once used for storing potatoes, long empty now. It sat right behind our house, with a clear view down to it. Here, the swarm goes here. Safer up the hill, in case I lost control and they hurt someone. I hauled the drum up, set it in the cave, eased the lid off. The contracted hornet flew out first, and the rest waited on its command rather than boiling out, which settled me. I had it set them to building, and went home. The swarm, over 2,500 of them, a huge colony, poured out and set to work. Walking back, I reckoned, minus the 285 sold, about 2,500 left, sold off, maybe 37, 38 yuan. Have to keep earning. Hornets are a long game. Only young Botsy buys, and bringing too many at once would crash the price, slow and steady. Mid-thought, a rustle in the roadside grass. I stopped, peered, a fat wild hare. No proper tool on me, only the slingshot. Can a slingshot even take a hare? And if it hits, will it hold? I'd have to trust my aim and arm. As I drew, the hare sensed danger and bolted. I tracked it, pulled hard, loosed. The stone caught it square in the body. My aim's good, to hit a running hare at all, but it didn't even pause, gone in a streak. Damn it, I near threw the slingshot. A hare that fat would have fed us 2 meals, all meat. That's when I saw it. A slingshot's fine for birds, useless for game. Stung by the escape, I got home and tore through boxes, dug out wood and tools, then didn't know where to start. Rough out a bow shape first, I muttered. Yes, I decided to make a bow. But a bow isn't simple, least of all from any old wood hacked it blind. 2 hours of sawing and whittling produced a thing bow-shaped. I tied on hemp cord, drew it, stiff to pull, then went up to cut sticks for arrows. When my parents and sister came back to the littered yard, I was admiring my work, and Zhao Tao burst out laughing. What is that? So ugly. Is that a bow? It looks like a cotton fluffer's bow. The parents lost it too, the mother sparing me no face. If that thing kills even a bird, I lose. Stung, I said nothing, took the bow to the wall, and drew with full confidence. The arrow flew a dozen meters and dropped. They howled. I was crushed. I made a decent springy bamboo bow as a child last life, sticks for arrows flying far. Why's this wooden one worse? I didn't know a good bow can take years to make. The mother, wiping tears, offered, Don't wear yourself out. A bow's not made in a day. Go to Wenxiu's. Her father, old Zhang, was a village hunter. He's got a good bow you could borrow. At Wenxiu's, I shook my head, frightened. I dreaded her father and brother learning what the original had done to her. They'd kill me. Yet it had been 2 days, and no one from the Zhang house had come. Did Wenxiu not tell them? The original's body feared Wenxiu's brother, Zhang Daguang. big and burly and strong, who'd thrashed the boy plenty over the years for bothering when Xiao. The body shivers at the name still. But it's the original shiver, not mine. I'm not afraid of Zhang Daguang. I just have no face to meet the girl. Back in my room, lying down, Zhao Tao knocked and came in, furtive, shutting the door. Sis, what is it? I want to talk something over. Bashful. Out with it. I'll help if I can. She fidgeted. I don't want to go earn points in the fields this afternoon. Could I go catch hornets with you? Watching me, hopeful, dreading a no. The fields are so hard. I laughed. Of course you can. Only, will Zeech. Pa scold you for skipping work. Near let Zhao Dezhu slip. Her face fell, then firmed. I don't care about him. This whole house runs on Ma's points and mine. And he'd dare scold me? His points all go to those two old things, and our grain with them, leaving us hungry. What right has he? She flushed, then steadied. Now you can earn money. Real money. And I want to earn it too, not eat the bitterness of farming. No reason to refuse. All right, sis. Tomorrow morning we'll find nests together. She near danced. Next morning, the father shouldered his hoe and, seeing Zhao Tao still in the yard, set it down. Old 4. What's this? Get your tools. Come to the fields. Brave the night before, she faltered now, still afraid of him. I don't want to go to the fields today. I want to catch hornets with Xiaowu. Before she finished, he was roaring. You don't want to work? You dead girl, itching for a hiding. Think your wings are hard. She flushed but didn't cry. She stared him down and forced out, word by word. By what? Right. Angrier, he advanced. By what right? By my being your father, by your being a girl. Even I couldn't stand it. Useless as a father, and now playing the son-over-daughter card. As his hand came up at her stubborn face, I caught his wrist. He didn't shout at me, only shook to free himself. Out of the way. This isn't yours. Don't make me hit you too. Now I was truly angry, gripping hard. By what right do you hit my sister? All these years this house has run on Ma's keeping. Your points all go to those two old things, and we don't even ask you for grain money. Be grateful. It was harsh, and it felt good. Stunned mute, he raised his other hand to strike me. You're not my father. Only the originals. Lift a hand to me, and I hit back. I'm the village's little troublemaker anyway. But the blow didn't fall. Sun Yuaqin had appeared, planting herself between her children and him, eyes locked on him. Hit me. Then, beat me to death. I've had enough of you these years. She caught her breath and cried. I want a divorce. It struck him dumb. He daren't move, daren't believe it. She turned her children and led them inside, and didn't go to work either. She'd slaved for points only to trade them for grain to feed the children. Now the son had turned good and even given her money. By his prices, she'd quietly figured the hornets at 37, 38 yuan, a match for a year of the father's points, and resolved to leave the father to himself and only mind her children. The father watched their backs go in, sighed at last, shouldered the hoe, and left. Villagers on the way asked why he went alone, wife and girl, and he laughed it off, awkward, off color, resting a day. I'm going to ask the team head for leave, and didn't linger. Bridge. Indoors, Zhao Tao, who'd held back her tears in the yard, broke down in the mother's arms. Ma, why am I a girl? Over and over, all grief. The mother's eyes reddened. She patted her back hoarsely. A girl's fine. Chairman Mao says women hold up half the sky. Boy or girl, your ma's treasure. It ached in me too. Son over daughter runs deep in this age's countryside, and our house being out of favor with the grandparents owes much to the mother bearing 4 daughters. From the memory, I knew the grandmother named all 5 children, each name a curse on the daughters. Eldest Zhao Gai, changed the next to a boy. Second still a girl, named Zhao Jia, cut off the run of girls. Third another girl, named Zhao Duo, dodged the curse. Fourth another, named Tao, flee it. And at last the 5th, a boy, named Zhao Zong, hide away the treasure. The grandparents were pleased at first, until the boy proved a holy terror, and the other sons had boys of their own, and so this house too fell from favor. That wretched old woman, I cursed inwardly. Zhao Tao stopped crying and looked up. Ma, I don't want the fields, little pay, hard work. I want to find hornets with Xiaowu. The mother voiced her fear. A girl going after hornets is too dangerous. You know how fierce they are. But Zhao Tao was set. I'll be careful, Ma. Too dangerous and I'll stop. And I'll watch Xiaowu. Keep him safe too. At that the mother gave way. Brightening, Zhao Tao turned to me. Let's go, Xiaowu. I nodded and flashed the mother a look. I'll look after her. Then took the gear from my room. Knife, net bags, matches, slingshot, and xiao xiao. The magpie had been drowsy these 2 days. I couldn't say why, but it had grown, the biggest I'd ever seen. I took 2 big sacks too. What are the sacks for? To catch hornets in. Zhao Tao puzzled. You'll see. Outside the gate, I crooked finger and thumb and whistled sharp. She didn't understand. What's that for? Calling my hornet. I said smug. Pure show. The contracted hornet needs no whistle. The whistle just hides that I can call it silently in my mind. Phone came, and the 2 of us, with bird and hornet, headed for the hills. At the foot, I gave the order. Find a nest. No feather this time. Xiao Xiao would track. The hornet flew into the woods. We chased a stretch, then loosed Xiao Xiao after it, and followed the magpie's shadow. Clever. Once it had the hornet's position, Xiao Xiao flew back to guide us, easy and unhurried, to the nest the hornet had found, and I stopped dead. These are wild honeybees. I'd heard of wild bees in the hills, but never found them. Zhao Tao stared, wondering, at the nest under a cluster of big rocks, 3 or 4 meters up. What a big nest, she breathed low. Wild bee combs are unlike hornet or paper wasp nests, a round or irregular plate, and under the teeming bees we could both see the golden honey. Honey, she whispered, not daring to speak up for all the bees. I nodded along, mouth watering, pure, wild, natural honey, dear in the world I came from. Honey sells high. My eyes lit. Another way to make money. Zhao Tao, daunted by the swarm. Xiaowu, how do we get the honey down? My first thought at her question was smoke, but the money plan I'd just hit on needed these wild bees alive, and I was caught 2 ways. I wanted the honey, and I didn't want to harm the swarm. I decided to come back later, find and contract the queen, and get the honey that way. To Zhao Tao, I only said, these wild bees are tricky. Mark the spot. We'll come back prepared. She agreed gladly. The swarm was so thick, she daren't touch it anyway. Then, led by the hornet, we found a few more hornet nests and big paper wasp nests, me showing my sister first how I took them. Though I still thought hornets and wasps too dangerous, and the wild honey the better prize. A morning's work, for hornet nests and 6 big wasp nests. About 1,500 hornets. Not all native big hornets this time. Some 500 were yellow-legged hornets, smaller than the big kind, but bigger than paper wasps. By my reckoning, 1,000 big hornets at a fun 5 would fetch 15 yuan, 500 yellow-legged at a fun, 5 yuan, 20 yuan in hornets alone. The 6 big wasp nests, by hand, 7 or 8 caddies. Less, once the pupae came out. At a yuan a caddy, at least 6 yuan. 26 yuan for one morning. When I said it, Zhao Tao was floored, a year's field points, in a morning, and I only carried the tools. All her fear of the hornets and wasps drained off. Her head was full of nothing but more nests, more money. More money. Home for lunch, the mother fretting we were late. Though by the sun it was only past 11. She'd worried herself sick, her girl up the mountain after hornets. A good meal today. Rice gruel, corn and white flour cakes, wild greens fried with dove, and a dish of fried pupae, and oil sheen in the greens. We've got oil, Zhao Tao burst out, and the mother shot her a look. Xiaowu earned money, so we've oil. Must the whole street know? Zhao Tao, sitting, couldn't help asking, Ma, we're not waiting for Pa? The mother's face shut. Eat when I say. We 3 fell on it like a wind through leaves. With oil, the food was good. I'd no thought of waiting for Zhao Deju either. He doesn't mind whether his own children go hungry. Why would we mind him? Zhao Tao leaned back, patting her belly. Stuffed? I'm stuffed. And the mother, done denying herself now, asked how many hornets we'd taken. Zhao Tao made a guessing game of it. 300? 800? Then crowed 1,500, and explained the 2 kinds and prices, a little crestfallen at the cheaper 500. The mother went still, then started counting on her fingers. Quiet. Let me reckon. And looked up, disbelieving. 20 yuan, in one morning? We nodded, and she shot up. Quick, get the hornets settled. Don't let them smother. I'll cut bird meat to feed them. I stopped her. They won't smother, Ma. They're in net bags. I'll see to them. We brought back wasp nests too. Pupae inside. Pick them out. We'll have an extra dish tonight. At extra dish, the mother decided her good son had turned spendthrift. What extra dish? Last batch's pupae aren't gone, and you've brought more. I'll find a way to keep these, and sat down with the all to pick pupae. Zhao Tao cleared the table, and Zhao Dezhu came in shouldering his hoe, saw the bare plates, blackened his face, and went to his room without a word. No one answered him. The mother picked pupae. Zhao Tao stole one glance and went on clearing, and I didn't so much as look at him before going to lie down. Lazy seeming, but I was working out how to get the wild bee comb home. The thought of that golden honey set me swallowing. Wild honey's good in any age, best in this one. An unpolluted time, bees on natural blossoms, the honey surely fragrant and sweet. I had two ideas. 1. Send the contracted hornet into the comb to seize the bee's queen and bring her to me to contract. But the hornet likely couldn't get in. I'd seen the swarm, maybe 10,000 bees. 2. Send Hufeng leading the whole hornet colony to take the bee's queen. No good either. Nearly 3,000 hornets into that swarm, and there'd be few bees left. Later life beekeepers know hornets are honeybees' worst enemy. A native big hornet at its fiercest, killing near 40 bees a minute. A figure that had shocked me last life. I'd not let this swarm take any loss. I meant to contract their queen and sell the honey. Both plans out, I'd go myself. Next morning, at the door, Zhao Tao stopped me. Where to? Why not me? Hands on hips. My head ached. Sis, I'm off to the county town, no hornets today. A little let down, then curious. What for? To buy materials, make net bags. I called back and left. But I didn't head straight for town. First to the brigade. In the village center, a few brick tile rooms round a big yard, cement blackboards on the wall chalked with work notices. My first time there, a middle-aged man came over. From the memory, the brigade accountant. I got in first. Accountant Chow, I was just coming to find you. He eyed me, wary. Xiaowu, what trouble now? The original was a magnet for trouble. Outside his own family, few liked him. Uncle Chow, I want to borrow the brigade bicycle for the county town. He shook his head like a rattle drum, no amount of sweet talk moving him. Till, badgered, he snapped. You can't even ride. What do you want it for? Do you know how dear that thing is, the only one in the village, issued by the commune? I can ride. Trust me, I ride well. He doubted it. Has the loafer truly learned? Never heard that. And to be rid of me. Ride it round the yard. Then, ride it, you take it. Can't. Off you go and stop bothering me. I went to the bicycle, an old Highbar 28. I hesitated, never having ridden one last life. Should be fine. The crossbar was too high to mount as I would have. Chow watched, expecting a show. I stood to the left foot on the left pedal, pushed off scooting, pedaling a few strokes, then swung my right leg back over the saddle and was up and astride. Chow gaped. The wretch really could ride. And before he could take it back, I was out the gate. He slapped his own mouth. Talking out of turn. If the brat wrecks it, how do I answer for it? Out the village I rode east. The town's far. About 40 kilometers, the original's first trip, no telling how long. Passing Yang Batzi's village, I stopped in. Sweeping his yard, Yang Batzi came out beaming. Xiaowu, how many hornets today? I laughed, awkward. Off to the county on business, in a hurry, brought none. Tomorrow, I'll bring them. A little let down, he rallied. Brother, I know a big man in the county, a head of a liquor works. Your hornets, I sell to him. They're developing a new medicinal liquor that needs just your kind of hornet. They'll want more and more. Find me plenty, and you're set. My confidence surged. I promised to find more. He thought, I've shown the lad my hand. Now he'll catch hornets in earnest. Then I asked, do you buy wild honey? His eyes lit. Good stuff, dear on the black market. And he said quick, I do. All wild game, herbs, mountain goods. Bring me anything good. I won't shortchange you. I played coy. What's the price? Market's 5 mao a caddy, but it's priced with no supply. It appears, and it's snapped up high. I'll not treat you as a stranger. A yuan a caddy, most I can do. A yuan satisfied me, I agreed. He was already reckoning he could move it at a yuan 5 on the black market easy. No risk of stings himself. His only worry the government. and he ran thick with the black market crowd, unafraid. So pleased with the goods to come, he didn't notice me leave. East again. Near noon I saw the town's edge, legs numb. Too far, 4+ hours riding by the sun. Into town, I cast about and found a fishing net seller, a state hardware shop, the clerk an old man with his nose in the air, plainly looking down on a country bumpkin, gray-patched sackcloth, hair long and wild, near a beggar. Decent of him not to throw me out. Uncle, got fishing nets? He glanced, disdain plain, but what kind? Big fish or small? Small mesh for small fish, I gathered. The smallest mesh you've got. Odd-eyed, he dug out a small, fine-meshed net, oldish. This. Softer than the gauze nets I knew last life, but the mesh right. It'd serve. How much? $2.20. $2.20 for this scrap? I'd 2 yuan on me, my wasp nest pocket money. Pay or go, he said flat. Stuck for the 2 mao, but the thought of that golden honey under the rocks decided me. Buy it. With only 2 yuan, I wheedled till my lips were thin, and at last he sold it for 2. Net in hand, I felt the honey beckoning, mounted, and rode west. 100-odd meters on, a figure collapsed in the road. I got down to look. A beggar, hair grizzled to the shoulders, matted in clumps, long unwashed, lies scurrying in it. Patched sackcloth like a torn bag over him, a stench that kept you off. It pained me. I reached to lift him without flinching, and felt bone, skin and bone. I carried him careful to the roadside, searched myself and found nothing for him to eat, then begged a bowl of water at a herb shop, claiming it for myself. The clerk eyeing me, but giving it, slipped out, fed it to the old man, and returned the bowl before he woke. When I came out he'd come round, and seeing my big head over him understood he'd been saved. Lad, you saved me? I nodded. Where's home, old man? I'll take you. He pushed himself up, looked east a while. Home? What home has this old man left? And struggled up to walk off. Then, turning back, you're a good lad. I've nothing of worth, only this book. Take it. I took it without thinking, a thread-bound old volume. Paper yellowed, the feel of years on it. Before I could refuse, he'd wandered off. I looked closer. A medical book, rather an illustrated herbal. All pictures, exquisite, lifelike, each a herb with its name and a simple note on preparing it. I was rapt. A treasure, especially for me now. Lanhua is thick with herbs, and at a glance I saw several plants common on our hills I'd taken for weeds, actually medicine. When I looked up to thank him again, he was gone. A pity. Instinct said he was an able man with a story. Maybe we'll meet again, I murmured, and rode the long way back. By the village I was near collapse. The round trip alone near 10 hours riding. No lunch since I'd spent all on the net, legs numb past words. This feeble body. I steeled myself to return the bicycle. Zhao Tao ran out. Xiao, you're back. So long? Is that a fishing net? And I handed her the net to stow, then rode to the brigade, where Chow was pacing, frantic. He seized the handlebars. Where have you been with it? This late, stooping to check it over, easing only when he saw it was just dusty, and pushed it into the shed grumbling. I should have given him something in thanks and had nothing, so I only smiled awkwardly and went home. The smell of food set my mouth going. Gruel and cakes on the table, the mother and Zhao Tao waiting. I felt it without ceremony. Then Zhao Dezhu came out, found all 3 of us ignoring him, hovered, couldn't sit, couldn't not, and finally drifted out the gate, off, maybe, to the grandparents. After eating I took out the net, found scissors and thread, and set to making a face veil. The mother and Zhao Tao offered to help. Sewing's women's work. And the mother took an old straw hat as the base, cut a band of net to circle it, longer than a face is, and the 2 had it done in no time. I tried it. Right size, but the net too soft to feel safe, so I had them sew on several more layers, stacked. It looked sturdy, and with the hat on and veil down, nobody would reach my face. Face protected, I turned to body and hands, and told the mother, who went straight to rummaging. And Zhao Tao caught her meaning before I did, and went to help. Out came the family's one big cotton coat, Zhao Dezhu's, worn decades, too ragged to wear now. I'd never seen so wrecked a coat. 2 lives over, the sackcloth blackened, holes past counting as if mouse gnawed. More a heap of busted wadding than a coat. But thick, well stuffed. I pinched it. A bee's sting wouldn't pierce it. Only it was so far gone I feared the wadding would shed off me before I'd walked far. So the mother cut more from the net and cased the whole coat in it. Ugly, but it held the wadding in. No help for it. A house that couldn't eat had no cloth, or their treasured boy wouldn't go in patches. 4 hands. Simpler. Jibe's northern. Winter gloves a must. The old flat kind. Only the thumb split off, the other 4 together, the pair joined by a cord, thick enough that no sting would get through. Gear ready by dusk, we settled to take the comb at first light, the mother quietly worried but saying nothing, making our supper. Next dawn, the mother up earliest with breakfast made. We ate, and I led Zhao Tao to the hills, Xiao Qiao guiding to the wild bee nest, Hu Feng on my shoulder. I chose the magpie to lead. Birds have the natural sense of direction. The hornet might steer us to a wasp nest again, and Xiao Qiao, bigger now, is easier to follow. Aim true, we soon found it. Day barely graying. The woods still dark. I made out the huge comb under the rocks and put on the gear, the broad thick coat, then the veiled hat. Seeing me dressed, Zhao Tao asked, "How'll you get up?" "It's 3 or 4 meters. No trouble." I spotted fallen dead trees, and we leaned a couple of bull-thick trunks against the rock face, near reaching the comb. The woods brightening, I gloved up and climbed. A few moves and I was beside the nest, the bees thick on it, and still half asleep, only a few stirring. A good chance. "Lo, sis, pass me the sack, quiet." She emptied the tool sack and handed it up. "Catch." Then I warned her, "I'm starting on the bees, get well back." She bolted 40 or 50 meters off before daring to stop and look back at the black shape that was me. I reached into the teeming comb, slow and gentle, scooping the bees into my hand and shaking them off into the sack, over and over. 10-odd minutes, and I'd cleared 2/3 of the great comb, the sack heavy, a dozen plus caddies of bees. Then I found her, one bee 1/3 longer than the rest, her abdomen long and slender. "There you are. The queen. Control her, and the swarm obeys me." She sat dazed in my palm, slow to react, and I daren't lose her. I pulled off a glove and pinched at her wings, braced to be stung, a sting well worth this swarm. And the instant my fingers touched her wing, the voice came ding. "Captured 1 wild bee queen, 20 points. Captured 1 nest of wild bees, 30 points. Current, 65. Contracting the wild bee queen requires 30 points. Contract, no hesitation. Contract. Successfully contracted. 30 spent. 35 remained. The panel. Beast 1, Magpie Xiao Qiao. Beast 2, Hornet Hu Feng. Beast 3, Wild Bee Queen. Unnamed, that no name came to me. System. Beast 3, call her Xiaomi. Receive. The panel updated. 3 pets now, but few points still. Hunt more, raise the points fast, or I'll meet something I truly want to contract and can't. Through the new bond, 1 gave the order at once. "Xiaomi, lead the rest of the swarm into my sack." Still keyed up, she lifted from my palm, circled, and brought the whole swarm pouring into the sack, the bees already inside blinking at their queen arriving among them. Certain the comb was bare of bees, I pulled off the veil and peeled out of the coat. Only April, but I was soaked through. Roasting, no wonder old Zhao's coat reeks. And so thick I could hardly work in it. Zhao Tao, seeing me strip the coat, guessed I'd near finished and came running, half a minute, and saw the bulging sack, all bees. I corded it shut and called her to fetch the gear to load the comb. At that she brightened, hauling up the big iron drum. "Look, I brought this on purpose." We'd thought alike. A honey-laden comb wants a drum, not a sack to waste the runoff. No swarm to guard it now. I took the drum and began cutting the comb into blocks with my knife, the honey golden over every piece, the sweet smell near dizzying. "So sweet," I murmured, and Zhao Tao, overhearing, near drooled. She fetched a thin twig. "Dip me some to taste." I indulged my sister. I swirled the twig in the comb and handed it over, sticky and fragrant, her spit near dripping to the ground. "Look at you, greedy as a big toad," I grinned. She had it in her mouth before I'd finished, the honey's flower sweetness flooding her, humming, "So sweet. This is bliss." Deaf to my teasing, I cut fast, blocks into the drum, and soon it was full, and the comb under the rocks far from done. 2 of us, 1 drum, filled this quick. Now we'd nothing to put the rest in. I couldn't go home and leave the unguarded comb for someone to find. All our work for nothing, nowhere to cry. So I sent Zhao Tao home for more containers and to fetch the mother, while I reckon the comb good for 7 or 8 more drums. Will she explain it right? If they come short of drums, it's another trip. No phones like later life. I can only hope she's sharp. An hour plus on, footsteps and the clank of metal. Zhao Tao and the mother, each with a carrying pole of 4 drums, the mother with an empty pole besides. 8 drums, and I was easy at last. At the comb, the mother stood amazed. My God, what a bee nest, never having seen one so big, the golden honey on it making the mouth water. Zhao Tao circled the mother like a sparrow, telling her how sweet the honey was. 8 drums, Xiaowu, should be enough, cut it all down. I took the drum and cut fast, and another hour saw the whole comb down. Coming off the trunk to 8 full drums on the grass, I couldn't stop grinning. The comb still needed pressing and filtering. No point dawdling in the woods, so I pulled 4 drums, the mother and sister 2 each, blocks of comb, full but lighter than water carrying. We 3 drove hard, no rest, dreading being seen, and came out of the woods near doubled over, the mother worst. Being older, though her grin couldn't be pressed down, eyes lost in it. At her word, we circled round the hill-foot home rather than straight through, to dodge the villagers. In this collective age, a haul of honey could draw envy and worse. In the yard, Zhao Tao gave out, dropping her pole, clang, and the mother rounded on her. You dead girl. That's precious, don't set it down so hard. I set mine down and sat flat on the ground. Last life, my army-tempered body wouldn't have tired so, but this loafer's frame, young still, was running on willpower alone. The mother fetched a stool and sat beaming at the 8 drums, the smile harder to hold down than an AK. I watched the honey drip from the comb into the drums. Ma, when do we press it? The mountain way's old and simple. Pack the cut comb in a vessel, press the honey out, strain it through gauze, and you've the clean honey of the market. We'd a little vial of wild honey the mother had hoarded near 20 years, small as a sesame oil bottle, still rich, no white sediment like later life honey. No rush. Eat first, then I'll find the tools, she said, rising, fist at her aching back, and Zhao Tao went to help her, the 2 into the kitchen. I didn't help. I was planning ahead. What do I live on going forward? Hornets and bees forever. And winter, when they hibernate. I'd made a start. The hornets in the hillside cave were already half domesticated, and with Hufeng I scarcely had to feed them. Spring's flowers feed them now, though feeding would grow the colony fast. So I resolved to feed them, to build the colony for more money. How to keep them breeding through winter I'd not yet worked out. Then the new wild bee swarm. They couldn't just nest in a cave like hornets, having many enemies, the hornet chief among them. I could keep my own hornets off them, but not others' hornets. So I'd do as later life beekeepers do, make a hive. A hive would protect them and let me draw honey easily, and I'd set them right beside the hornet cave, guarded by the colony, safe from honey thieves and from wild hornets both. The one trouble, no room there. I'd have to dig the cave myself. We ate light at noon, and the mother and Zhao Tao rummaged for tools. Where's my drip bucket? I'm sure it was in the kitchen. Their homemade honey press. She found it at last under a heap of junk, just a small iron pail, its bottom pricked all over with ballpoint fine holes. Filthy inside, leaves and dust. I made a face and near asked if it was usable, and she read it and smacked the back of my head. Turning up your nose? You eat the garden's vegetables fine, and they're watered with night soil. She washed it as if to scour off a layer of iron. I went to my own business. A turn round the house left one impression, truly dirt poor, not a decent board to be found, never mind a hive. So I took the brush knife and went up to the back hill hornet cave, Hufeng flying out to greet me. Beside the cave was a meter-wide ledge, the hill wall behind. And our hills aren't all rock and earth both, or they'd not call it forest country. I cleared the scrub and scratched a rough outline on the wall with a sharp stone, bigger than the hornet cave, since the hornets fit themselves to any hole, but my big wild bee hive would need room. An arch about 2 meters wide and high. A brush knife won't dig a cave, so I went home for tools. There the mother and Zhao Tao had the press rigged. The whole pail set on 2 stools, placed so as not to block the bottom holes. The mother's dough basin beneath, all scrubbed bright. comb already half filling the pail. The mother held a thick, bowl-wide pole 3+ meters long with a smooth, well-used wooden plug at its middle. Where'd this come from? I've never seen it. Borrowed from your Auntie Zhang next door. Quit asking and help. Under her direction, I laid the pole across, the plug into the pail. Then came the surprise. She and Zhao Tao straddled the pole at either end like a seesaw, and as they bore down the comb went squee, hissing out air, and golden honey ran from the holes. Out it came, and the two worked harder for the sight. I was set to feeding comb in and pulling the pressed dry dregs out, which the mother wouldn't let me toss. Dried, they're a snack. I'd not eat them, full of grit and crushed ants. 20 minutes pressed one drum dry, and the basin held over half a basin of honey, and the basin's wash basin sized. The mother, tired, lit up. A drum of comb yielding half a basin was a blessing in her memory, and ours gave more than half. She fetched another clean borrowed drum, draped her hoarded steamer cloth over its mouth, gauze, in effect, and poured the basin's honey through, the strained honey near free of any speck. A whole afternoon, and by dusk, the last basin strained, we three breathed out, over 3 drums of clean wild honey. The mother, tired as she was, had Zhao Tao help carry the 3+ drums into the inner room and lidded them careful. What do we do with so much honey, Ma? The mother thought, unsure. Before, finding wild honey, they'd shared some round to neighbors and kin, but not now, the family too long in hardship, and she'd not have others know. She looked to me for an opinion, which, before, she'd never have asked the loafer. But she'd seen me change, steadier if still lazy. I've already squared it with young Botsy. He buys wild honey. She worried. Could it go wrong? He was a loafer, selling to him. Won't they call it speculation? I shook my head. I sold him the hornets too. He's changed, gone trustworthy. And they all say he's a county factory purchaser now. We sell on the quiet. No one knows but us and him, and he'll not inform on himself. She agreed, and charged us. Tell no one about the honey, lest it draw envy. We nodded hard. I'll take it to him tomorrow, with hornets and wasp nests besides. Then all 3 bellies growled at once, and the mother, rare and generous. Tonight, we eat well. Rice and stir-fries that night. No meat, my birds all eaten. Tomorrow, after I sell, I'll take some game. Next dawn, up early, I found Zhao Dezhu set to leave for the fields. We 3 had eaten and I'd gone to my room the night before, so I'd not seen when he came back. But he'd surely seen the honey in the inner room, and I only hoped he wasn't fool enough to tell the grandparents, who'd come to seize our work. He made to greet me, then, recalling the bad blood, blackened his face and shouldered his hoe out. In the inner room the mother had split the honey into 2 half drums. These 2 for me to sell first. Of course, I don't trust you with 2 full drums. Spill a drop and I'd die of the ache. Used to her thrift, I didn't argue. A full drum I'd likely slop. I'd thought of borrowing the bicycle again, but recalling Chow's pained face, I dropped it. Pulling the drums to young Botsy's would do, heavier but more carried. I went up to the cave for hornets. With Hu Feng it's easy. Open the bag and let her drive the ones I want in. I took the 1,500 hornets the sister and I had caught, 1,000 big, 500 yellow-legged, 20 yuan, and all 13 big wasp nests, each over a caddy, a full sack plus. Zhao Tao came ready. I'd bring her along to learn the way and to earn alongside me. I pulling the honey, she dragging the 2 sacks, a dozen odd caddies. Young Botsy's village is near. We talked and laughed the road, and were soon at his gate. Brother Yang home? He came out beaming. Xiaowu. At last. I've not dared leave the house these days, waiting for you. I cut the chatter and signed to my sister. We read each other, and she had the hornet bag and the wasp nests out quick. At the bagful young Botsy's smile swallowed his face, a lot more than last time. I told him before he could reckon it, about 1,500, 1,000 big, 500 yellow-legged. He'd already seen it, but my saying it first left a good impression. He thought the more how I'd changed. I trust you, brother, not our first deal, he said, eyes still counting through the mesh, a dozen odd minutes, then, 1,533, you're generous. I knew the count. I don't mind small money, with many trips ahead. He recalled to ask who Zhao Tao was. I introduced her, my 4th sister, helping carry today, and maybe coming in my place when I'm busy, and he eased, having feared I'd bring strangers to his quiet trade. He paid 20 yuan for the hornets, then weighed the 13 wasp nests, 15 caddies, each over a caddy, 15 yuan. Then he spotted the drums, remembered I'd asked about honey, and looked at me, disbelieving. Those drums? Is that? I nodded and lifted a lid. The honey smell reached him where he stood, and he knew at once it was wild honey, top grade, and hurried over to look. Over half a drum each. He near danced. Good goods, priced with no supply on the black market. I reminded him to fetch a chopstick and taste. He flew in for a clean one, dipped a touch, golden red, clinging thick, turned it up lest a drop fall, and put it to his lips, eyes shut, rapt. Sugar's scarce in this age. A cup of sugar water is top hospitality. Honey, and wild honey, is far above that. Good, 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 he said 3 times. The price I gave you before? I nodded. Only he buys these for 10 villages round, and selling elsewhere risks a speculation charge, the county too far and no channel besides. He brought out 2 chairs for us, then rummaged for clean drums, his house better off, several to hand, weighed each empty, and poured my honey across in 4 goes. Too much at once, and the steelyard won't balance. My drums kept a good coat of honey, but no matter, I'd use them again. Near 64 caddies, brother. Quite a lot. And he fetched a stack of notes. Count it. Several big Unity 10s. The most money I'd seen in this age. 6 510s worn and 4 ones. On the way back, Xiao Tao thought she dreamed, pinching her own arm black till I said, "Stop, or I'll slap you awake." She patted my shoulder. "You wretch, I just can't believe it. 64 for the honey, 15 for the nests, 20 for the hornets, 99 yuan in a morning. Quiet. Want the whole road to hear." She ducked her head. I'd not expected so much either. 100 yuan could marry a wife in this age. Near 30,000 in later life money, by my rough reckoning. And we'd 2.5 drums left at home, 150 caddies, another 150 yuan to come. We ran home light, and at the gate the mother waited. How much? Xiao Tao would have teased it out, but I said plainly, 99. The mother went silent. Xiao Tao moved to pinch her philtrum, and she came round, opening her mouth to shout and forcing it to a rasp. Say it again. How much? I coughed. 99. Her eyes went blank, and she sat on the bed. I crouched, scared. Ma, you all right? Fine. Then her eyes lit, and she seized my wrist hard enough to hurt. Where's the money? I dug it out. She snatched it and counted it over and over, shaking, as if it couldn't be enough. Xiao Tao and I traded helpless looks. Then, in my head, came a wash of feeling from Xiaomi, the wild bee queen, very hungry. I'd forgotten the swarm in the sack. I ran to free them, but how to hide that they wouldn't fly off, with neighbors about? I squared it through the bond. Have the swarm stay quiet while I let them out to feed. I brought 2 plates of honey out. The mother saw and flared. You spendthrift, that honey's dear. What are you doing with 2 plates? The wild bees we caught haven't eaten since yesterday. Feed them, or they'll die. That scared her. The swarm's her treasure bowl now. How do you feed them? Won't they fly off when you let them out? No, fool, she asked it. I'd my answer ready. You don't know bees, Ma. Wild or kept. There's a queen. The queen doesn't leave. The swarm won't leave. They follow her. And how do you keep the queen from flying? I drew out a thread from behind my back. A big long-bellied bee tied to the end. The queen, from yesterday, tied. She can't fly, so the swarm can't. She eased, terrified now of losing her treasures. Cover, of course. I could hardly say I'd contracted the queen. I set the plates in the yard, the queen beside them, the thread pegged to a stone. Starved, she fell to feeding, and I opened the sack. A teeming mass, many listless. It pained me. I tipped them gently round the plates, and those that had strength rose, the yard filling with their hum. The lively bees flew up, droning through the yard, but none left. At Xiaomi's call they came down to the honey, and the listless ones on the ground slowly revived. Some loss was unavoidable. A few hundred had smothered, which the mother mourned. So much less honey to come. She fretted at the swarm filling the yard. They can't keep flying loose like this. We must settle them. I mean to put them beside the backhill cave. The hornets are in the cave, and bees can't go with hornets. I'll set them alongside, but I have to dig the cave first. That's no trouble, not much digging. For now, find something to house them, or they'll be spotted flying loose. As we talked, the gate creaked, and Zhao Dezhu came in, stunned at the yard veiled in bees, and at once anxious. What are you three standing there for? Get inside, you'll be stung. Urgent and full of care, we all heard it, and the mother went quietly to her room. We followed. He set his hoe down careful and came to the inner room door, and oddly, the bees didn't sting him, as if he weren't there. Hearing us still planning the bees, he put in, setting them by the cave's a good thought, but bees aren't hornets. To get honey, you must make them a hive, not wreck their nest every time you take honey. I was surprised that he'd speak to us at all and speak sense. The mother's face went strange, wronged, not her fierce self before the children, near tears. Easy to say, all talk. We three have never done any of this. It softened him. He loves her. He sighed. I'll take leave this afternoon too. We'll dig the cave together. Quick work. Her face eased. Digging's not enough. Bees need a hive, and we've not a board in the house. I'd fretted on that. Back into the woods to fell boards? But he waved it off. No need for boards. Take a log, hollow it, and you've a bee barrel. Just like that, it was simple. The old ginger's the sharper. His experience is past us youngsters. So the work split. He and the mother to dig the cave, Zhao Tao and I to fell a tree, and he told me just how thick a log to cut. The mother plainly shifted, even cooked for him, and he, who'd eaten and slept poorly these days, was moved to be cooked for again. After eating, we set to. Zhao Tao and I took axe and saw into the woods, trees past counting, most thick ones the right shape. An hour plus to fell an arm-thick tree, then sawn into 7 or 8 50-centimeter logs, the thin tops left. We backpacked the logs home, then stalled on hollowing them. I split a log in two and chipped at it with the axe, slow, managing one rough piece by dusk. The parents came back talking and laughing, no sign of the days of falling out. Seeing my clumsy work, Zhao Dezhu near laughed. The old man, still the one to watch, thought you were so clever, but kept his face cold, took the axe, and split another log clean in two. Then he brought out a carpenter's round gouge, like a small Luoyang spade, the bit a child's fist wide, stood the split log up, set the gouge to its core, and had me strike the gouge handle with the axe head. Clang, and the gouge bit a dozen centimeters down. A few more, and a great plug of core wood came free. Old and young, soon in rhythm, we cleared a log out. After supper, he kept me at it. Past 8, the round logs were hollowed, and I washed up and slept, dead tired. Next morning, I found the split logs bound back together with hemp cord, boards capping top and bottom, and a chopstick-wide hole opened in the middle, a door for the bees. As I was looking it over, Zhao Dezhu came out. Well, not bad, eh? Pleased with himself. I lifted the cap and found it would open. Inside, empty. I had my opening to needle him. You've put nothing in for the bees to build on. How are they to nest? He blinked. He'd never known a bee barrel needed anything inside. He'd only ever seen the outside shape. But I knew. Last life I'd seen the inner workings, and told him, smug, how the frames go. So that's all it is, he said, and stayed home to make the frames while the mother took Zhao Tao and me up the back hill to keep digging the cave. When we came back, I marveled at his frames. Last life hives used wire for the comb frames, and we'd no such fine thing as wire here, so he'd used hemp cord in its place. Already, the 4 of us shouldered the log barrels up the hill, me last out the door, because I meant to bring the swarm too. Once the others had gone, I had Xiaomi lead the whole swarm into a sack, and went up with barrel on my back and sack in hand. The parents had the barrels set when I arrived. Only my barrel and the bees were left to settle. I set the barrel and, on the excuse of releasing the bees, sent the others off. Zhao Dezhu worried. The mother refusing to let me be so rash, sending Zhao Tao back for protective gear and a veil. I agreed to their faces, and the moment they'd gone, opened the sack. Out came Xiaomi first, the swarm a black mist behind her, and at that the next door hornets stirred, Hufeng leading 2,000+ big hornets out, their menace heavier even than the 10,000 bees. The 2 swarms near clashed. I called both queens to a halt fast. A fight, and the bees wouldn't have one left, the hornet being the bees' chief foe. Coaxing the hornets back, I sent Xiaomi into the bee's cave, and the instant she entered, a wash of feeling came through the bond. Excitement, gladness, more than anything thrill. They like the home. Of course, sheltered, dry, snug, and the log barrels giving them the security of a place to build. At the cave mouth, I watched the swarm enter the barrels in good order at Xiaomi's command, she taking the biggest barrel for herself. Settled, that was easy. On the way down, I met Zhao Tao running up with the gear. You're back down. You've already let them out? I grinned. All done. Into the barrels smooth, no trouble. A little let down to have missed it, she came along. Then I remembered. Sis, feed the bees a few days, just honey on a plate. Once they're settled and gathering and making their own, you needn't. She didn't refuse the job, only asked, and the hornets? No need, they eat meat and small insects. I'll catch them some game when I've time, don't trouble over it. At the gate I added, Sis, you keep the bees from now, a yuan a day. Her eyes reddened. Lo, you don't want me earning with you anymore? She'd misread it. Sis, the hills are still too dangerous for you. Not just bees, beasts too. Feed the bees at home, and I'll pay you a yuan a day, easy and good money. A day in the fields earns not a mao. She eased, content, knowing a yuan a day was plenty and feeding bees no harder than sitting. I said it because I'd decided to start saving. My money would no longer go to the house. The 2 sales had brought 100-odd yuan, enough to keep the family long. I'd hold my own money from now, uneasy without some in hand. Idle at home with both swarms settled and the day still young. I took the rest of the honey to Yang Batsi's. 2 trips, sold 2 of the 2.5 drums for 123 yuan, keeping the last half drum to feed the bees and for the house. At noon the parents came back from the fields, and the mother's cry from the inner room brought Zhao Dizhu running, anxious, patting her over for hurt. She ignored him and stormed to the yard. Little 4, little 5, out here. We came, baffled. Where's my honey? Near a roar. The honey's her life. Zhao Tao. Xiao Wu pulled it off to sell this morning. Here it comes. Her brows shot up. Sell it and not tell me? Where's the money? Hand out. I didn't produce it. I grinned shamelessly. I'm saving it, Ma. Saving to marry a wife. Her hand was up to strike. Then the second half landed. Marry a wife. And froze her like a binding spell, brows easing, a strange look passing to Zhao Dizhu, who beamed. The boys finally come round. What's a wife? Before, the 2 had fretted over marrying him off. Too poor, no money, no food. Now, with the honey money, the burden lifted. I hadn't expected one line to solve it. Still, they charged me not to squander it. 100-odd yuan's no small sum. And I promised, all filial, to earn more to keep them well, which set them beaming. After a good nap, I woke past 3, the parents gone to the fields. Zhao Tao just off up the hill with a plate of honey for the bees. Idle, I took the slingshot to the woods, calling Hu Feng and Xiao Qiao as I left. Xiao Qiao's near gone wild with play these days. And, the system, surely, both it and Hu Feng have grown again. The magpie far bigger than common, wingspan over 60 centimeters, heavy on my shoulder. Hu Feng 7 centimeters long now, the biggest hornet I've seen in 2 lives. The system plainly strengthens contracted beasts. In the woods I was blessed, 5 doves, 3 magpies, for pheasants in a streak, more than I'd dreamed, protagonist's halo. Others struggle for one. Still, the hares galled me. The slingshot's useless on them unless I take the head or I dead on. At the nth hare I couldn't bear it. I aimed for the head before it spooked and loosed. The stone flew like a bullet. Pack, a hit. I ran over. A fat hare, 7 or 8 caddies, twitching. The head struck, brains out. Ding. Killed 1 hare, 20 points. Current, 138. I'd had 35 left. This run earned 103. By now I'd worked out the rates. Hare 20, pheasant 10, dove 5, sparrow 2, magpie 6. And 35 plus today's came to 138. The hare kill heartened me, but the next hare I missed, too wary, too keen of ear. It heard my step and ran, and my stone only struck its body, and it didn't even pause. I badly need a proper weapon. The mother's words returned. Old Zhang makes bows. Though I'd sooner have a gun, my soldier's last life leaving me surer with one. The village has guns, but homemade fowling pieces firing iron shot. useless at range. My catch already too much to carry. I turned home, and Hufeng came flying eager to me. It had found a nest, or it wouldn't be so urgent. Hands full of game, I went anyway, and soon found a hornet nest underground. A thumb-thick hole, its only door. As I neared, several flew out at me. I dropped the game and grabbed a stick, but Xiao Qiao and Hufeng had already charged, the magpie biting one near in half. Not eating them, killing and dropping them. Hufeng fiercer still at 7 centimeters, twice a common hornet's size, moving too fast to see. The hornets that tangled with it dropping one by one. With the two of them, I bagged the nest easy, clapped the net over the hole, worked them all in, then dug out the comb, 600 or 700 of them, still full of pupae I'd not eat now, but seed the cave with. Carrying the bag, I told Hufeng, "These are your little brothers now." And it flew a glad circle. A rich haul home, the parents not yet back. Only Zhao Tao, who hooped at the armload and ran to take it, both hands full, hare and doves in the left, pheasants and magpies in the right, and shut my door for me when I went to lie down. The treatment of a man of ability. Bring food, and you're somebody. The mother woke me for dinner. At the table, meat at last, a whole pot of pheasant stewed with potato, Zhao Tao being generous. Doves and magpies have little meat. I had her dress and smoke them. We stewed one whole pheasant. There's 3 pheasants and a hare left in the kitchen. Take them to sell? We can't eat it all. I thought. End of April, warming. The dead game won't keep. Too much to finish, and selling wouldn't fetch much. So I decided to give the hare away, to old Zhang, the village hunter and Wenxiu's father. The thought of Wenxiu stirred me a little, and old Zhang knows the mountain's rules and craft, and makes bows. With a hunting system, I'll be going into the hills, and could learn much from him. Keep the pheasants to eat, Ma. More meat, less grain. The hare I'll give to old Zhang. Her first thought was plain. The boy's taken a fancy to old Zhang's girl, Wenxiu, and she likes the girl, and was only too glad. I didn't bother correcting her. Better they not block me. And I did mean to get near Wenxiu, the loveliest girl for 10 villages round. After lunch, I took the hare to old Zhang's. The road near empty at the afternoon hour, 7 or 8 minutes walk. The gate stood open. I peeked in guilty. No one there. The old thought rising. What if Wenxiu told her family? I'd be walking right into it. But with a hunting system and much to learn here, I steeled myself and called, "Uncle Zhang home?" A clear girl's voice answered, "Who is it?" "My father's home." And out came Wenxiu. Seeing me, she froze, murmured, "Brother Xiaowu," then flushed crimson, eyes welling, and fled back inside. Wenxiu, I made to explain and walked straight into a broad man, Zhang Daguang, her brother, who seized my collar and hauled me up. Big as a black bear spirit, not ill-looking. "Brother Daguang, I came to bring Uncle Zhang something," and I lifted the hare. He stopped, eyeing me loud. "You this kind? Did you bully my sister? Why'd she cry at the sight of you?" I daren't touch that day. I only said I'd taken a hare to honor Uncle Zhang. A man bringing a gift to his father. He couldn't keep on, and set me down, pointing inside. "He's eating. Go in," and went to find his sister. Inside, a white-haired man at the table, beside him a middle-aged woman, fuller figured than most. The first faintly plump person I'd seen since coming to this world. A sign old Zhang's house ate well, he being a famed hunter. I stared, and he grunted, displeased. "What do you want?" Eyes flicking off me. I caught myself, piled on a smile, shook the hare. "Nothing, uncle. Just came to see you." Old Zhang's eaten more salt than I've eaten rice. He knows no one calls at the temple without a favor to ask. Out with it. Don't dither like an old woman. The wife wrapped her chopsticks on a plate and glared. He went smooth-faced but plainly quailed inside. Spoke without thinking. Now the tigress will hold it against me. Famed old hunter abroad, henpecked at home. Not knowing this, I came out with it. "Uncle, I've been up the hills twice and I'm too green. I'd like to learn hunting from you, and I've no proper tool. My parents say you make bows. Teach me." And I pressed the hair on him. He glanced at it, made to wave it off. Then as I caught the wound on its head and held, "Learn hunting, learn bow making, and fob me off with a scrawny hair? Out, out, don't trouble my meal." He scorned the gift. He never comes down empty, and that was already face shown me. My name's bad enough that only my once having helped when Shio got me in the door. Disappointed but not cowed. A thick enough face wins women and men both, even old men. I smiled. Then eat. Uncle, I'll not disturb you, set the hair down, and left. In the yard, when Xiao again, not crying now, only, brother Xiaowu. No sign of Zhang Daguang. I leaned in low. When Xiao, that day was my fault. Don't hold it against me. I had to shoulder it. I could hardly say that wasn't me. The real Zhao Xiaowu is dead. She flushed, but didn't weep, and feigned blankness. What do you mean? I don't understand. I caught it at once. She'd forgiven me, and feared old Zhang learning of it. With his temper, he'd take his old musket to me. Never mind Zhang Daguang. And with a long look, I left. The moment I was out, when Xiao's mother pinched old Zhang hard. That boy saved our Xiao. You know it. Not teaching him's one thing, but driving him off? He glared, loud. But for his saving when Xiao, I'd not have let him in the door. Don't think I can't see it. The boy's no good intent. The way he looks at our girl's never been right. I didn't hear it, being gone. Or I'd have wanted to go back in and say that was the old Zhao Xiaowu. The mother knew he was right, but felt he might have spared the boy for Zhao Daiju's sake at least, at which old Zhang flared the more. Don't mention Zhao Daiju. He's less face here than the boy. A grown man, letting his wife and children live like that. I heard from the team head that Sun Yueqin came borrowing grain. Scorn all over him. The wife sighed. The whole team knows his parents favor the third son's house and bleed Zhao Daiju's to feed them, and he can't see past it. Then, and who were you calling old me just now? And snatched the broom stub off the Kong at him. Don't. I didn't. When Xiao came in to find her mother chasing her father, unsurprised. Pa, my brother's gone to Quanzi's. He'll go to work later. That stopped the wife. Grateful to his daughter for the rescue. Xiao, what were you whispering with that little wretch in the yard? Nothing, brother Xiaowu. Then, quick. No. Zhao Xiaowu said he admires you. Says you're the best hunter for 10 villages round. That he wants to learn from you. It went straight to old Zhang's heart. Coming from his own daughter's mouth. The same words from Zhao Xiaowu he'd not have deigned to hear. Pleased, he waved grandly. Well, old Zhang knows a thing or two about hunting. Watch me show the little wretch something today. And rose, took the hair, and went out. By the time the women came out, he'd the curved skinning board set up, the rounded scraper in hand, and with a self-made knife slit the hair from chin to tail and drew off a whole pelt. Not whole, a thumb-sized hole at the head, the slingshot's mark. The boy shoots straight. Killing a hare with a slingshot's no small thing, he muttered. 2 days on, when Xiao came holding a soft furry thing. I took it for a hare, but it was the pelt. My father had me give you this. He won't eat your hair for nothing, the skin's yours. She made to go. I couldn't let her. The pelt was soft, smooth, without a trace of stink. Astonishing. I'd resolved then to take old Zhang as master. His craft was that fine. When Xiao, wait, that past was my fault. I've truly changed, believe me. Ernest. She looked glad. She's among those who most want me to turn good. I believe you, brother Xiaowu, bright-eyed. Then, could you put in a word with your father? I really want to learn. She laughed. Don't worry. Pa had me give you the pelt to show his craft. He sends word. To take him as master, you must first bring in one big wild beast. Old Zhang had given ground. I swore to her I'd bring one, and she bade me be careful and went home. I'd hunt tomorrow. Today, a weapon. From the memory, my friend Feng Lauer's family had a red-tasseled spear he'd flaunted at the original as a boy. I went straight there. Lauer home. A lazy voice. Who's banging at midday? Then, seeing me, delighted. Xiaowu. At last, a week I've not seen you. Hauling me in by the wrist, grip strong. Lauer, I've something to ask. His first time being asked anything by me, he blinked. Your red-tasseled spear still about? I'd borrow it. Yes, but what for a fight? Hopeful, he loves a spectacle. Mindful of my name now. Hunting, I've no proper tool. Just that. Deflated, having thought I'd come to play. Disappointed, he fetched it anyway, and came out with 2 things that made me laugh. You've got this too. You're a real brother. A fowling piece, a homemade gun, common enough in the villages this year. Here, powder pack, iron shot, he said, handing me both, then the gun. Use it, my dad's not been up the hills in ages. I'll come for it when he needs it. Then, you know how to use a gun? I've watched others. He's no fool. That meant I didn't. So he snatched the packs back, opened the oil paper, little paper twists inside. These are my dad's measured loads, powder and shot. Pour 1 powder pack, tamp it with this thin rod, then a pack of shot, demonstrating. I'd seen such guns on TV last life, unsure only of the powder measure, and here his dad had proportioned it. I took the spear and gun to go, saw Lauer's let-down face, and hesitated. The original was close to him. By village seniority, I'm even his uncle's generation, though they go as friends, and wanted to bring him, but my secret stopped me. Lauer, when I take game I'll treat you to meat, and left, him grinning foolishly. Home, I took Xiao Xiao up the hill, not Hu Feng, who minds the swarm, and the magpies faster and cleverer. Chower, go scout, see a big quarry, send word through the bond. It shot off. I walked on, drilling the loading as I went. No fool, I know the deep hills' dangers. The bee catching had been safe only because I'd kept to the edge, where big beasts are rare, not never. Boar raid crops, roe deer wander out. Mid-drill a jolt came through the bond. I pulled up the panel, tapped vision on Xiao Xiao, and the world changed. I was atop a tree, looking down at a boar. A big boar, 300 catties at least. Usually that size is a male, and males run with the sounder. Why this one alone I couldn't say. Old Zhang would have known at a glance, driven out by the sounder's tusker as a rival. I knew none of that, only that it was a chance. Bring this boar in, and old Zhang would take me as student. Guided by Xiao Xiao, I crept toward it, pinched a little dry earth to powder and let it drift to read the wind, and came up from downwind, half an hour, then daren't go on. The bond told me the boar was just ahead. My heart raced, body trembling. Not fear, adrenaline. I forced slow, quiet breaths till my hands steadied, then eased half my head past a boulder. 30 meters off, a great boar. Thick, powerful, the wire bristles up its back standing, long wet snout earth-flecked, 2 tusks out a hand's breadth each. My pulse leapt again. I steadied, loaded powder and shot, and aimed at its head. It sensed something and froze, beady eyes darting, but I was downwind, unbetrayed. A dozen plus minutes it stood, then moved on toward me, no longer rooting. At 15 or 16 meters, the iron shotgun's best range, I could wait no more, aimed at its forehead, and squeezed. Bang! A crack and a boom through the whole woods. The boar's head jerked up, a piteous scream, and it wheeled and ran, fast enough to stun the eye. I stood stunned. I'd hit that boar square. I'd seen it. How could a headshot leave it running? No time to puzzle it. I gave chase, calling Xiao Xiao to follow, and she shot ahead. Blood on the ground confirmed the hit, but the why of its running escaped me. 500 or 600 meters off, in a grass hollow, the boar lay still, its long face a mask of blood and little holes still seeping. The snout shot to a raw socket. One eye blinded outright, the other hurt, but burning with murderous hate. It meant to kill the human who'd hurt it, or die unsatisfied. Following the blood, I felt a jolt through the bond and ducked behind a thick tree, waited, then pulled up vision on Xiao Xiao, and in her view saw the boar in the grass hollow, its head pointed at a tree that looked oddly familiar. It took a beat, the tree I'm hiding behind. But for Xiao Xiao watching, the beast would have ambushed me. Animals lying in wait for hunters is no rare thing in these hills. Found out now, it wouldn't get its chance. The boar was at its most savage, but fear's no use. Fortune favors the bold. The tree beside me had a thick branch 2 meters up, a low jump to reach. I tested it till I was sure I could swing up fast, hung my gear, and phoned Lauer's red-tasseled spear on the fork, and took only the fowling piece toward the hollow. The wounded boar heard my steps, its eye going crueler. Bang! A shot, and its savagery flared. It charged the sound, terrifying, but I'd already dropped the gun and run for the tree. Seeing me with its one eye, it put on speed, but I'd fired from well off and run early, and as it reached the trunk, I was just swinging onto the fork. Robbed of me, it slammed the tree, mad to kill. I grabbed the spear and drove it down with all my weight into the boar below. Thuck! The blade near through it, a hideous scream. It staggered off a few steps and gave out, bloody bubbling foam at its mouth. I'd caught the lung. Only when it lay twitching, then still, did I drop down, and I didn't approach till it was truly done. I worked the spear free, drew my short knife, and cut its throat to bleed it. Unbled, boar meat's far ranker. and a big male reeks anyway. The reason later life pigs are gelded. Then the worry, 300 caddies at least, how to get it home, and going for help risked the blood smell drawing other beasts and losing the lot. Ding. Killed one big boar, 200 points. Current, 338. Then it struck me, Xiao Qiao can carry word. I tore a corner off my shirt, wrote to Zhao Tao in boar blood. I'd taken a boar, bring only the parents to haul meat, tied it to Xiao Qiao, and sent her, then retrieved the fowling piece, reloaded, and set to butchering. Even 4 of us couldn't carry a whole 300 caddy boar down, so I'd quarter it for backpacking. Boar hide's thick beyond what I believed. It took everything I had to take the head off, the wire bristles and caked mud fighting me, and when I opened the belly the guts surged out in a steaming, reeking gush that near knocked me over. I cut the offal free, dragged it aside, and sat well off to get my breath. About to cut more meat, I heard a faint snap of dry twig in the trees, and thought, glad, the family's quick, overjoyed, no doubt. I stood, leaning on the gun, and called toward it. You came fast, no trouble on the road? No answer came, and my face went grave. Family would have answered. I raised the fowling piece, wary, and backed slowly to the tree at my spine. I could fire from behind it or climb it fastest. Back to the bark, I breathed out, easier, and out of the tree line stepped a black shape. A wolf. I couldn't believe it had come to me. Gray-black, nose working fast, its eyes locked on the boar, and at the sight of the boar's offal on the ground its eyes flashed green. Ignoring me, it bolted straight for the guts. That eased me. Only some offal, eatable, but worth giving up to send the wolf off. Half a day's walk, half a day's wits match with the boar, and I was spent, loath to fight more. But heaven wouldn't have it. As the wolf gorged, a magpie flew in overhead, crying, trouble, and sure enough Zhao Tao's and the mother's voices rose from behind the wolf. The feeding wolf bared its teeth, nose wrinkling, fierce enough to frighten a timid soul to tears, and spun snarling toward the woods at its back. I didn't bother shouting. A shot says more than any shout. The gun had never left my hands. I aimed at the wolf's head and fired. Bang! Its snarl became a scream. The 3, walking happy, jumped at the shot, the mother's tears falling at once. Xiaowu, she made to run to it. But Zhao Daiju, steadier, caught her, low and hard. Don't. Look first, and pulled the back baskets off both, Zhao Tao following suit, frightened but better than the mother. He spotted a thick, crook-necked tree, brought the women under it. Up, both of you. I'll look, and took brush knife and dagger toward the shot. My shot had gone wide. The wolf's face bloodied, but only an ear gone. It bared its fangs, forelegs crouching to spring, and I'd no time to reload. Bow my head to load powder, and it'd be on my throat. Left hand on the gun, I felt for the red-tasseled spear with my right, and at its grip steadied. The gun was empty, but with a weapon in hand I'd teach this big gray dog what a terror upright ape is. Humans fear wild beasts only because they keep wanting to kill them unharmed. Stop fearing a scratch, and a wolf can be killed. And I had a spear. The wolf, oddly, felt my collapsing nerves suddenly surge. Beasts are sensitive to that. And as I set the gun aside and raised the spear, reading my killing intent, it ducked to slip away. Then a brush knife came whistling down. It flinched its neck back, just clearing the blade. Cut off, it went savage and charged me. Xiaowu, dodge. My father, frantic. But I didn't. My head was clear. No blank, no freeze. Last life, I was the slack-seeming sort who comes through when it counts. Spear tipped to the wolf's chest, I weighted it onto me, and as its body filled my eyes, I moved. Bow step, left hand forward, right behind. A thrust. The bayonet drill from my army days, the point driving deep into its chest. It shrieked, bit at the shaft, then stilled, the head in too deep. I bore it to the ground. Zhao Daiju reached me, looked me over, eased. Only blood flecks on me, no wound, clothes whole, and asked anyway. Xiaowu, you hurt? I'm fine, where's Ma and Sis? Behind, I kept them back. I'll fetch them. He went, and I sat flat. Killing a big beast is nothing like potting a hare or pheasant. I'd thought hunting easy, having shot pheasants. But 2 close fights in a row, the boar and the wolf, brought that other feeling. Watching a life go out under your hands. The soft-hearted couldn't bear it. It was the close killing that did it. With a good gun, dropping them from far off, I'd not have felt the weight so. The old man lost his horse. Who's to say it isn't a blessing? Get past this, and my hunting would only grow easier, my hand decisive. Fail to, and I'd come to fear the killing. I ached a while, then came round, my whole mind now on I'm something. Ding. Killed one gray wolf, 70 points. Current. For 08, only 70, and I near died here. Grumbling aside, I was glad. Big beasts give the most points. Zhao Daiju brought the women. The mother near fainted at the gore, not at blood, but in fear for me. Patting me over. Hurt? Let ma see. I'm fine, ma. Eased, she turned to the boar and wolf and lit up. My heavens, 300 caddies of boar, and a wolf near 70. Her eyes curving, her mouth rising with each word. Zhao Daiju marveled too. A plain farmer, but he'd seen the village hunters' takes, most coming back empty. Only old Zhang took much, and mostly pheasant and hare, big beasts rarely, though in his day he'd taken bear and leopard before age slowed him. Zhao Tao only drooled at the boar. Zhao Dezhu had brought the firewood axe. He cut meat with the knife, axing through bone as needed, while I skinned the wolf, slit the chin, started at the mouth, then strung it up by a cord to skin it hanging. Cut and pull, no slow hand. Zhao Tao watched. When did you learn to skin? You're good at it. I remembered the original could do nothing, and covered. Saw Uncle Zhang skinning once at Wenxiu's. He taught me a little. Zhao Dezhu half doubted it, his tie to old Zhang thin, but the mother and sister didn't think on it. I wiped a feigned sweat, glad of the cover. Truth was I'd done plenty of it last life. Every Army Day Biju Army founding festival the company got sheep to slaughter and dress, and from recruit to discharge I helped every year, later doing the killing and skinning myself. One year the company commander, thinking one sheep too few, bought 3 or 4 more out of pocket, 1 per squad, and that day I skinned till my hands ached. I put the memories away and finished the wolf. An hour and a half, both beasts dressed, near 300 caddies of meat together. Zhao Dezhu and I shouldered 100 each, the mother and Zhao Tao 50 each. The mother eyed the offal longingly, Zhao Dezhu too, fine drinking fare, but I urged them to leave it. Carrying so much meat through the woods would draw beasts, and another attack wasn't worth it. Better leave the offal the beasts love best, so they'd not trail us. The mother, while I turned, slipped the boar's heart into her basket. She'd had her eye on it. Leaving the rest, fouled by the wolf, and the wolf's own reeking guts. We came down hard, stopping at the village edge near dusk when the lanes were empty, and hurried home. Zhao Tao clamored to wash, the blood water having soiled her clothes. We all did, near as filthy. Washed. I took the wolf pelt and all the wolf meat to go out. Where to? The mother fretted at the sight of meat leaving. I told her the day's story, and she flared. That wretch old Zhang. No care for my son's life. No wonder you went into the deep hills, you foolish boy. Is the deep hills a place to wander into? Hitting me as she scolded, the beating I'd earned on the mountain, forgotten there in her joy over the kill, landing now that she heard old Zhang's condition. I dodged, soothing. I wanted to learn the craft, and when Xiu's old Zhang's girl besides. And at when Xiu she stopped as if bound by a spell, thinking of that good, pretty girl, and not only let me go but added a boar leg for old Zhang. I didn't refuse. Can't catch the wolf without sparing the child. I took the wolf pelt, wolf meat, and a boar leg to when Xiu's after dark, the lanes empty. I knocked soft, a gentle voice. Who is it? Me, Zhaozong. A little, oh, and footsteps fled inside. What's that about, fleeing at my name? Then lighter footsteps, and the gate opened on Wen Xiu, plainly dressed up, hair smoothed and pinned with a wood clasp, a blue sprig flower dress like a fitted qipao, clearly altered to her, fitting her just so. She's truly lovely, like a star from the world I came from. She colored under my look. Her brother Zhang Daguang had brought the dress back from the county that evening, her first such pretty thing. Brother Xiaowu, why? Then her eyes found the meat and the leg. Heavens, where'd you get all this? Gaping, her quiet manner gone. Took it on the mountain today. You said your father would have me if I brought in a big beast. All of it, you took? Disbelieving. Let me in, sister, it's heavy. She flushed and gave way, then ran in. Pa, brother Xiaowu's here. with game. Old Zhang on the Kong started this fast? What could he have taken? My big kills always took days, thinking the boy rash. I came in behind Wen Xiao, and at the sight of what I carried, he shot up off the Kong. Boar, wolf, pointing, disbelieving. Wen Xiao's mother was startled too. Her hunter husband seldom took wolves, or only now and again, and quicker to act, clearing the Kong table. Set it down, Xiaowu. It's heavy. Rest your hands. I'd long wanted to. Wolf near 60 caddies with the pelt, the boar leg near 30. Old Zhang stared, unbelieving. You took these? I told it well. Clear, ordered. The women anxious then glad by turns, and when they heard I'd finally speared the wolf to death, their eyes changed. The mothers to admiration, Wen Xiao's to something like worship. Old Zhang knew the difference between gun hunting and blade hunting. A gun can take a big beast on good eyes, good aim, good luck, but facing a maddened beast blade in hand, few can do it. It takes great nerve, and even he, famed as he is, had only done it young. When I finished and he sat silent, I feared he'd recant and shot a pleading look at Wen Xiao, who reddened, then caught my meaning. Pa, you said you'd take Brother Xiaowu if he brought in a big beast. Isn't it time to keep your word? Cornered by his own wife's and daughter's urging, old Zhang said, passably. You pass. I'll take your apprentice gift. I've time tomorrow. Come, and I'll teach you to tan hides. I struck while the iron was hot, dropped to my knees. Master, your disciple bows. From now I'll turn over a new leaf and learn from you, and honor you and my teacher mother as my own parents. Earnest enough to please the mother and move old Zhang, who'd never taken a disciple. I kowtowed. When Xiao passed me a cup of tea, and I offered it up to him with both hands. He drank the disciple's tea, and his whole feeling for me shifted. The wretch wasn't worthless after all, he found, even a little dear to him. Gladdest of all, after me, was Wen Xiao. She remembered clearly what had happened when I first woke in this body, that she'd near been stripped. The old Zhao Xiaowu had failed. But in this age, whom else could she marry? And she'd liked him before. Now, turned good and apprentice to her father, she was overjoyed, and didn't forget me kneeling. Pa, the bowing's done. Let Brother Xiaowu up. Warmth in me. She's tender to me. Marry her, and I'll see her well kept. She'd have died of shame to know my thought. Old Zhang reminded. Up, Xiaowu. We're master and disciple now. Learn well, and my craft has an air, nodding Wen Xiao to help me up. Mindful of the hour, I took my leave, and home found the family still up by the precious oil lamp, waiting. The apprenticeship news gladdened them all. Next dawn, early, the mother stopped me at the door. Where to? Master's, Ma. He'll teach me hide tanning today. No need so early. Eat first. I've something to talk over. After breakfast. So much boar meat we can't finish. Your father wants to take some to your grandparents. I've not agreed. The boar's yours, so it's your say. I'd known he would. He'd given all the grain. With meat he'd surely want to, but I'd not have him give much. Send them 10 caddies. 10's plenty, enough for them. The rest we keep what we'll eat. The surplus I'll sell. She'd no objection. She'd not have them get much either, since what's given them mostly ends in third uncle's belly. After I left, Zhao Dezhu came out. You heard, the boy said what I'd have said. It's not that we won't give the old ones meat. They're too partial. Everything goes to the third son's house. He knows his parents, but they'd brainwashed him lifelong to filial duty, and after marriage, the early daughter's coming, told him to disregard the wife who couldn't bear a son. For years he'd been blinded, giving grain and points and neglecting wife and children. But lately, falling out with the mother, hungry, he'd gone to the old ones and been turned away. His mother Li Tsohua cooking, then shooing him out at mealtime. Go home and eat. We made little, your third brother's coming. He'd seen plainly the pot was full, and said nothing, and walked out hurt, till his elder brother Zhao Deshuan took him in to eat those days. The sister-in-law Chen Xianni, miserly and a gossip, said nothing against him, only hinted he should look after son Yuaqin and the children, not be a fool with his points and grain. He'd understood, and resolved, no more grain or points to the old ones. With time before work, he cut meat, the fat, and the mother near burst seeing it. Zhao Dezhu, are you mad, cutting all the fat off for them? Fat being dearer than lean, the source of cooking oil. He explained quick, The fat's for us, not to give. And she calmed, not oversensitive, only too afraid he'd forsake the family again. He cut off all the big fat, kept a boar leg, and made up 10 caddies of odds and ends for the old ones. 10 caddies, no small thing this year. Only ours because of Xiaowu's boar. About 200 caddies of boar remained for me to sell. The mother, eyeing the fat, decided to render it to lard at once, took leave from work, and set to it. Zhao Dezhu shouldered Ho and the 10 caddies to the grandparents. His mother Litsuawa's, I went straight to the meat. Old too, why the you come? Oh heavens, so much meat for your mother. And had it out of his hand before he spoke, quick and practiced as a thief, not asking where it came from. Once at hers, it was hers. Zhao Dezhu meant to say it was Xiaowu's boar, then thought Li said, soonest mended and held his tongue. He knew that the moment he said boar, the grandmother would block the door for more. Minutes in, Li Tsuehua was already shooing him. Old too. Why aren't you at work? Go. Earn points. Your parents are counting on you. He despaired, still being brainwashed, said nothing, and left. I'd reached old Zhang's early. Only Zhang Daguang off to the fields, the rest home. Old Zhang hunts. The women keep house, yet they live better than most, a measure of his ability. Master, I'm here. He nodded, calm. Hide tanning today, and you'll learn the tools. He set me carrying things out, explaining. First a long table, but slanted like a little slide, its top curved, like a coffin lid. I'd never seen the like. Master, what's this table? It's like a coffin lid. It set him bristling, near to clouding me. Get lost, you little wretch. It's a curved board for scraping hides, and had me wipe it clean, then brought out a basin holding the wolf pelt I'd given, soaking in water. Master, why soak the pelt? He didn't hide it, lest it dried. The scraps of flesh and membrane won't scrape off. We hauled it out, wrung it, laid it fur down on the board, the inner side up, and at the sight of my skinning he flared again. Look how you skinned it. All this flesh left on, and cut through here. Disdain all over him, never minding his own first time. I reddened. Last life skinning sheep I'd not meant to keep the hide, so I'd not minded such things. A big hole at the belly, a small cut beside, an ear gone from the head. Poor goods, unsellable. Tanned, it'd do for me. A jerkin or leg wrap. No wonder he'd use it to teach. He produced a long curved knife, a smooth arc matching the boards, like a Nepali blade but rounder. Don't gawp. Fetch the nails off the windowsill. I brought 6 or 7. He had me smooth the pelt while he nailed it to the board. Then, watch. I'll teach you to scrape the flesh. Standing at the board's high end, knife haft in his right hand, blade tip in his left, he set the inner arc to the pelt and pushed down gently. The water softened scraps coming away, back and forth till the broad surface was clean of flesh and membrane, then the corners. I took the knife. Master, after the flesh and membrane, what's next? Just follow along. So many questions. But he told me anyway. Pull the nails, string the pelt up by a cord. Now it's stretching and air drying. Stretch it first so it won't shrink dry. And don't sun it. That ruins it. Dry it shaded and airy. I fixed it all in mind. Right? Put the board and scraper away. We're not going on, master. He looked at me, said nothing, and went inside. As I stood lost, when Xiao came out with a bowl of water. Drink, brother Xiaowu, then laughed. Once a pelt's hung, you wait for it to dry, or how would you go on? I cursed myself for a fool. No wonder he just looked at me and went in. Time being early, I told him I'd go home and come back when the pelt dried. He waved me off, and when Xiao would have kept me for a meal, but I insisted home. There I took the slingshot round the village, dropping several birds, sparrows and doves. The system's points trickling in, one a prompt to contract a sparrow, which I ignored. I've xiao, and a sparrow can't compare to my mutated magpie any way you measure. Birds in hand, I went up to the back hill cave, Hufeng flying out to greet me, as ever, a wash of gladness coming through the bond. Eager little thing. I tossed in the birds I'd plucked on the way, and it flew happier circles. Bigger again after a few days, 10 centimeters now, longer than the sparrow I'd just dropped. Enough, you're making me dizzy, go eat. It shot back in. Hornets were already on the bird meat, but when Hufeng circled the swarm and comb, they each bit off a small piece and flew off, an orderly relay, as if queuing for their share. Its mind keeps sharpening, and its body's grown so large. I couldn't imagine being stung by it now. The birds were gone fast, barely a meal for them. I'll have to take more. And the comb had filled the cave's inner end, taller than a man, over a meter wide, the swarm much larger. I nodded, pleased. Time to sell some hornets soon, and looked in on the bees next door. Honey already in the barrels, and with the hills in full flower, I needn't feed them anymore. Home. The mother set me to selling the boar before it spoiled in the warming weather. I asked whether we'd kept any. I can't do without meat. And she said yes. A whole big boar leg she feared we couldn't finish, this being the first time she'd ever been so flush, a whole leg, and a crock of lard, 20-some caddies. How to move so much meat, though? She had it. Have Zhao Deju borrow a donkey cart from Ma Dashue, the village's donkey keeper and his sworn brother. When Zhao Deju came back, he went without a word, and soon had the cart at the gate. Cart's here, Xiaowu. Go on, he called, careful not to say too much aloud lest neighbors hear we'd meet. The quartered boar loaded easy, a few trips. I covered it with cloth and set off. First time driving a cart, working the gentle donkey half to death with my gidaps and wos. But Ma Dashue had trained it well, and it brought me safe to Yongbatsi's. Brother Yong home? He came out beaming, and at the cloth-covered load grew curious and lifted the cloth himself. Buyer's right. His face went through changes. Heavens, that's boar. No hunter, but a good eye, and the hide still on, hair and all. I nodded modest. The mountain god favored me yesterday. A boar and a wolf. His eyes near popped. You're only 16, 17, taking boar and wolf? Yourself? 17 this year. Myself. Near got done in by the wolf. Envy and respect all over him. But he kept to business. 200-some caddies? Over 300. Left the offal in the hills. Kept plenty at home. That the offal was tossed pained him as if it were his own. He doesn't know the mountain's rules or its dangers. How could you throw that out? It's good stuff. I'm no fool. I know it is. We couldn't carry it, and feared it'd draw beasts. Another time, conditions allowing, I'll not waste it. He weighed it, 205 caddies, at the pork price of 8.5 a caddy. Fair. As I'd learned the price in town, he'd sell it on the black market, where meat without coupons fetches a premium, but he'd have to rush it to the county before the heat spoiled it. He paid 174.25. As I made to leave, he caught me, rubbing his hands, sheepish. You said you took a wolf too. Sell your brother the wolf. I'll do right by you. Near thumping his chest. Ah, sorry, brother Yang. The wolf I gave as a gift. I've apprenticed to a master. He's teaching me to tan it. The pelt's not done, and it's hold anyway. I speared it. Not disappointed. If anything, more impressed, hearing I'd killed the wolf close in with the spear. Leaving, I tallied. Today's 174.25 plus the 123 from the honey. 297.25. Near 300 yuan, like 90,000 last life. Rough and overblown, but the thought of it. I drove home humming. Zhao Deju took the cart straight back to Ma Dashue, refusing the mother's call to eat first. The beast's precious, he'll worry. At the table, the mother stopped me, lifting my chopsticks. Wait for your father. We eat together. Zhao Tao and I traded looks. Days ago they ignored each other, and now this? She asked the price. I told her, 8.5, 200 caddies, and she was satisfied, charging me again not to lose or squander the money. When Zhao Deju was back, we ate well, and after a rest the parents went to the fields. I had Zhao Tao cut boar meat for the hornets. She pinched off a tiny stingy piece, so I cut a big one myself. Good food grows the colony. Then to old Zhang's, where I found my master turning the wolf pelt over. Master, is it dry? Without looking up. Good weather, dry and windy this season. Right for drying hides. But not today, it needs longer. Disappointed. I'm too impatient. No one grows fat on one bite. Then what this afternoon? This afternoon, I'll tell you how bows are made. That lit me up. Really? I badly need a weapon up the hills. The fowling piece is no good. Short range, weak. He laughed, pointing. That you took a boar with that pop tube surprised me. It can't even take a pheasant or a hill jumper. Never mind big game. That's suicide. Why not a pheasant or hare? What's in your pop tube? Iron shot. A clout to the back of my head. Iron shot can't reach far game. Close, it shatters a pheasant or hare to bits. You'd be lucky to pick up half. I nodded. That's why I want you to teach me bows. Easier on the small stuff. A snort. And you're sure your arrows fly that true? Experienced hunters snare pheasants and hares. No harm to the fur, higher success. The gun's for big beasts. I agreed, but for my willingness to risk it and Xiao Xiao's warning, the boar's ambush would have gored me. Master, stop teasing. Tell me how to make a bow. He drew it out like fishing for my patience, so I changed tack and flattered him sky high. A man who minds his face, he couldn't keep the airs. He rose and came back with a black-horn bow. Family handed down. A proper Qing bow. The materials alone are hard to get now. How am I to teach you to make one? I half doubted it and looked at him sidelong as if to say, old man, you just don't want to teach. His hot temper couldn't bear the look. Winter split the stave, spring soaked the horn, summer worked the sinew, autumn joined the three. That's the order for a horn bow. Understood? Every word clear, the sense lost. I shook my head. A clout. Can't even follow that, and you'd learn bow making? Give it up. No. Master, my fault. I shouldn't have been smug. Tell me what the seasons mean. Speed apology, and he, hugely satisfied at my eating humble pie, went on. The staves the bow body, bamboo or cudrania, felled around the winter solstice when the wood's best. Gone west, and Yue East bamboo the finest, northeast cudrania the best. The spring-soaked horn is water buffalo horn, few buffalo and many yielding a pair the right size. The summer sinew is back sinew, a big ox giving only 5 or 6 liang. Maybe not enough for one bow. Master, is the sinew for the string? He near choked. It's not for the string, it's glued onto the stave. You've said all this and not how to make it. Only the materials. So he gave the steps. First, the bamboo stave, cut near the root where it's thickest and springiest. Second, bind the polished horn plates to the stave with the press frame and runner, harnessing the horn. Third, lay the sinew and glue it on, to keep the bow from snapping when drawn. Fourth, string it. The further he got, the more grudging, plainly angry at my loose mouth. And he took the horn bow inside, and wouldn't turn however I called. So I gave up on making a bow. Far too much trouble. Better to flatter him into lending me the horn bow. Lost as to what to do, I caught Wen Xiao coming out like a rescuer, but she spoke first. Don't worry, brother Xiaowu. Pa's just got that temper. Sleep on it, and he'll be fine by morning. That eased me. Good. Put in a word for me. Will you? But from inside came old Zhang's roar. Get lost, you. Near lifting the roof, and I bolted, stooping, out the gate. Lucky I've no tail, or it'd have been clamped between my legs. When Xiao near laughed. Back inside, she found her old father sulking on the bed and sighed. An old child, simpler-hearted the older he gets, but didn't try to talk him round, knowing morning would mend it. Running home, I regretted my manner. A man so proud of his face, showing off, and I'd had to be impatient. Now he'd down tools. Lo, I went straight to my room and skipped supper, the mother calling in vain. I'd fallen asleep and didn't care to eat. Midnight, sleepless, counting sheep, a strong wash of feeling from Hufeng jolted me upright. Urgency, only urgency. I tried its vision and saw pitch black, and as the urgency grew, I couldn't sit still. The hornets are in danger, my first thought, and I ran out in my slippers. Pitch dark, blind, I ran back for the kerosene lamp and went, shielding the flame. The cave's not far up the back hill. I was there fast, but didn't barge in. The hornets matter, my safety more. Hufeng flew out to me, and out with it came a black shape, bowl-sized, fast, erratic, diving and looping as if hunting Hufeng. Hufeng wasn't afraid. 10 centimeters long now. It met each pass head-on, and at one touch the black shape gave a chittering squeak and dropped. Its sting was in it. I crouched the lamp close. A bat, and so many, end of April? With Hufeng urging me on, I ducked in. The wing rustle, the lamp throwing a cave full of bat shadows, all of them eating my hornets. These are my money. I grabbed a stick and swung, but they're nimble, 2 or 3 only. Hufeng had got the swarm hidden in the comb, though the stray hornets outside paid. I ran home for the leftover netting, draped the cave mouth, went back in with the stick, and after a mad flailing the bats fled. No, caught. Dozens hung in the net. Their vicious little faces sickened me, and I near killed them all, then didn't. Maybe they're of some use. Sorting through, I found the biggest, unlike the rest. white-furred where the others were black. It put me in mind of an old book I'd browsed at a flea market last life. A man who found a white bat, ate it that night out of curiosity, and ascended to immortality the next day. I don't believe such things, a firm atheist, but I did know the bat's a medicinal, if a little used one. Swallowing my disgust, I pinched the white one's wing edge, and ding. Captured 35 big-eared bats, 70 points. Captured one white mutated big-eared bat, 10 bonus points. Current, 488. Contracting the white mutated big-eared bat costs 50 points. Contract, the old me would have griped at the cost. The new me, with near 500 points, said grandly, contract. Contracted, hidden function triggered. Host's hearing doubled. Current, for 38. I sat dazed, a moment's soft heart not killing the myebihu, home dialect for bats. And this? Hearing doubled, and I could now catch sounds I never had. Why no hidden function when I contracted the magpie or hornet? It must be the white fur, and I guessed right, though I didn't know it. White mutated beasts trigger hidden functions, a blind cat onto a dead mouse. No longer sickened, I slipped the net with my brass dagger and the bats flew off, all but the white one fluttering before me. Settle down, you're blinding me. It obeyed at once, hanging from a branch. Listen, you're Xiaofu now, easy to remember. I won't keep you. Go where you like, I'll call when I need you. And I went down, worn out, and was snoring the moment I lay down. And the white bat, hanging a while, gave a sudden shake, spread its folded wings, and leapt away into the distance, its eyes brighter than before. Next dawn I dug the herbal from under my pillow and flipped to the bat, drawn true, much like last night's big-eared bat, with notes on its medicinal use. Names from the old classics, that you clean off the fur, claws, and innards and wind, or sun-dry it. A preparation steeping it in wine, then coating it with Solomon seal juice and roasting it. Uses for old coughs, malaria, eye films, scrofula, wounds, and the like. That it's salty and neutral, sources disagreeing on toxicity. Dizzying, but the gist clear, a real medicinal, and I'd missed my chance. Though picturing the bat's filthy look, I couldn't bring myself to handle them. Afraid to dirty my hands. Idle, I drifted to Old Zhang's again. Aunties watched me go. I'd been to Old Zhang's too often these days, and tongues were wagging behind me. A wrinkled old woman pointed at my back to the others. The little wretch is off to Old Zhang's again. He set his eye on that fox spirit daughter. A 40-ish woman. That girl's no good. A fox spirit, not proper like mine. And a plump one cut her off. Give over. Yours isn't proper looking. She's just square-faced. Like mother, like daughter. No mistaking she's yours. The plump one was my neighbor Zhang Xiofan. My mother's sensible and well-mannered, on good terms with the neighbors, and since I'd bought much grain off Zhang Xiofan and made her money, she spoke up for us. I heard none of it, or I'd not have minded showing the harpies what simple country ways means. At Old Zhang's he was examining the drying pelt. Master, have you eaten? A foolish nothing. He muttered. Come look, the pelt's near dry, but there's a step yet before it's a raw hide. He fetched a steaming bowl with a homemade pig bristle brush in it. I peeked, a whitish water with oil sheen. No teasing this time. This is the key to whether the wolf pelt comes good. What is it, master? Brushing the inner skin, wolf brain in hot water. That, I was startled. Lucky you brought the wolf meat too, or there'd be no wolf brain to use. Don't ask me why. I don't know. It's just handed down so. You tend to hide with that animal's own brain. Some use saltpeter, but I never have. Done brushing. Wait till the brain water dries, and it can be tanned. I took the bowl from him, all toady, and helped the old man inside. There Wen Xiao was sewing, cloth shoes, by the look, in an age when everyone's shoes are patch on patch, a new pair rare, even at New Year. She colored at me, hopped off the Kong. Pa, brother Xiaowu, you must be hungry, I'll cook, and made to flee, but old Zhang, not seeing her blush, or pretending not. What hour is this? What cooking? Leaving her stranded, till he fell to chatting with me. Once the pelt drinks the brain water, it's a raw hide. All this work and only a raw hide. What did you think? Next comes the tanning. Kneading the stiff hide soft bit by bit. Fine work. I'll learn it well, master. More and more pleased with me, and when Xiao's face full of smiles, For what's gladder than one's parents approving the person one likes? Time flew to afternoon. I ate lunch at old Zhang's, cooking it myself. The women wouldn't let me at first. I'm half a guest, and they doubted I could cook. The original's name in Lanhuago is Loud, but our time together had changed their view of me. I made vinegar-slivered potato and pepper-fried egg, dishes I'd done plenty last life. Old Zhang took one bite, said nothing, and shoveled it down. When Xiao, curious, tried the potato and was won over. Only when Xiao's mother didn't reach in, grieving over her lard crock. She'd thought herself generous, a hunter husband meaning no shortage of meat or fat. But seeing me cook, she learned what oil could do. The lard I'd scraped into one dish would have stir-fried their meals 3 days. Half a guest, she bore it, though her eye twitched and her smile went stiff as she finally took a bite, and soon joined the shoveling. I asked after my brother-in-law Zhang Daguang, when Xiao, mouth full. He's been secretive these days, always off to the county, not even going to the fields. I didn't dwell. Built like a black bear spirit, what could befall him? After eating, I kneaded the hide with old Zhang. The two of us quick, and he taught the turning of raw hide to finished. Smoke it. He threaded a needle and gave a show of Zhang Fei embroidering. Coarse but fine. Sewing the wolf pelt up from the cut into a tube. Sewing a cloth bag at the rump. Hanging it head up. The rump bag tied over the stove chimney. Smoking it from below 2 or 3 hours till the inner skin went amber. See the color? That's about it. Raw hide to finished. He let it down. I caught it. Soft and supple now. No smell but a faint pinewood smoke. I left the pelt with him in the end. It was his gift, and he'd taught me the tanning. Only right. Chatting after, I mentioned the bats. Not that I keep hornets. Only that I'd seen a hornet nest in a cave with many bats eating them. He explained. I'd thought bats came only in summer and autumn. They're about year-round, just out more than for the insects. This lot must have found that cave's hornets. Bats being a hornet predator, some clinging to a nest till they've eaten every worker outside. First I'd heard of it. Keeping hornets, I pressed. What other predators do hornets have? Thinking me curious for hunter lore. Ants, spiders, and rats all eat hornets. Spiders pick off small colonies, eating the pupae and workers down to about 10. Bats batter the nest and eat each emerging hornet till the colony's gone. But these manage only a few hornets. A big swarm kills them all. I'd just relaxed when he landed the blow. The real nemesis is the beehawk. Eats a whole nest at once, and the hornets can't touch it. Beehawk. First I'd heard the name. Patient for once. Also called honeyhawk. Its face guarded by fine scale-like feathers. Its body feathers hard and thick like armor. Its 2 sharp claws thickly calloused, leaving hornets helpless. My face fell, then cleared. No use borrowing trouble. Meet one, and I'll just kill it. Home. Dark falling I stayed in. Just after dusk a white shape came fluttering. A plate-sized white bat over my yard. Its big white ears turned listening. Then a dive to hang from my eave. Wings folding over its chest, its clear eyes closing. Midnight, a wash of urgency in me. I rolled over, eyes opening blearily. Which little one's in trouble now? I thought the hornet cave again. Old Zhang's predator talk fresh in mind. But feeling closer, my eyes shot wide. The white bat. I sent it off. Why's it back? I went to share its view, and found, instead of an eye icon by its head, an ear icon. The bat works by sound, mouth to ear. I tapped the ear icon, and the bat on my eave opened its mouth in soundless ultrasound, and a picture formed. In my yard, a dog-like animal creeping toward the chicken coop. We keep no dog. Too poor, before, to feed one. Ma's chicks, the little pheasants she dotes on. I was up at once, out in my drafty shorts, the gate creaking loud in the still night. Before I could see clearly, only a red-yellow streak flashed over the wall. I fetched the lamp and counted the coop. 1, 2, 3, none missing. The chicks are the mother's treasures. Lose them, and she'd grieve to death. Back inside, I really looked at the white bat hanging on the eave, not minding it vicious now, finding its 2 furry ears rather cute. It looks bigger. A watchdog was no bad thing. Barely asleep, its alarm woke me again. This time I watched through the window crack. A red-yellow fox, ears up, muzzle sharp, long-legged, thick-tailed. A beautiful fox. My only weapons are the slingshot, the spear, and the fowling piece. I'd not fire a gun at home midnight. Close. The pop tube would ruin half its body, and the pelt's the worth of it, and the shot would wake the whole village. As the fox made for the coop again, I took the spear out. The gate creaked, its fur bristled, body swelling, that thick tail like a feather duster, but it didn't run. It turned and fixed my door, nose wrinkling, lip drawing back off its fangs. I'd close-killed boar and wolf, afraid of one fox. The fox seemed startled. I wasn't cowed, its snarl faltering. Usually it shuns humans, only this lean spell driving it to risk their ground. By the moonlight I saw it whole and said, annoyed, "You beast," belly round as a ball, and still after my chicks. I raised the spear, reading my anger in the weapon. It shot for the wall. Then something looked off, that swinging belly, wrong placed for a full stomach, more like a pregnant vixen. I lowered the spear, soft-hearted. Old Zhang had told me a hunter doesn't take mothers or young in spring, rampaging herds accepted, like crop-wrecking boar. Even untold, I couldn't have. The lamb kneeling to nurse, the crow feeding its old. On the wall the fox, seeing the weapon down, sat unhurried, lifting a hind leg to lick its belly fur, eyeing the chicks now and then. It made me laugh sour. I spare you, and you get bold? Loath to let it eat the mother's darlings. But the standoff was no good. I went to the kitchen and took a big smoked dove off the stove hook. At the smell the fox snuffled. I threw the dove toward the gate, not at the fox, lest I scare it and waste the meat. To my surprise it leapt down without a hesitation and made straight for it. Foxes are clever, and this one didn't hesitate. Had I a mean thought, a thrown spear would have taken it. As if feeling that, it glanced up warily mid-bite, and only went on when I didn't move. Half eaten, restored a little, it took the rest in its mouth, gave me a long, near-human look, and bounded out of the yard, vanishing into the moonlight. I watched the fox's red shape go a long while, and when I came to myself, found the parents standing behind me. "When did you two come out?" Not making a sound. "You scared me half to death," near jabbing the spear at them before I saw who it was, then patting my chest and lowering it. The mother, startled too. All this racket in the dead of night. Who wouldn't hear? Opening doors and talking. Your father and I aren't deaf. I daren't argue, but as I turned to go in, Zhao Dezhu stopped me. "That was a fox just now?" I nodded. "Don't take a pregnant mother in spring. You did right, but you shouldn't have fed it. If it sets its mind on our house, we'll get no peace." He was right. I said I understood and went in. Morning, the parents gone to work, the white bat gone from my eve. I washed, ate Zhao Tao's breakfast, and went to old Zhang's, and found him shouldering a gun and leading a dog out the gate. The gun was the type 38 you see in the anti-Japanese dramas. The dog a wolf greenhound, a breed common across our Jibei, said to descend from wartime Japanese wolf dogs crossed with local stock. This old style one more like a wolf green shepherd, fierce, keen-nosed, sharp, easily trained, highly aggressive and alert, tough and hardy, easy to feed on rough food, yellow-brown triangular eyes, long and powerful, and it barked at me. "Deching, sit," and at old Zhang's word it sat. I stopped 5 or 6 meters off, not keen to be bitten. "Master, you're going up the mountain?" The headman of Shigo village came. A boar sounders hit their kaozuwa, rooting up the seed crop and hurting several people. "I'm going to see." My eyes lit. "Take me. Let me learn. Call it an internship." He didn't follow internship, but knew I wanted to come. "You've not even a gun. What for? Stay home." And made to leave. No longer fearing his dog, I grabbed his arm and wouldn't let go till he gave in. Sharp as I am, I seized the chance to take his horn bow and quiver and fetch my spear from home. On the road, I pestered him about the dog. Deching's not his, borrowed from Go Laosen, a lazy hunter of a nearby village who hunts with no gun. Only a dog pack he range feeds wild and gathers only to hunt, saving dog feed, but losing dogs to the mountain's big beasts. For the Kaozawa boar he needed a dog, to warn and to track. Deching's good, can chase, harry, bite, and drag, near the whole job. I asked what those meant, and in good humor he taught me. Chase is the nose, tracking by scent. Harry is the footwork, the harassing that keeps quarry from breaking free. Bite is knowing where to bite, not blind, to pin fast. Drag is the opposite, to hold the quarry fast, also called hanging the armor. A good drag dog leaving the quarry unable to move. It opened a new door for me, so much to keeping a hunting dog, and I resolved then to have a fine hound of my own someday. Half a day's walk, near noon, to Shigo's brigade yard, full of hunters with guns, others with bows and dogs, and a slick-faced young man with an unusual gun, a Type 56 semi-automatic. Old John glanced at him and read him at once as a cadre's son come for the spectacle, and was dead right. The son of a Wonjitai commune director, come with 2 or 3 cronies. The Shigo headman Li Dashwan, hearing the father's name, had fawned and handed over the militia's only Type 56 semi-auto and 100 rounds. Li Dashwan, 40-odd, climbed the steps and called the crowd quiet. He was the Shigo headman, gathered them to clear the boar sounder plaguing his village. Every hunter going up today got a yuan subsidy, and whoever took a boar could keep all of it, but the head. The crowd buzzed, generous, letting us keep the boar. I asked old Zhang why keep the heads, and he, eyes shut, serene, to answer to the county and claim compensation. Proof a sounder really wrecked their village. He'd love to keep all the kills, but think what he'd owe so many hunters to do his hunting. True enough. Pay, or let them keep the meat, or who'd come this far. Then Li Dashwan added that the commune canteen purchaser, buyer Li, was here and might buy any boar the hunters wished to sell. And the slick-faced young man started, "When did I say I'd buy their boar?" Being buyer Li himself, then thought better of it. Buying here flattered the headman who'd fawned on him, same as buying anywhere. Old Zhang, a famed local hunter who's been everywhere, waved off a guide and took only me toward Kazuwa. On the way, Deching nosed the ground, and old Zhang eyed the magpie on my shoulder. "You've raised that magpie well. Looks clever." His first praise of me, even if aimed at Xiao Qiao. I preened. "More than clever, a real helper." Know how I took that boar? This magpie found it for me. He'd heard of a hunter who saved a lynx that then hunted for him, and hadn't thought the wretch had such luck. West past Laranjia Mountain and Jimajan Gully, and crossing Laranjia, I dropped 2 hares with the bow, surprising myself with my aim. Old Zhang said it was nothing, but his twitching mouth gave him away. Once in the hills, Xiao Qiao flew into the woods, coming back only to guide me at a find. Deching did well too, fetching old Zhang pheasants unbidden. By the way, Deching's a share. When we take game, Go Laosan gets 1/10 of the meat. Fair, and the rule. Your call, master, I'll follow. It pleased him, his sort prize character, and the rules above all. By Kaozawa, we'd picked up a good deal of small game. I'd taken 4 hares, 2 pheasants, 3 doves, my bow surer by the mile, my points jumping 115, from 408 to 523. Old Zhang's haul, all Deching's catching, 3 pheasants and a hare. The target being the sounder, he daren't fire and spook it. He had Deching scent a boar dropping while I simply told Xiao Qiao in my mind, "Find the sounder, the big one you found before." She circled and flew off. Deching nosed about the hollow and headed west into the woods, barking back when we lagged. He scented their line, "Follow." We ran after, and I'd worried about old Zhang's body, but he was nimbler than me in the hills. He's only 50, the old Zhang, a nickname for going gray young. Deep in, by a small rain pond 3 or 4 mu across, we saw the sounder. 1, 2, 3, 34. Master, 30-some boar. Flat on the ground, I counted and whispered it. He, fiddling with the type, 38, hissed, "Shut it. I'm not blind." Already chambered and bolted. I drew ready, waiting his first shot. He aimed at the biggest tusker, finger easing onto the trigger. Bang! And I gaped, because it wasn't old Zhang who fired. Nor did he know who had. Whoever it was, the spooked sounder blew apart. The shot had holed the biggest tusker, which gave an ear-splitting roar, far worse than a New Year pig killing. Not far off, 3 young men were whooping, oblivious to the danger. Behind them, a 40-odd man tugged at them to run, but the slick-faced young man, Byerly, unmoved, raised the type, 56, and fired again. The maddened tusker found its target and charged head down, the whole sounder pouring after it. The ground churned, leaves flying, terrifying. The 3 froze, the one who'd fired worst of all, legs shaking like a sieve, a wet patch spreading between them. Unable to drag the 3, the older man stamped and scrambled up a tree himself. Xiao Wu saved them. Old Zhang, Hiding forgotten, fired at the lead tusker. Accurate, but the racing boar outran the shot, meant for its head, into its neck. The Type 38's penetration is absolute, but its stopping power less. And the bullet bored through without dropping it, only enraging it further, and it wheeled straight for old Zhang. I'd shot out the instant he spoke, running for the three, loosing arrows on the move, cornered out of static shooting into moving shooting. One arrow stuck in the tusker's forehead, only making it bellow and keep on for old Zhang. The other two dropped two boar behind it. Reaching the three still dazed, I kicked them over. 3 kicks, and they came to, shrieking, "Run!" Scrambling up to bolt and leaving the gun on the ground. I roared, "Run nothing!" up a tree, and dropped old Zhang's precious horn bow to snatch up the Type 56. I'd fired the Type 56 in the army last life. Only trial shooting, less precise than the buy, and a touch longer in the body. I dropped to one knee, left hand on the fore end, right bracing the butt to my shoulder pocket, and with no time to aim fired by feel toward the sounder. 9 rounds. Every one home, killing 5 boar. Not 1 boar, 5. Old Zhang fired again in that span, into the lead tusker's forehead. Of my 9, 3 hit the tusker, 6 dropped 4 big boar behind it. The lead tusker skidded a dozen meters on soft legs like a car flung sideways, twitching to a stop, near gone, and with it dead and several big boar down. The charge broke, the dozen-odd smaller boar and half-grown ones scattering squealing. Old Zhang, up and about to climb, saw the sounder broken, ran his slick bolt action, and bang, a fleeing boar fell. Say what you like, his marksmanship something. My Type 56 was empty, 10 rounds, the usual, and as I went for the bow, 5 10-round stripper clips dropped from above. It was the slick cadre's son, Ashen, forcing a smile. "Brother, fine shooting. You saved me. I'll treat you to a meal." I loaded 7.62 millimeters, heavy in the hand, and got off a few more at the last of the sounder, less accurate at the longer range, 5 shots for 2 boar. When the sounder was gone, I sat flat. Heavens, what a rush! Shaken, the words slipping out. Old Zhang, coming over, looked at me stranger and stranger. From the blow apart to the vanishing, I'd stunned him. He'd been a soldier, fought, and from the corner of his eye saw enough to shock him. He saw a soldier's shadow in me. The movement's not quite what he knew, and having near watched the original grow up, didn't suspect, only thought me a prodigy. The 3 young men and the older one came down from the trees, faces pale. I handed the Type 56 and clips back to the young man, who didn't airily give me the gun. It wasn't his, the Shigo militias, and guns aren't given lightly these days. Taking it, he shook my hand. "Comrade, I'm Li Jianxi, of our commune canteen purchasing section, but for you two we 3 were done for. I'm no poser. Glad to help. Anyone would." Shaking his hand, seeming not to notice his soaked trousers. Old Zhang, scorning the 3, cut in. "Xiaowu, go see to the boar, before the blood sets and the meat turns." I took my leave of Li Jianxi and went to the kills. Tallying, even old Zhang exclaimed. Not counting the tusker, I'd killed 6 myself. For 200 plus catty sows, 2 half-grown boar, 60-odd catties each, by arrow. Old Zhang. Besides the tusker, 3 more big boar, all 200 plus. The tusker near 400, monstrous, no wonder so hard to kill. Near 1,000 catties of meat between us, the 3 young men marveling. Never heard of anyone taking boar like that. 10 big and small between 2 men. Ding. Killed 6 boar, 960 points. Current, 1398. I near laughed mad. Near 1,000 points in one hunt. "You. Why are you standing there gawping? Get to it." Old Zhang prodded, and I did. Hunter's knives are kept razor sharp for gutting and skinning. Deching was already gorging, soon picking only the best, till I kicked it for eating one of the hearts I'd saved. We dressed all 10, keeping every bit of offal but the dog's share. Old Zhang had meant to hang all the offal as an offering to the mountain god. I didn't agree, and we hung only Deching's leavings. He didn't insist, loath to waste so much meat himself. It's meat, and plain folk get none but at New Year. No need to fear beasts smelling the blood now, with the Type 56 still in Li Jianxi's hands behind us. The 3 helped drag the farther kills together. The older man had gone down early for help, and 2 ox carts came up, led by the headman Li Dashuan, whose eyes near popped at the heap of 10 boar. He'd not believed the report, only come because Buyer Li was here. He fussed over the 3 young men, then turned to old Zhang, beaming. Brother Zhang, still the master, so many boar, so fast. Old Zhang didn't claim it all. My disciple took plenty, more than me, which Li Dashuan took for a master pushing his student, and disbelieved, smiling it off. I'll take these back, settle up after the hunt. Agreeable, we couldn't haul them anyway. He had the boar loaded, the reeking awful too, and the 3 young men went down with him, safest. Free of worry, we 2 went on after the sounder. Scattered shots sounded off in the woods, other hunters onto stray boar. We didn't go that way. We had Daqing seek the sounder's trail, but the blow-apart had jumbled the scent, and as old Zhang frowned, a GGA came overhead. Xiao Qiao. I whistled, and she lit on my arm, and through the bond one felt her excitement. Master, I think Xiao Qiao's found the sounder. I hesitated, fearing he'd ask how I knew a bird's mind, but he only said, let her lead, go. I fed her a little white rice from a cloth bag, then lifted my arm. Take us to the sounder. She circled and flew west, leading us by the easier paths, clever, quickening our pace. To Leon, old Zhang couldn't run further. I'd have stopped to wait, but he, hands on knees, bent, gasping. Go on, I'll catch up. I didn't. He'd told me. 2 men in the hills, best not split up. No rush, master. We've taken so many boar already, a few less is nothing. It comforted him. He's habit-bound to spend himself in the hills. You're right. Slow then. Daqing panted beside him, red tongue near a meter out. I helped him on 200 meters. Xiao Qiao dropped silent to my shoulder, and before he could ask, I brightened and whispered. The sounder's likely just ahead. I'll look, you rest. Before he agreed, I'd crept into the brush, and through it saw a clearing with 3 big boar and 4 or 5 half-grown piglets, sows, by the piglets trailing them. First hunt with my master, I daren't act alone and anger him, and turned to find him. Only he'd already crept to my side, raising a cold sweat. Lucky it's my master, no ill intent, an enemy or a big beast, and I'd have ended here. I resolved to mind my back from now on. He, not knowing my thought, was already keen at the sight. He eased the type, 38 off, knelt to fire, aimed. I took the bow, left hand on it, 3 arrows from the quiver, 2 in my teeth, 1 knocked. I'll take the 2 biggest sows, you the smaller one, the half-growns as luck has it. I nodded, arrows in my teeth. I drew, the horned bow creaking faintly. The sounders' heads came up. Old Zhang thought bad and fired without hesitation. Bang! The biggest sow dropped, a blood hole above the eye, a headshot. As the gun cracked, I loosed, thuck into my sow at 20-odd meters. Then a second arrow into a leaping half-grown. Through the eye. That aim's uncanny. Heaven's compensation for the rebirth? The sounder blew. As my second kill fell, old Zhang fired again, dropping the second biggest sow, and Daqing leapt and throat-locked a fleeing half-grown, choking it. Matched weights, 60-odd caddies, a fearsome bite. My last arrow caught a half-grown's hind legs, pinning the 2 together so it could only paw the ground with its forelegs. 3 200 caddy sows, 3 half-grown, and as we came out, Daqing's caught half-grown lay foaming, tongue out, throttled, while the leg-pinned one thrashed, screaming worse than a New Year pig at the sight of us. I set a foot on its head and drew the brass dagger to bleed it, and ding! Killed 3 boar, 400 points. Current, 1798. Captured 1 juvenile boar, contracting costs 350 points. Contract, I'd near forgotten I could contract, knife already at its neck. With near 1,800 points, 350 was nothing. Contract, contracted, 350 spent, 1448 remained. System, call this 1 Beiji. Beast 1, Magpie Xiao Qiao. 2. Hornet Hu Feng. 3. Wild Bee Queen Xiaomi. 4. White Mutated Bat Xiaofu. 5. Juvenile Boar Beijid. 5 pets now. What are you muttering? See to the boar, before they turn. Right, master. And this half-grown takes to me. Let me keep it rather than kill it. Raise it and see. What rot? A boar takes to you. We just killed near its whole family. Old Zhang. done with one boar, wiped his hands on a fistful of grass, and came over. Let me see. At the half-grown he started. How's it so tame? The boar that had screamed lay silent now, its eyes gone clear. He towed it. No reaction, even a wronged look. This. First he'd met the like. He'd caught piglets before, all vicious, biting at a word. Not caring over one small boar, he told me to handle it as I liked and see to the dead ones. Glad to have fooled him, I pulled the arrow, packed mud on the wounds. It didn't struggle though its leg twitched, and, to mask its not fleeing, roped its neck before turning to the kills. No one to haul for us this time. So we left all the awful as the mountain gods do and the beast's share. 3 big and 2 small. Gutted, came to over 500 caddies of clean meat. Too much for 2. So we hung 300-odd in a tree by rope and each shouldered an emptied boar, 150-odd caddies. Home, walk and rest. Lucky, we met 2 Taizi village hunters old Zhang knew and liked, who envied us our loads. Old Zhang bore already? That shooting was you too. Old Zhang grinned and dropped his boar at once. Old Wang. Just in time, I was fretting how to get them back. Lend a hand. Old Wang and his 20-ish son helped, easing the rest of the way. Back at Shigo they took an ox cart up for the 3 hung boar, and old Zhang gave the 2 half-grown to old Wang and son for helping. I didn't object. We'd have worn ourselves out without them. Not counting those 2, we'd taken 14 boar, one of them my contracted Beiji. By dusk, standing before our heap, we stunned the whole village. Who are these 2? A dozen-plus boar in half a day. That tusker near 400 caddies. Li Jianxi, the saved young man, came over. Brother, I never got your honored name. Buyer Li, I'm Zhao Zong, of Lanhuago, our Wenjietai commune. Hearing I was his own communes, his liking grew, my hunting skill being a great help to a purchaser. Then Li Dashuan set the hunters to selling. Old Zhang and I had over 2,500 caddies of boar, over 2,400 after the heads. Li Jianxi bought at 8 mao a caddy, no low price. Home-raised pork being only 9 mao. We took his chit to fetch the money from the commune canteen next day. Master, the chit's 1,920 yuan. Can the canteen pay that? Near 2,000, a fortune this age. Old Zhang, who'd been pressing down his joy, laughed. Don't fret. The canteen can't eat all that meat. They sell to big factories. Rest easy. Reassured. Tomorrow we draw it. Give go Lausen 200 and split the rest even. He'd reckoned it. After the 200, 860 yuan each. More than he'd made in his life. Who'd only ever caught pheasants, snared hares, sold the odd boar for tens. A windfall. Glad too. I hesitated at the even split. Master, I won't take half. You brought me. You're my master. Take more. Give me a little. I'm only saying it, master. Don't take it to heart. Even's fine. He, not knowing my thought, was moved. A sum like that, and the boy says this. No. You shot more. Even's me getting the better of you. It's settled. So it was settled. Bough of pheasants and hares on my back. My new Beiji roped in hand. I couldn't have been happier. Struck it rich. Struck it rich. It was pitch dark when we got back. We split at the village's little stone bridge. Old Zhang taking his pheasants and hill jumpers and leading Daqing home. Me leading the half-grown boar Beiji and shouldering my sack of game. Our gate was barred from inside. I hammered it, calling, and through the finger-wide crack saw a kerosene lamp flare, a man's shape on the window paper, then shuffling steps. Zhao Dezhu opened it, jacket thrown on, tying his waistband. Xiaowu, you're back tonight? The boar hunt went smooth. The sounders near cleared. So master and I came back through the night. As I carried the sack in with a rope in hand, he wondered what I was leading. Looked down. Heavens! A boar! And shied back toward the house. Then remembered it was roped by his son and choked off the impulse to fetch a knife. Eyeing it behind me, fearful, a 60-70 caddy half-grown can hurt a man, gore him head over heels. The mother came out at his shout, startled too, but braced by his cry. YVE, you let a live boar home. Aren't you afraid it'll gore you? I gave the old excuse. I took it hunting, meant to kill it, but it seemed pitiful and takes to me. So I kept it, to raise and slaughter for meat at New Year. A woman minds the house's food above all, her eyes lit. Raising a pig, a big beast in the countryside. No small thing. Pigs eat much. Who has spare grain to raise one now? Then dimmed at the thought of feeding it. Our days only just easing. I read her face. Rest easy, ma. It's a boar, eats coarse and mixed. Slop, rotten potatoes, rotten sweet potato, anything. That, and the lure of raising a pig, settled her, and she'd have dragged me in by the arm. I wouldn't let the boar inside, roped it in a yard corner, and took the sack in. Another cry at the pheasants and hares. We've boar meat still, and now all this? Happy complaint. Then we eat meat every day and save grain, I said, and she near swatted my glib mouth. A sackful to feed us a while, I could rest. She chased me to bed, and I slept in next morning, up past 9 by my guess at the sun. No watch, I should get one. These days, learning craft from old Zhang, I'm used to reporting to his place daily. As I made to go, Zhao Tao caught me. The bee barrels are full of honey. When do we take it? I hadn't thought the bees so fast, full in days. Recalling I'd long not fed the hornets, I took a pheasant from the kitchen, not a hare, the pelt cells and clothes, the meat's better. Up the back hill, Zhao Tao staying to dress the game before it spoiled. At the cave mouth, Hufeng and Xiaomi flew out. I gave Xiaomi a little wildflower I'd picked, and she trod it gladly. Then I ducked into the hornet cave, the comb bigger, half the meter-deep cave filled. Too fast. I tossed the pheasant in. Hufeng circled excited and called the swarm out so thick I had to back out. The cave felt small now, my own fault, throwing the bird inside a small cave instead of onto the outer ledge. The colony's breeding fast, from 2,000 some to near 10,000, for times over. Feed them more, and they'd breed faster still, I thought, pleased. I've outgrown caring about hornet money now. 10,000 hornets fetch only 150 yuan, less than the bee honey next door. At the bee cave, I opened the barrels, full of golden honey. Time to take it, while the flowers are out. And the bees had outgrown the 7 or 8 barrels. Many clung outside, unable to get in. Down the hill, I went to old Zhang's. We'd agreed to draw the boar money from the commune today. When Xiao was picking vegetables in the yard, looking troubled. What's wrong? She looked up, and from inside came heavy coughing. My masters. I went straight in. Old Zhang in bed under a thick quilt, face white, a towel on his head. Teacher mother, what happened? She sighed. Fevered since coming back last night. Caught a chill. Maybe. Alarmed. Seen a doctor? Yes. Had Lu the deaf over. He says old Zhang's worn out. Needs a good rest. Relieved. A master in this age is near a godfather, one who truly helps. Old Zhang. Coughing. I can't make the commune today. Take the chit and draw the money. His wife brought out a flat slip from the Kong chest, smiling a little at the mention of money. Trouble yourself, Xiaowu. Fetch our money back. Easy enough, I agreed at once. The Shigo hunt had eased old Zhang's mind about me. Before, he'd never have dared send me, the chance I'd swallow the lot being high. It's no small sum, and anyone in this age might be tempted. As I made to leave, a black shape came in the gate. Brother, you're back? When Xiao glad, then cross. You're always off now, not even working the fields. It was Zhang Daguang, the black bear spirit, who grinned. Look what I brought, pointing out the gate. A bicycle, she cried. Where'd you get a bicycle? He only grinned. Their mother came out, hunted for something to hit him with, snatched the floor broom, and laid into him. You wretch, never home now, I'll beat you dead. And he took it without raising a hand, till old Zhang's cough sent her back inside. Zhang Daguang went to the bed, alarmed. Pa, what's wrong? Told it was only exhaustion, he eased. Old Zhang looked from him to me. Daguang, you know the way. Take Xiaowu to the commune canteen. Daguang glanced at me, nodded wordless, and led me out. The bicycle at the gate startled me. A bicycle, 170 yuan, and a bicycle coupon this age. Unbuyable for money alone without one. Though not new, so cheaper. My brother-in-law to be grows stranger. Once a simple country lad. Now he gives me a sense of danger, a change near as great as mine from the original. Musing, I was already on the back of his Highbar 28. Wenjetai commune's 7 or 8 kilometers off, half an hour by bike, an hour plus walking. We found the canteen. A 17-18-year-old girl asked if we'd come to eat. A canteen server, a coveted post, easy work, good food, good pay. usually a leader's relative. I was civil. We're from Lanhua. Hunted boar at Shigo yesterday. Your canteen's barely bought the meat. We've come for the money. Clear and quick. The girl, impatient when we weren't there to eat, did 180 at Li Jianxi. Oh, for Byerly. Wait, I'll fetch him. His father a commune leader. His name worked wonders. And he's single, slick-faced, well-placed, so a girl warms to him. Her eagerness wasn't to help but to get near the catch. A 30-odd woman warmed too. Wait, fellow villagers, Bayer Li's coming. I thanked them. Easy. Zhang Dawang stood arms crossed, less and less like a countryman. 10-odd minutes, and Li Jianxi came out, shaking my hand warm. Brother Zhao, come, draw your money. To the accounting room, where I produced the chit. He passed it to the staff, and we got it smooth. 1,920 yuan, 2 great stacks. The biggest note this age is the 10 yuan big unity. 2010s is thicker than 20,000 last life, and unbanded, just stacked loose, the sight of it staggering. Zhang Dawang saw it. No greed in his eyes, only shock. I could not count it. I counted there before Li Jianxi and the accountant, too much for one hand, passing a stack to Dawang, who licked finger and thumb and counted too. Fast, both of us, a few minutes, exact, 1,920. Li Jianxi sighed. Well off as his family is, he's never earned so much, then slung an arm round me. You came all this way. You can't leave empty. Come eat. Near mealtime, and I'd court his goodwill, so I went. He took us to a private room off the hall, even private rooms this age. He explained, smiling, where the leaders eat. No one today, so we'll use it. His father's post meant plenty of free meals here, no doubt. He nodded at Dawang, then to the server. Xiaozhou, 2 caddies of white rice, a big plate of red braised pork, a plate of pepper-fried lung slices, and slice up those pig ears and tongue I brought back, handing over grain and meat coupons and cash with it. Xiaozhou near refused them, then took them at his look. I played blind to it. Plain enough, a canteen purchaser and a director's son surely eats free here, only putting on a show of coupons before us. My mind was elsewhere. I lost out. The offal of yesterday's boar, hauled off by Shigo. We'd meant to take it, but Li Jianxi's high price made us forget, and now it's in Shigo bellies. The ear and tongue he served likely from it, since the headman Li Dashuan kept the heads and surely gifted Li Jianxi these. Our boar's offal, dressed, would have been 100-odd caddies of food. He poured us tea. Brother Zhao, thanks again, but for you and Uncle Zhang I'd not have come back. Let me repay you proper today. I'd not take it easy. Who knows what a young man like this reads into one's manner? A small thing. Another hunter would have helped too. But your shooting's good, brother. One shot at the biggest boar from that far. Steering it to his marksmanship. Flattered, he preened. From a boy I've handled guns, fired plenty. No surprise. This age is the whole people soldier's age. Every deep hills village with its militia, never mind a commune. His tall tales made the time crawl. The food came as the teapot emptied. A big plate of red, well-larded braised pork, insider portions, frighteningly generous. We ate. Zhang Dawang showed me how he grew so big. Head down, just shovel. Even Li Jianxi was startled. What an appetite. After, Li Jianxi would have kept me, but I begged home business. As I sat on Dawang's bike he ran over, furtive. Take me hunting next time. I'm keen on it, rubbing his hands, looking the creep. I daren't linger on that. Drag a know-nothing into the hills, and I'd be dragged down with him. And hurried Dawang off, no answer. Disappointed I'd not take him, he called after. Bring your kills to the canteen, Zhao. I'll buy high. That I liked, being solid. Who doesn't want more money? Though the commune's far, Yang Batzi nearer, and paying more, black market margins. On the bike, I clutched my satchel of near 2,000 yuan all the way to Lanhua. Straight to old Zhang's. Inside, I drew the money out before him, and the stack froze old Zhang, his wife, and Wen Xiu. Even braced, he near sat up, but, drained, could only have me split it 3 ways. 200 for Go Lausen, Deqing's share, the rest in 2, and I chose to take less, keeping 800, giving old Zhang 920. He wouldn't have it, insisting on even. I wouldn't, and with everyone urging, he took the 920. 80 big unity tins in my hand. I was happier than holding hundreds of thousands last life. Home, I dug out my private stash, 297 plus the 800, 1,097. 1,000 yuan household in days. I kept 1,000 hidden, pocketed the 100 loose, and going out met Zhao Tao off to feed the bees. Time to pay her wages. I counted out 3 big unity tens. Your month's wages. She froze. But I've only worked a few days, not a month. I pressed it into her hand. Paid in advance. She stared at the 30 yuan, eyes reddening. She's seen money. Earned plenty selling boar and honey with me. But this was hers. Earned. Never since leaving school had she held a fun of her own, working the fields for points, cooking and washing besides. All taken for granted, even by herself. She'd felt she wronged the family quitting the fields to just sit and feed bees. Never believing my yuan a day. Now, with it in her fist, she wept, then scrubbed her eyes, lashes wet, smiling. I've money too. Let any girl in the village dare call me a money loser now. Trailing off, near a sob. It pained me. Through the original and the spiteful grandmother, my 4 sisters had all lived hard. I swore to see them well someday. After feeding the bees with her, I took old Zhang's horned bow, Xiaoqiao, and Hufeng up the hill, leaving Beiji to heal its leg, Zhao Tao gathering pig fodder for it. The bees out gathering, the bat asleep by day. No aim this trip. Take what came, Xiaoqiao and Hufeng helping full tilt. Nests, hornets, game, all of it. By dusk, I came down with a sack of 12+ wasp nests and a earth pig, and 7 or 8 net bags near 4,000 hornets. Bent on growing the colony, I dug out near every hornet round the village, Hufeng circling glad to know its little brothers would multiply. The earth pig in the sack was a hog badger, some call it sand pig. Like the dog badger, both black and white striped heads, told apart by the nose. A pig snout is the hog badger, stout, big-headed, thick-necked, small-eyed, a great digger. A black dog nose is the dog badger, the Cha Young runt of forks in Lu Sun's story. Both are all treasure, pelts for fur and bedding, fine for brushes and paintbrushes. Bones and oil are medicine, the dog badger oil grand for burns. Burn salves still use badger oil in Borneo. I pushed open our gate to food on the table, the family waiting. Zhao Tao came first for my load, hefting the net bags. A good haul today. About 4,000. That startled the parents. 4,000 hornets is 60 yuan, but more the earth pig. At the open sack, Zhao Dezhu cried, hog badger. Hard to take, vicious, and a digger. The mother, Lu the deaf, the barefoot doctor, says its oil's a treasure. For some hurt, Zhao Tao finished. I dragged the striped head out. Fat, near 40 caddies. Zhao Dezhu took it glad. Eat first, I'll dress it after. Master says the bones, steeped in wine, are good for kidney and vigor, and a swat landed on my shoulder. The mother, muttering what? Want a beating? I'd forgotten saying kidney and vigor before her and my sister. I covered. The meat builds blood and qi. The liver and gall go straight to medicine, clearing heat and toxin. The rendered oil treats burns. All amazed, Zhao Dezhu most, his eyes shifty, fixed on the badger. After eating I hung and dressed it, hands deft now, guts out in a few moves, Zhao Dezhu hovering, wanting to help. Out with it, stop fussing. Sheepish, rubbing his hands. I'd like a few badger bones for your big uncle. He likes wine steeping. Odd. The memory had no mention of big uncle drinking, but I let it pass and agreed. Pleased, he went in ruddy-faced. I skinned the badger, to tan later, cut the meat, took off the 2-finger-thick white fat for the mother to render, tied off the gall to dry, halved it. 1/2 in for the mother, the other to old Zhang's. There, just done eating. Deching's bark and the door brought when Xiao out, glad. Is master better? Much, more spirit. Inside, old Zhang sat propped on the bedding, brighter. Master, look, I raised the half-badger. His nose twitched, and he smiled. Where'd you take a hog badger? Hard. It stays in its hole. That he knew it at a glance amazed me. I flattered him. He'd not tell the wretch he'd smelled it. It builds the body. Eat well these days. Moved by my filial heart. The meat's fresh, just skinned. Good. Practice the tanning I taught you. Take the tools home. I agreed gladly. A badger pelt and several hair pelts waiting. And tomorrow, take Deching and the 200 to go Laosan. I took it on, keen to see his dog pack and learn dog keeping, wanting a good hound of my own. Zhang Dogwang helped carry the tanning gear. Only a curved board and the scraper, the rest we had. I saw him off, put the 4,000 hornets in the cave, and left the rest to Hufeng. Midnight, an old friend slipped into the yard again. A familiar wash of feeling woke me, and after 2 or 3 groggy seconds I placed it, the white bats. I opened its view icon, and on the eve the white big-eared bat opened its fanged mouth. A soundless wave going out, the picture coming back to me. The red fox from days ago, its belly bigger now, clumsy, even climbing the wall. Why's it back? But seeing it make for the coop, I lost my calm. You beast, bullying us. I fed you once and you come again. Think I daren't hit you? I took the spear and opened the door. The fox's hind legs twitched, but it didn't run, turning to face me. My anger softened at the sight. Belly aside, its spine stood out sharp, its coat dull and dry, plainly faring badly, its eyes on me pleading and timid. One loud move, and it'd flee. I shook my head, leaned the spear by the door, and went to the kitchen, slow, careful, yet it backed off a few steps. I found half a hare, hesitated, took it. Coming out, the fox had backed to the corner. Timid now? First I've seen of quarry begging at a hunter's door. Not afraid I'll skin and sell you. Eyeing its dry coat, shaking my head. It's had a hard few days, natural, with that belly hampering its hunting. Its misty eyes fixed on the hare, full of want. I tossed it to the corner, and this time it didn't snatch and flee but crouched and ate. Sleepy, I'd have gone back to bed but feared for the chicks, so I squatted in the doorway watching. A dozen odd minutes, half the hare gone. It looked up gentler. I waved it off. I'd an early errand, taking Daqing to go Laosan. It seemed to understand, took the rest in its mouth, ran back a few steps, and tried for the wall, but weak or heavy, it failed several times. I'd thought of keeping it. It's my trade. I could just contract it. But it's pregnant. Force it, and its struggle would harm the litter, and uncontracted, I daren't leave it in the yard with the mother's darling chicks. So I went and opened the gate. The fox went wary, edging to the corner, watching me. I paid it no mind, opened the gate, ambled back to my door, and only then did it trot out, pausing at the threshold for a long, deep look back. I waved, impatient, and it ran off. Foxes are clever, cleverer than most beasts, the sayings are right. I shut the gate and went in, not knowing I'd see this red fox again soon, and that it would bring me a great gift. Next dawn, early. I'm used to early nights and early rises now, to my parents' lasting delight. I ate and went to old Zhang's, who's mended enough to be up, scalding cornmeal and meat broth to feed Daqing. Hunters treat their hounds well. He charged me careful. Go Laosan's of Longtang village upstream. Ask there, and you'll find him. Give him the money and come back. Whatever you do, don't go up the mountain with him. I'd have asked why, but he, as if knowing, only had me go quick. So I led Daqing upstream, through 2 or 3 villages, to Longtang. Once Longtan, built early Qing, named for a dragon mother temple by the old well and a live water pool. The dragon pool, later renamed. Few people, more closed off even than Lanhua Go. At the old well a young wife was drawing water. I asked where Go Laosan lived, and at his name her admiring look at me curdled to disgust, as if she'd met something unlucky. The admiration had been for me, the disgust for Go Laosan. That Lazybones, west end of the village. This road west to the end, right turn, his place. I thanked her, not understanding her loathing, and led the dog along. Soon a house of stacked stone, no door even, the yard wide open. Before I was through it, Daqing strained eager toward the yard, barking, answered by a clamor within, and 3 dogs near its size bolted out. Startled, weaponless today, I made to dodge, but Daqing slipped its rope and ran to them, and where I'd braced for a fight, they only sniffed each other. As I stooped for a stone, a slovenly figure came out, 30-odd, hair to his shoulders, lice in it, and shouted, "You dare hit my dog," snatching a stick and charging. I straightened. Go Laosan, I've come to return a dog. He eyed the rope Daqing. Old Zhang sent you, and lowered the stick. He's my master. He had me bring the dog and your share. At share his eyes lit. Where's the meat? Pressing, near pawing me. Easy. Third brother, it's money I've brought. Money? How much? And his interest dimmed. He usually gets meat for his dogs, which feeds his laziness, and with no coupons, even money mightn't buy grain. Puzzled, he'd balk at money, but it was my master's errand, so I drew it out, and his eyes went straight at the stack of big Unity 10s, more than he'd dreamed. What did you hunt to sell for this? Thinking the stack our whole take. Boar, third brother, this is yours. He stared, then stammered. All mine? And snatched it, licked his thumb, counted. 200. You gave me 200. Disbelieving, wanting only to be done. The man felt unreliable. I made to leave. He stuffed the money down his crotch and barred my way. Wait, do you and old Zhang still need dogs? I've plenty, and whistled. Dehe, erhe huago here. 3 more came out his size, 2 pure black wolf dogs and a black and white big oaf dog. Take these and keep hunting? Bad man, good dogs, but no pie falls from the sky. I not take them, nor offend him. I might need them someday. So I feigned interest. How'd you raise them so clever? Raise? I can't feed the big eaters. They find their own food on the mountain. That trains a dog? Pushing his sail, he drew me into the yard, hands straying to his crotch where the 10 sat, and lowered his voice. A secret, our Go family rice bowl. Don't tell. For litters once, near 20 pups. At 4 or 5 months I took them to the hills, fed them scraps. The rest they hunted themselves. And of 20, for lived. Pointing at Dehe, Erhe, the oaf dog, and Deching. I gaped. They've made dog raising into goo poison breeding. Survival of the fittest. Ordinary hunters cherish one such pup, and the Go family waste them so. Hardly human. Likely from laziness or poverty. In a starving age you can't feed so many big hounds, so you let the mountain cull them. Take game and live, or starve. But I'll grant it. The dogs it picks out are something. Deching's quality shows it. Keen, swift, fierce, loyal, charging a sounder yet not rash. Seeing me only stare, Go louse and pressed. If these 4 don't suit, there's more on the mountain. Only those have gone wild, hard to control. That caught me. Dogs still on the mountain? Our family's kept dogs for generations. You think only these 4? We're too poor to feed them, so some have gone wild on the hill these years. Back when my family, and he braked hard, plainly unwilling to speak of the family's past. Still want dogs? Give me word. Not my call. I must ask my master, but with their friendship, he'll surely borrow from you again. That satisfied him. Everyone for 10 villages borrows hounds from him, and old Zhang's 200 was generous. He thanked me, said come anytime, and turned for his door, scratching his crotch, fishing out a louse, and crushing it. It set me itching all over. The original wouldn't have minded, lice being common this age, but I do. They'd near vanished from people last life. At the village center the water-drawing young wife saw me again, colored at my build, and hurried off head down. Heading home, I kept wondering why old Zhang forbade me going up the mountain with Go Lao-san. The man hadn't even invited me. Was there a secret? Back in Lanhua Go I told old Zhang the dog and money were delivered, then asked, Master, do you know how the Go family raise and train their dogs? His face changed. Go Lao-san told you how they raise dogs. Startled at his gravity, I nodded. He said he hopes we'll borrow again, and that he's fiercer dogs on the mountain. Graver still. Remember what I told you before sending you? Not to go up the mountain with him. Good that you remember. I didn't see why, and joked. Is there danger going up with him? He nodded seriously. Of course. The Go family's kept dogs for generations, since the grandfather, Go Lao-san's father, gathered good dogs from everywhere, in the chaos of the war against the Japanese years, when bandits roamed. His father was no good man, went up as a bandit himself, robbing merchants and folk on the strength of those fierce hounds. Why else would they have such a training method? Their wild dogs are the offspring of mad, man-killing dogs. Those dogs are too vicious to control, fiercer than the forest's wolf packs. I doubted it. Surely you exaggerate, master. Dogs fiercer than the old forest's wolves? He near struck me. They formed a dog pack, no different from a wolf pack, bigger than wolves. All the big breeds that beast of a father handpicked. An ordinary small wolf pack's no match. I half believed it. But why not go up with him? Afraid I'll be bitten? He said he could catch. A sidelong look. You gave him money, 200 of it. He knows we've more. He's no good sort. One wicked thought, and could you come back? Led you up the mountain, let the mad pack tear and eat you, and no one would find your bones. A cold sweat broke down my back. Mean no harm, but guard against it. He hadn't invited me, yet I'd best be wary of that move. Home. I took the bow up the hill. My archery's good now, enough for small game. Bringing Xiao Qiao and the healing Beiji. Roping the boar so as not to spook the villagers, but I'd underrated the shock of a man leading a half-grown boar. Everyone who saw Beiji cried out and bolted, a few bold men raising hoes and forks till they saw the rope, and I had to explain all the way. Women under the village tree, sewing shoe soles, gossiped, Zhuzi Xiaowu, leading a half-grown boar. That wretch is always up the hills now, not loafing, reformed? They say he's apprenticed to old Zhang. I didn't bother with the busybodies. I'm not counting on them to find me a wife, and what wife they'd find could match old Zhang's daughter. Out of the village I freed Beiji, and it frolicked, rolling, scrubbing itself on a tree, after days cooped healing. I fed Xiao Qiao rice and sent her up to patrol, a fit scout now. Near mid-May, the woods growing wild. Old Zhang warned me off the deep, dense hills. I idled over a plant. A span tall, few green leaves at the base, stalks with pink-purple trumpet flowers, thicker than morning glory. We call it Mama's mouth, common. It nagged at me. I've seen it in a book, and it came. The herbal the old beggar gave me. It's called Dihuang. Dihuang, the Luwei Dihuang pills. As a child, I'd pluck these purple flowers and suck the back ends. Knowing its medicine now, I felt I'd missed millions, and Yang Batsi buys herbs. Hillside's full of it. I'm rich again. The herbal said the root's the medicine. The preparation I'd forgotten. Dig one and see. I dug a whole plant, and the root was thin and small, nothing like the picture. Wrong plant. It shouldn't be. As I puzzled, Xiao Qiao called overhead, and through the bond, quarry ahead. I pocketed the Dihuang, took the bow, and ran after her, Beiji grunting along. Beiji quiet. It hushed and kept close. 10 minutes through the woods, a woman screamed from a hollow ahead. Then I checked. A woman who only screams and never speaks? Mute? Wary, I didn't rush. I switched to Xiao Qiao's view, and from above, no woman at all, but two beasts tangled. Isn't that? I went blank. In a clearing deep in the woods, the thin, pregnant red vixen crouched low, snarling, fangs bared, fixed on a starving wolf opposite, gray-yellow, dry-coated, ribs stark, white round its muzzle. An old wolf, gray-whiskered, no wonder it couldn't take a weak, pregnant vixen all this while. Kill it. But I daren't be careless. A wolf that's lived to gray has tricks. Switching back to my own eyes, I crept toward it, careful not to spook it. Thin and poor-pelted though it was, I meant to have it. Xiaohong, you'll thank me this time. Xiaohong being, I suppose, the red vixen. As I lay hidden and raised the bow, a great bulk barreled into me from behind. Forgot this fellow, Beiji. Too much noise. Sure enough, the wolf and fox both looked our way, and to my surprise the old wolf didn't flee but grew fiercer, fangs bared at my hiding place. A spark of inspiration, I shoved Beiji out by the ear and ordered through the bond. Charge. Bowl that old wolf over, not kill. Beiji mightn't manage. Beiji obediently charged, grunting at the thin old wolf, whose look stiffened then gladdened. A flicker of unmistakable delight. A half-grown boar's more meat than a pregnant vixen, days of eating. The vixen seized the chance and shot off, gone. Just runs off. No manners, no thanks. Annoyed, I kept my eye on the wolf. With Beiji's intrusion, the wolf turned its whole attention to the boar. Beiji, under my order, didn't bolt, but mustered its nerve and charged. The seasoned wolf leapt the charge easily, even raking Beiji a claw, but boar hide is thick and dog claws aren't a cat's. No harm done. I knocked an arrow, aiming careful for a good pelt. A few passes and Beiji, finding the wolf couldn't hurt it, grew bold. A pig too borrows a man's backing. Knowing its master watched, fighting braver. The wolf near caught several times. The thin wolf felt the change, near baffled. Which of us is the wolf? But Beiji rejoiced too soon, grew careless, and on another charge the wolf, having read its pattern, dodged with force gathered, sprang to its side the instant it stopped, and laid its long fangs to Beiji's neck. I had to loose early or lose the boar. Whoosh, the arrow at the wolf's neck. Seasoned, It abandoned the boar and dropped flat the moment I fired. The arrow grazed its back fur and thocked into a tree. Its pupils shrank. A human, and forgetting the boar it rose, crouched, tail tucked, and bolted into the woods. Still want to run? I drew and loosed again. Whoosh, and the arrow found nothing. The wolf runs in S-curves. It had been hunted before. I gave chase. Beiji, dazed at the vanished wolf, then seeing me charge out, ran after, plowing through brush and bramble it ignored, straight at the wolf's line. It caught the wolf fast. The wolf, all its mind on dodging my arrows and slowed in its turns, never saw the boar behind, and Beiji ducked its head and flung its snout up, tossing the thin wolf into the air. It crashed down with a yelp. The delay let me close. I drew again, the arrow whistling at its neck, and the thin, starving wolf, just scrambling up, was pinned through the throat to the ground, legs thrashing till it stilled. Beiji, terrified, recalling its own near-end days ago, shook in the hind legs, and I went and kicked it. It wasn't aimed at you. What are you afraid of, useless thing? It only whimpered, wronged. I pulled the arrow from the wolf's throat, sighed at the 2 blood holes. So much for a whole pelt. You spoiled it, and cuffed the boar again. I gutted and skinned the wolf hot. Fresh hide pulls off easy, rolled it into the sack. As I drew the offal, I felt eyes on me. I turned, ears twitching, a flash of red-yellow at the wood's edge, the vixen. Thinking of her stark spine, I softened, and rather than hang the offal, I dropped it for her. She didn't come a long while. Forget it, home. And as I packed up, the red flashed again, and this time she didn't hide, but ran straight in. I held still. I'd fed her twice. There's a bond of sorts. Bold now, heedless of the hunter, she made straight for the wolf offal, ate the heart first, then the rest. I watched a while at a distance, then led Beiji and Xiao out, not knowing that the moment I turned. The vixen turned and watched me go, her eyes clear as water, starlit. Home, I set to the pelts old Zhang's way. A wolf hide, a hog badger hide, 3 hare hides, and, first time on my own, daren't risk the badger or wolf, so I practiced on the hares. Board up, hare hide nailed, scraper working, 3 cleaned quick. While they dried, I cut the wolf meat, thin, stringy, little of it, and took half up to the hornet cave, tossing it in to Hufeng's gladness. The afternoon I'd make bee barrels. The bees breed so fast the old 7 or 8 barrels overflow, many clinging outside, near 30 or 40,000 now, needing 7 or 8 more. Zhao Tao and I felled a fitting tree, sawed and backpacked it home. The parents came from the fields to find us at the barrels again, and when the mother heard why, and that the bees had made much honey, her cut in the last sale, she pitched in without washing up, and Zhao Dezhu with her. Practiced now, we worked faster. I sent Zhao Tao to cook so the parents wouldn't toil hungry, and by supper Zhao Dezhu had 2 barrels done, bigger and better than the first. After, I kept the mother and sister off the work and stayed at it with Zhao Dezhu. I'd thought the day would end plainly, but I caught a beating. The mother had seen the half-wolf in the kitchen. Up the hill again today, knowing better than to hide it. Idle, I went to look, met an old wolf too feeble to move. Downplaying the danger, but she's no fool. An old feeble wolf? One like that, and it'd be a beast's dinner long before you. Where's the other half? Fierce, I'd have said to old Zhang's, but Zhao Tao got in first. Ma, he fed it to the hornets. The mother snatched the broom. I fled, glaring back at Zhao Tao, who, fearless, added fuel. Ma, look, he's glaring at me. And the chase tightened. Zhao Dezhu sighed at the 3 of them and bent back to the barrels. 10 barrels finished. He kneaded his aching back and rose with difficulty, and a cup of hot sugar water appeared before him. Mine. Drink, Pa. His eyes reddened. The first warmth from me since I'd grown, the original having gone cold to him, and I, transmigrated, having scorned his neglect of wife and children. That was his old sorrow. He's changed much, all heart for the family now, and I've come to accept this father. The mother watched us from the window, eyes stinging, the family bettering, the son grown sensible and earning, savings in her hand, the children no longer hungry at her side. Even the dull, blindly filial husband turned tender and homeward. She asked no more of life. Next dawn the parents went to the fields. I'd urged the mother to stop earning points, but she wouldn't, and I guessed why. With 4 of us, All three not working would be hard to answer to the village and would set the busybodies' tongues going. Zhao Tao and I don't care, but she can't help it. I urged her twice. Then let it be. Only. Ma, we've money now. Don't wear yourself out. The days of ease are ahead. It gladdened her long. Sis, come out a moment. Zhao Tao came yawning, rubbing her eyes. What, this early? I glanced at the sun. Not early. Wash up. We'll carry yesterday's barrels up the hill so the bees nest sooner. Work woke her. 5 trips each, 10 barrels into the bee cave, and I had Xiaomi settle the overflow bees into the new ones. The honey take went smooth, the old barrels brimful. I cut 2/3, leaving 1/3 for the bees' ration, yet the weight matched the first full take. The bigger colony makes more. For trips with the 2 drums to ferry the comb home. Bees eat only honey and pollen. No way to reward them with meat as I do the hornets, or I would. At noon the parents, seeing the honey, were glad. The mother asked if I'd strip the barrels, only worried I'm young and might leave the bees too little. Rest easy, Ma. I'm 17, I know. I took 2/3, left 1/3. Reassured, the bees are her darlings, a fountain of wealth. This afternoon stay home, Ma. You and Sis press this honey. I'll take it to young Botsy when I've time. And I won't take the honey money. Keep it for the house. 160. 170 yuan by my reckoning. Matching the last batch. For the family's ease and the mother's good mood. Why not? Truly? You won't take it? Disbelieving. Days ago he wouldn't give me the honey money, saying it was for a wife, and now he won't take it? She knows me. The abnormal hides a cause, and resolved to watch me, without saying so. Zhao Tao was glad too. The house richer, her share in it, and the bees and hornets hers to tend. That afternoon the mother skipped work, and even Zhao Daiju and the family pressed honey in the yard, laughing. I worked the pelts apart from them, but with Zhao Daiju's strength the pressing went fast, all done before dusk. About 3 drums of honey this time, half a drum less than last, and the mother well satisfied. Half a month, and this much honey is a marvel. Late that night, still awake, I was set on getting a watch and a bicycle. Luxuries this age, coupon-bound, unbuyable for money alone. And my mind landed on the sent-down youths in the downstream villages, city youngsters here for re-education by the poor and lower-middle peasants. From the original's memory, he and some village louts had once gone to peep at the girl youths, and on their wrists were watches, more than one each. Their city families must be well off to send them down so adorned. How to get a watch and bicycle off them, though? As I racked my brains, my ears twitched, the doubled hearing catching faint scrabbling at our wall top. A thief? And well I might worry, with over 1,000 in my stash alone. I slipped to the window. My eyes aren't enhanced, all black outside, but my ears caught a soft landing. That fellow again, a red-yellow fox in the yard, the one-eyed saved by day. Annoyed, will it never end? Thinking it after the chicks, I threw the door open and stopped. It wasn't making for the coop, but coming to my door, its face pained, nose wrinkled, fangs faintly bared. It slipped past me into my room, and I turned to an incredible sight. The vixen laying on my bed, red blood under it. Hurt. My first thought not for the soiled quilt, but for her. I went, then halted at her bared fangs. You've dirted my quilt, and you snarl at me? But her pained look softened me. I edged close, hand out, soothing. Timid, she shrank back, yet the pain kept her from fleeing, and my hand reached her belly, which twitched but didn't react. Easy. I'm only looking at your hurt. Soft and unthreatening, and she let me. I felt down her hind leg. No wound on the belly. Where's the blood from? And my eyes moved down and I understood. You're whelping. Strong contractions, blood and yellow fluid. Her first litter, by the agony, nose clenching and loosing, faint whimpers, a fox's cry strange, near a woman's laugh or a child's. My only experience was my dog's whelping last life. I lay by her as I had then, stroking her belly, murmuring, easy, it's all right, and she eased, and minutes on, with a soft cry, a gray-brown pup came. A red fox bearing gray young? I didn't know red fox kits start gray and brighten with age. The first was much bigger than the rest. Likely the big first pup made it a hard birth, which sent her to me for help. And so it was. Not yet her day, but the old wolf's fright and the nourishment of its offal had brought her early, and unable to deliver. Frightened, the clever thing thought first of me, the human, and ran here through the dark. Only the first was hard. The rest came easy, and by the fishbelly dawn, I was sure she was done. I stretched in the doorway. On the bed, the vixen slept sweetly, 5 gray-brown, ugly pups nursing, a water basin and pig bones by the bedside. Weak from the half-birth, I'd fetched boar meat to restore her, and so the litter came safe. Not that I'd gained nothing. The moment I'd first touched her belly, ding. Captured 1 pregnant red fox, 200 points. Current, 1648. Contracting a pregnant red fox costs 500 points. Contract, 500? A 60-70 catty half-grown boar cost 300 some. But the cold system ignored my griping, and at last, grudging, I said contract. Contracted, 1148 remained. I'd thought her wounded and bleeding then, and only bit the bullet because the system can heal. Finding it was birth, not injury, was why I'd cursed your whelping. After I'd seen her safely through the 5, another chime came. Host kind heart triggers a hidden function. Buy 1, get 5. Contracting the mother fox. Her 5 pups all become the host's contracted pets. At no point cost, my face was a study. Wretched a moment ago, now a great pie dropped on my head. Truly pain and joy at once. 6 pets added, not 1. Beast 6, red fox mother and young. Xiaohong, I cackled at the name I'd given her. Wonder if they'd swarm me if they knew what it meant. A rooster crowed. The parents came out, and the mother, hearing the kitchen, called, Taozi, up so early? What's for breakfast? Just as Zhao Tao came yawning from the east room. Hair a bird's nest. Ma, I'm not up. The mother bolted for the kitchen. Zhuzi, bar the gate. A thief's in the house. Don't let him run. She snatched a stick and charged in, and froze, for the one cooking was the lazybones me. Ma, I'm just making a meal. You'd beat me for that? Sheepish, she hid the stick. Xiaowu, it's you. Thought a thief got in. Cook. Then, I'll not bother you. Near fleeing lest she dampen my drive. I laughed. Ma, you guessed right. A thief did get in last night. Zhao Deju, master of the house, snatched the stick. A thief? Where? Easy. It's not a person. It's that fox from the other night. And I told it plain. The mother gaped. A fox came to whelp on your bed, and you midwifed it? I nodded at my room. They crept to the gap in my door and saw the vixen on the bed. Zhao Tao, peering too, squeaked, there really is a big fox on Xiaowu's bed. Lo, but no whisper escapes a fox's ears. The vixen woke, glanced at the door, licked her pups. Through the contract, she's in natural ease with the 3 of them. The mother pinched Zhao Tao and drew her into the big room, the men following. Xiaowu, you can't keep a fox. There are sayings about this. Lo, as if afraid the fox would hear. I had to laugh inwardly. Can the fox sayings outdo my system? But daren't say it, or earn a beating. So against my conscience I played the spook card. Ma, I know, but the who immortal sought me out. Offended, and might it haunt me? The parents paled. Don't frighten Ma. Well, tend the who immortal through her confinement, and I'll think of something. Not wanting her to make trouble, I let it stand. With a fox whelping at home, the parents went to the fields uneasy. Zhao Tao only found the furry pups adorable. I sorted pelts in the yard while Zhao Tao cut boar meat and took it up to feed the hornets. And then our gate was knocked, a gruff, blunt man's voice. Is this Zhao Xiaowu's? Young Botsy. Odd, this off-season for mountain goods. I led him into my parents' big room, mine being the vixen's confinement chamber. The mother keeps the poor house spotless, and young Botsy found it comfortable, orderly. Set the old bachelor thinking of a wife. A woman's touch makes the difference. Then he caught the honey smell and nosed about till he found the 3 drums next door. Xiaowu, you, stammering, till I said, found and pressed yesterday. I was going to bring it over. He hefted the drums, satisfied. I'll take it all. Same price. I'll come for it this afternoon. Glad to skip the hall. I asked why he'd come. I came specially for you. Remember the big man who buys your hornets? The county liquor works manager, Li Hai, son of the works' old owner. The whole place was his family's till the '56 public-private merger made it state-run. They've developed a medicinal liquor for vigor, using your hornets. The trial succeeded, works grandly, and manager Li wants to meet you. I wondered why, hornets being easy to get, At which young Botsy gawked. Easy? Would I scramble over here if they were? Hornets are killer bees, vicious. I've quietly sent plenty of people to catch them. All failed, several stung, and I lost money. Are hornets that hard to catch? I'd fallen into a misconception. Last life I'd seen people catch hornets in short videos and thought it easy. But that's with proper suits and drone tracking, without which you can't even find the deep hills nests, let alone dare take killer bees bare. That I caught them straight off transmigrating was pure protagonist halo. Come to the county, Xiaowu. Manager Lee's laid on a banquet at the Wancheng guest house. I didn't much want to go. Mixing with big men felt like trouble, and Yang Botsy, reading my face, played his card. Manager Lee will raise the hornet price to 2 fin each. That was Lee's price to Yang, dangled now to lure me. Yang wanting the favor of delivering me, worth more than money. 2 fin each made meeting a big man suddenly fine. All right, for your sake, brother Yang, I'll go. And I milked the favor in the saying of it. Outside, not the bicycle I'd expected, but a sidecar motorcycle, the kind the Japanese rode in the war dramas, machine gun on the sidecar, 70% new, borrowed from Lee to fetch me. I'd heard sidecars overturn easily and hesitated, but young Botsy shoved me into the car, and I rode the real mountain road white-knuckled and near sick to the county. At the Wancheng guest house, a second-floor private room, young Botsy went in first and dragged me to Manager Lee. Lee High short, about 1.7 meters, a head shorter than me, hair in a slick 7/3 part, black-framed glasses, scholarly. He rose at once. You're young Zhao? I'm Lee Hai, a few years older. Call me Brother Hai, shaking my hand warm. I didn't play the cowed villager. Brother Hai. I'm Zhao Zong. Friends call me Xiaowu. Easy and frank, which surprised him. Pleasantries. Then Lee got to business. He'd bought my hornets. Needs them in quantity now. How many could I supply? I thought of the cave. About 15,000 big hornets. Yang Botsy was stunned. 15,000 at once. Aren't hornets hard to catch? Lee frowned. Too few. 15,000 steeps, maybe 1,000 caddies of liquor. 2,000 if he stretched it. Only 2,000 bottles. Not enough, Xiaowu. That's barely the first run. Can you think of a way? I'll not let you help for nothing. He'd tried many purchasers, the most being brought by the very young Botsy he'd once not deigned to look at. The liquors his works make or break transition. When do you mass produce? A small batch in 2 months to test the market. If it does well, large scale. And then the hornet numbers won't be small. I had my plan and stayed calm. If it's a small batch in 2 months, I can supply you ample hornets. Lee, curious how, stressed. If the small batch sells well, large-scale demand for hornets will be huge. I nodded, but meant to milk this for a benefit. Manager Lee, I've a way to gather more hornets faster, but I'd need a convenience from you. Looking reluctant. Oh, so long as it's not unlawful or against my principles, I'll help. It bears on the works liquor too. Just the words I'd waited for. I need a purchaser's post. With it, I can collect hornets for you openly. Lee, who'd braced for me to demand a higher hornet price, eased. A purchaser's post he could grant. My reason was sound. You know how it is. Collect hornets openly and someone informs on me. If not for speculation, then for poaching public advantage. I'll not court a lawsuit. With your purchaser's post, I can work freely. No need to pay me wages, just by the hornets I bring. A purchaser's post is precious, but next to the liquor project, trifling. He had one doubt. I've had many collect hornets with little result. How can you guarantee more? I only smiled. That's my secret. But rest easy. I've about 20,000 native big hornets at home, enough for the first run, and 2 months to gather more. He eased, agreed, and decided to put my purchaser's post up for the work's approval. Young Botsy was speechless. Is this the Zhao Xiaowu I knew? Talked a purchaser's post out of thin air, his own purchaser title being self-styled. Looking at me now with something like awe. Not angry I'd dealt with Lee over his head, since all he'd wanted was Lee's favor for bringing me. And that favor wouldn't have bought a real post. I got mine because I held Lee's lifeline. The hornets, which only I can supply in bulk. We toasted the deal, and deep in the cups Lee sighed. Young Botsy, old hand, jumped in. Manager Lee, what troubles you? Out with it, we'll think on it. Lee, easy, didn't scorn us as hill folk, but opened up the more for it. Reckoning our culture low, Our thinking on it mere talk. A chance to vent. The liquor's a success. Grand for men. But the name defeats me. The works and designers have met many times and settled nothing. And it's positioned high-end, so the easy common names won't do. Young Botsy saw his chance, steeped in drink for years. But his drinks were all sweet potato burn and stun the donkey and sorghum rod. And he could hardly tell Lee to call it howling good. However, he liked the name. And I thought of a famous old Wanching liquor from the world I came from, a ready-made name. And that liquor, as it happens, was made by this very works, only 40 years on. Manager Lee, I've a name. See if it suits the positioning. Lee, bracing for disappointment. I'm only 17. No scholars say it. Call it Hanwang Medicinal Liquor. The work's future name, one character changed. Hanwang. Lee and Yang both murmured it. Yang found it bookish and lost. Lee chewed it, unable to see what the liquor had to do with the Han King. Why Hanwang? I smiled and asked instead. Do you know why our county's called Wancheng, 10,000 city? He didn't, native though he is. So I showed off. 8 years back, on a turtle-shaped hill west of the county, a Han tomb was dug up. You know it? He nodded. It yielded over 6,000 grave goods, 2 complete gold thread jade suits, the Chongqing palace lamp, the gilt Boss Han censer. A man of standing, he knew them, but not the link to Wancheng. The tomb's master was Lu Sheng, Prince Jing of Zhongshan, elder half-brother of Emperor Wu, and the ancestor Liu Bei claimed in Shuhan. This Han prince had 2 great loves, wine and women. Records say over 120 sons, daughters uncounted. Wancheng is named so because his descendants filled the city 10,000-fold. Name your liquor Han Wang, and you show its effect and draw Wancheng's people. Not that a drink makes a man sire 100 sons like the prince, but it'll surely restore a man's vigor, and what man wouldn't try it? And with the Han tomb's fame spreading, your Han Wang liquor grows known. Li shot to his feet, all his composure gone. Yang gaped, this the Lao Jiao Xiaowu? The Wancheng Han tomb, I do know, a 5A site later life. Its treasures borrowed by the provincial museum and never returned, written into the history textbooks. I'd seen the gold thread jade suit, the Chongqing lamp, the gilt Boss Han censer in those texts, proud. Lost in thought, I was suddenly swept up. Instinct near made me strike, but it was the flushed managerly hugging me. You've done me a great service. Why didn't I think of it? Hanwang Liquor, a fine name. I edged back, wondering if he'd been driven mad. You're a talent. All my designers and cadres, and not one thought of it. Your own works thought of it, 40 years on. Come to the works, Xiaowu. Purchasers still, no limits, with wages. A real outlay, the no limits, the sincerest part. Yang near drooled with envy, but I declined. Sorry, I like village life, hunting and fishing. A pity to him. He'd taken a true liking to my talent, finding me unlike any hillman, confident where they're timid. He'd court me regardless, and at parting clung to my hand till my arm hairs stood. Shake hands by all means, but why the stroking? Though he never knew his earnest heart was so misread. I'll wait for your good news, he said. Back home, I'd ready myself to collect hornets. And not only hornets, or I'd waste the purchaser's post I'd schemed for. Young Botsy rode me home on the sidecar, his manner toward me much changed. After the meeting with Lee, a deeper red of me, an unconscious edge of ingratiation he didn't notice in himself. Young Botsy's sidecar brought me back as the team came off work, the engine drawing eyes. Villagers who recognized me whispered. One middle-aged man couldn't place my name, but a gossip-prone woman shouted my village nickname, and the younger men argued over whether the machine was a motorcycle or a sidecar. The parents, at the back of the crowd, paled at the sight of me riding home with young Botsy in front of everyone. Our dealings with him had been quiet, and they'd not have the village know we were tied to a man of his reputation. Old loafer turned traitor though he is. What's Xiaowu doing, coming back with young Botsy before all these people? The mother muttered, unhappy. Zhao Dezhu only sighed. No words to defend me. I didn't care what they thought. I'm not counting on the village women to find me a wife, having settled on Wen Xiao. Home, I went first to old Zhang's. He's much better, but Lu the Deaf forbids exertion and has warned him repeatedly to rest. Restless as he is, kept from the hills, henwashed by his wife, and when Xiao so, he can't even sneak off. He'd taken to sitting in the yard cleaning his old type, 38. Master, good spirits today? I teased. He grunted. Humph, you again. No proper business. Always coming here. But I'm used to his hard mouth and soft heart, and went on craning for Winshio, which turned his feigned peak real. What are you looking for? I'm telling you, don't set your mind on our Winshio. His first time saying it plain. Bad? Mustn't anger him. I sobered, dropped the searching, and asked after his health, and he settled. No fool. He sees his girl's no ordinary feeling for me. Why else take a loud as disciple, after she'd begged him a whole night? I didn't know that. Had I? I'd prize her more. Out with it, what is it? Caught. Master, you told me hornets predators before. You know hornets well. I came to ask, do you know how to make hornets lay more eggs? Odder and odder to him, my hornet questions, but he knew it, a lifelong hillman and hunter who'd swapped lore with old mountain men. That I've heard of. Long ago, young and lost in the deep woods, he'd stumbled on a beekeeper's cabin in a small valley. A man who'd fled the war into the hills, found wild bees, and kept them, trading honey down for goods, barely scraping by. Old Jean gave him a roe deer he'd taken, and stayed 2 days, learning some beekeeping. Bees, but the queen rearing should be near the same for hornets. I don't recall the method well, but the key is a good drone. That's vital. A good drone and a good queen, and their larvae come strong, and with rearing, likely a new queen. And this season's right for it. Temperature and conditions suit. Far simpler than he made it. Later life, queen rearing picks parent colonies, breeds good drones to mate, chooses rearing colonies, grafts larvae, but I'd caught the key. A good drone. I'd ignored drones, thinking a queen and females enough to grow a swarm slowly. His words woke me. With one excellent drone, I could breed more, better hornets. The other queens I'd not rear myself. Too slow. I'd go up and dig more hornet nests, both to add common hornets and for their nests queens, before, to merge captured swarms with mine. I'd let Hufeng kill those queens. Now I need them to breed. My plan. Contract a good drone from the cave, strengthen it via the system, mate it with Hufeng. Surely more, larger, stronger hornets than ordinary. Hufeng alone can't meet the work's demand. Finding nests is easy for me. I've only stripped my home woods. The vast hills hide untold more, and with Hufeng and Xiaoqiao I'll find them. Only this time taking suit and veil, better safe. Old Zhang watched me blank out. Why's the boy always spacing off, without waking me? And by the time I came to, he'd gone into sleep. I meant to slip off without disturbing him, and from the bed he said, take the gun in the outer room. I near pitched over. What? The type 38. Shock, blankness, excitement all at once. Eyes shut, he knew my face. I can't get up the hills a while. Your aunt, and when she'll watch me too close, no telling how long I'll be laid up. I can't go with you. If you want to hunt, take the gun. I've just serviced it, the rounds are in the cabinet beside. Then he fell silent, as if grieved. When Shio had once told me this type, 38 meant something Sarskilled to her father, a story behind it. I was moved. Hard-mouthed as he is, he frets for me, handing me his treasured gun to guard myself. Wanting to hear the story, I took it up, heavy in the hand, sat at his Kong edge. Master, when Shio says this gun means something to you, will you tell me its story? Ernest. He hesitated, opened his eyes, lips working, and sighed. Years since I spoke of it, and now to a wretch like you. And he sank into memory, and as he told it, I was carried back to that broken age. The 6th of the 8th month, 1941, dawn, heavy fog drowning the whole gully. Lanhua go unusually quiet and early. Then dogs barking at the village mouth. Ignored at first, folk huddled abed in the cold, deep mountain autumn, until the barking turned to a death howl, and people knew something was wrong. Not peacetime, and deep hills don't mean the Japanese can't come. The quick-dressed who came out found nothing in the fog. Only the dog-owning house at the village mouth knew. A stone house, cold, a bleeding cur in its yard, and inside, a room of Japanese soldiers in earth yellow, bayonets at the throats of a man and woman, the man bare-chested, the woman thinly clothed. No shouting or die. In a stilted accent from the leader, the pair traded a hidden, instant glance of one mind. The man, Zhang Laogue, nodded hard, too hard, his neck grazing the blade, blood beating down. The woman, seeing it, struggled, and the leader slapped her, a red print on her weathered face, and she went still, terrified. Zhang Laogui pleaded, "Officer, don't beat my wife. I beg you, we're good common folk." But the cunning leader, scanning the room, saw a pair of worn cotton shoes, too small for the man, too big for the woman. "Sapina, there's a spare pair. Someone else lives here. Why only you two?" Meaning their son Zhang Fushun, just 14, thin and small from years of want, only his feet grown fast. When the dog first howled, they'd hidden the boy in the tunnel under the stove. Clever families kept such escapes against the Japanese. "Officer, that's my son's. He's at a friend's, West End. Didn't come home," Zhang Laogui said earnestly. The leader let it go and fixed on the woman. "You. I ask, you answer, understand?" Li Suhua, at her husband's look, nodded. "Officer, ask. I'll tell you everything." Pleased, the leader smiled. "Are there 8th Route soldiers in your village?" And the pair's hearts lurched. The base is exposed. From November 1939 to November 1944, the Jinchaji 1st Sub-District headquarters was set at Taizi Village in Wenjietai Township. Li Suhua, the village women's head, knew the Japanese must have had word to reach this remote gully at all. She glanced at her husband, then looked about furtively as if afraid of being overheard. And the leader, delighted, "There really is news of the 8th Route," leaned in. "Tell me, and I free you both and reward you greatly." "Money, big money," rubbing his fingers. Her eyes flashed. She faltered. "There are 8th Route here, but not in our village." Broken, guilty seeming. "Oh, where then?" Just then Zhang Laogui cried, "Suhua, you can't. We can't betray the 8th Route." Her eyes reddened. She knew his cry was to make the Japanese believe her, and she knew they'd never spare the man who'd resisted. The leader, angered, turned and slapped Zhang Laogui's dark face with full force, then signed to the soldier holding him, who drew the bayonet across his throat. The carotid opened, blood spraying like an unstoppered tap across the stone room. Li Suhua near went mad to fight them. But thinking of the boy in the tunnel and the soldiers in the village, she crushed her rage and grief, playing the terrified, trembling on the floor, her teeth grinding the ground, nails clawing into the stone cracks, forcing down the wish to die fighting. The leader gave the bayonet soldier a thumbs up, "Yoshi," then hauled her up by the hair. "Where are the 8th Route?" She knew she'd not live. They'd kill her lest she warn anyone. But she'd never meant to live. She'd finish the act. A glance at the tunnel mouth, a silent farewell to her son. "Fushun, live well. Remember what mother said. Make no sound, whatever you see, and remember to avenge your father and mother." Then, feigning a shudder, "The 8th Route are all at Huangchuling." The leader pressed for details. She said only that a leader stayed there, with a few dozen guards. The leader grew the more excited. Word was the Jinchaji 1st Sub-District commander had set his headquarters here, surely at Huangchuling, and only a few dozen guarding it. A fine chance. Without waiting, he drew his command sword and ran it through Li Suhua's belly, and, vicious, dragged it sideways, opening a great wound, her innards spilling. She didn't resist or struggle, only looked once at her husband on the floor and stole a last glance beneath the stove. In the tunnel, Zhang Fushun, not knowing what passed above, only that he no longer heard his parents' voices, was terrified, lost. The leader took 100-odd soldiers toward Huangchuling to raid it. Lanhuago's terrain too rough for a large force to slip in unheard. Only this small band had crept in on the fog, thinking it a rare chance, not knowing Huangchuling was the 8th Route strong point, where not one of them would escape. Zhang Fushun was found in the tunnel by the villagers and saw his parents' butchered bodies, the blood-flecked room. From that day, Lanhuago lost the playful boy and gained the stubborn, hard-hearted man Zhang Fushun. The 100-odd who went to raid Huangchuling never returned. Li Suhua had lied. It was the 8th Route's defensive heart, and any who came were cut to nothing. Why did the couple steer them there? Because Huangchuling held the main force, where the small band would only feed the slaughter without harming the army, and to protect the village's own, Lanhuago truly held 8th Route wounded. The moment the Japanese crept into their house, the pair knew the day would end ill, and in that exchanged glance had readied themselves to give their lives for others. Only because the band meant to raid the headquarters did Lanhuago's villagers and the wounded survive that morning. But because the rear hospital, the repair shop, and the armory of the Jizhong district were set in Wenjitai's villages, and because the raiders were wiped out, the next February brought the Japanese reprisal on Lanhuago. October 1942, Zhang Fushun, a 15-year-old guerrilla now, patrolling the gully stream, heard a droning he'd never known. Low, steady, nearer and clearer, and looked up with a wariness on his cold face. He'd never smiled since his parents' murder. He'd joined the village guerrillas, but for his age was left off missions and given no gun, which galled him bitterly. Black specks streaked toward the village. Seeing them, shock and fear. The iron great birds the uncle spoke of, planes, and he ran in shouting. Planes, the Japanese planes. Right he was. He saw the white ground red sun flags on them. His cry, and the circling shadows, alarmed the village. A middle-aged man, Li Qingshan, the gully's guerrilla captain, looked up and shouted to warn the rear hospital to move, then to Zhang Fushun. Don't run wild. Ring the bell, get the folk into the hills, drawing a Wangbi pistol to guard. The striker log was long gone. A wooden-headed maul lay by the great bronze bell, and Zhang Fushun, grown taller and stronger this year with the troops, swung it. Dong, dong, dong. The long bell toll bringing the villagers out, and he ran among them with his red-tasseled spear. Japanese planes, into the hills, quick. Practiced at this in a years-old base, many were already fleeing with their families, no one fetching valuables. There were none but the grain that fed them. As they ran, the planes loosed their bombs into the village's little stream, the bursts catching some of the fleeing. The houses, built against the hills, took less. Li Qingshan was organizing the retreat when the guerrilla he'd sent to the rear hospital came back gasping. Captain, bad news. Guzi, slow down, tell me. Inside, Li Qingshan was frantic. Captain, the rear hospital's been hit. Li Qingshan seized his collar, roaring, What? The hospital? The wounded? What of the wounded? Terrified, it being full of 8th route wounded. If the bombs had finished them, he'd have no face to live. Guzi, choking, slapped at his hand till Li Qingshan let go. Captain, no casualties among the wounded. We caught it early, warned them early, they'd all left. Only much of the hospital's supplies were destroyed. A hard spot now. He had to get the villagers into the deep hills and protect the hospital's supplies and wounded, with only 30 men. The villagers, overhearing, took it up. Folk, let's help the 8th route, save the supplies, and turned back from the hills despite Li Qingshan's pleading. A senior man of 40 or 50 pressed. Qingshan, 30 men can't manage it. If your slowness loses the army's supplies, can you bear that? Li Qingshan had no answer. We'll form a transport team. Not everyone, just some. He could only agree. The women, children, and old went into the hills. Men of 20 or 30 ran for the hospital, 50-odd scattering under the falling bombs. The hospital compound had taken several hits. Its houses near collapsed. The wounded spared worse. Zhang Fushun among them. The team set to clearing it. Then a shell's whistle. Li Qingshan cried down. Most dropped, some too slow. The burst killed those who hadn't. And for a moment Zhang Fushun was back in that August, his world gone red. Li Qingshan, eyes splitting. These were his own people, screamed stop. Go, all of you. But the villagers rose from the ground and dug on in the rubble, thinking even a few more bandages would save more wounded soldiers, never their own danger. The bombs kept falling, each taking someone. Each time they'd drop and rise again. At last the planes left. Li Qingshan and Zhang Fushun stared. Of near 30 guerrillas and 20-odd villager transporters, fewer than 20 still stood, the blood pooling into a thin stream toward the river. Hard to weigh whether a thing is worth it. For these supplies, 30-some lives. Many would say not worth it. But those who died for them held it worth it, for what they saved would save many wounded soldiers fighting the Japanese. From a hollow nearby came sustained gunfire. The surviving Guzi ran up. Captain, that's where the hospital retreated. Li Qingshan, ashen, rallied. Comrades, for New China, kill. And the word lent the 20-odd, Zhang Fushun among them. Strength. They charged the hollow. and at its edge saw the 8th Route leader Director Yin and his wife leading a guard platoon to cover the doctors and wounded. Of the 20 come up, only 10 had guns. Zhang Fushun, you and the unarmed go round behind and bring the wounded into the hills. The armed, with me, hit the Japanese from the rear. And he led the gun guerrillas round behind the enemy. The hard-pressed Director Yin and his guards felt the pressure ease. Gunfire at the Japanese rear. Yin rallied them. Comrades, our supports come, drive them back, and the guards' spirits and fight rose. Yin was no fool. There was no support. He said it only to better cover the wounded's retreat. Looking at his wife beside him, he was sick with guilt. Zhang Fushun hadn't gone round with the unarmed. He'd stayed with Li Qingshan, unnoticed. They circled behind and fired without hesitation, dropping 2 or 3 before the leader split his men to fight both ways. And evenly matched, two-front fighting told against the Japanese, though they retreated in order, giving no opening. Zhang Fushun hung well back, not from fear, but knowing his red-tasseled spear was useless against bayonet rifles. He meant to get close, seize a gun, and kill with it. He slipped along the flank, apart from the guerrillas but near, knowing the hills from boyhood, and hid in a stone cleft till the main band passed, then stole behind a straggler and drove the spear through his neck. Thuck, as into quarry, blood spraying as he pulled it free. His first killing. He shook all over, not from fear but the rush, the adrenaline, and with trembling hands took up the man's new type, 38, stroking it, fond. He opened the bolt as he'd seen the guerrillas do, 3 rounds inside. Never having fired, only watched their drills, he knew the basics. A newborn calf fears no tiger, his whole heart on avenging his parents and the slaughtered villagers. He knelt, raised it, chambered in one motion, and fired. Bang, and a retreating soldier fell. I hit him. Li Qingshan, hearing the shot, ducked, then, no follow-up coming, looked over and saw Zhang Fushun, and, furious, ran and kicked him down. You little fool. Do you want to die? Zhang Fushun didn't blame him. He rose. Captain, I hit him. I killed the Japanese. I avenged my parents, and wept. Li Qingshan's anger softened, and he took the boy to join Director Yin. The narrowly spared Yin and his guards thanked the guerrillas and villagers sincerely. It was Zhang Fushun's first battle, and from that day the captured type, 38, stayed with him. Later he heard the upstream village's armory had been bombed too. Its losses worse. Near 70 gone forever. The battle cost over 100 lives. Lanhuago lay strewn with the dead, the stream run red. These 2 stories are adapted from real events. The Japanese raided a rear hospital sheltering 8th Route wounded. The 8th Route leader Director Yin ordered 2 guards to break out, while he, his wife Li Suhua, and some guards held the enemy to win the people and the wounded time to escape. In that battle, after killing several Japanese and puppet troops, Director Yin, Li Suhua, 3 women medics, and 30 guards of the platoon, outnumbered, died heroically. The inhuman Japanese, after the fight, even bayonet the unborn child from Li Suhua's belly and brandished it. I wrote Zhang Fushun as the martyr Li Suhua's surviving child, because I believe Granny Li Suhua would have wished her child to live. It is because such most honorable people bled and died that we have our lives now. How they wish their own children could be born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze. The revolutionary martyrs who died for nation and people are immortal. Hearing it, I sat long without coming to. Born in the new age, war had felt far off, even having soldiered, even knowing a soldier's only states are war and preparing for war. Now, in this 1976 body, hearing my master, my eyes reddened. Master, I can't take this gun. It's your... His hoarse voice cut me off, still lying with eyes shut, the tear tracks clear at their corners. What's there to not take? I didn't say I'm giving it. Only that you carry it to guard yourself. I knew it was for my safety. Not wanting to refuse his kindness, and wanting to hunt with a gun, I rose and lifted the type, 38 in both hands, solemn. Master, I'll keep it safe. He didn't rise or open his eyes, only waved me wearily off. I slung it, took 100 rounds from his cabinet, and left. Home, someone called at my gate. Xiaowu home? It's Lou the Deaf. What's that old fellow want? I'm not sick.